Good morning. Before we begin this event, we'd like to say a few words about audience conduct. The central mission of Columbia University is to teach, create, and advance knowledge. Our mission is grounded in a fundamental commitment to free expression, open inquiry, and generous debate. As members of this university community, we are bound by the same rules when participating in events like this. They ensure our collective rights of expression and conduct are protected. By participating today, you're agreeing to the event guidelines and rules of university conduct. To honor this commitment, the interruption of speakers or audience disruptions is not permitted. Those violating these policies will be asked to leave. While Columbia University encourages and recognizes freedom of expression, our rules of conduct state that the university retains the right to reasonably regulate the time, place, and manner of certain forms of public expression. This is especially the case in an academic setting like this one. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Morningside Heights for the 2026 Columbia Global Energy Summit. My name is Andrew Gumbiner. I'm the Chief External Affairs Officer at the Center on Global Energy Policy. This has been a deeply eventful year for policymakers who are navigating shifting markets, trade industrial policies, and geopolitical conflict. And it is our privilege to welcome some of the world's foremost experts to Columbia University to help make sense of today. I have a few housekeeping notes before I introduce our founding director, Jason Bordoff, to get our program started for today. First of all, we'll be taking questions all day from the audience, from our audience for our panel discussions. If you would like to submit a question, we would encourage you to do so ahead of each panel by scanning the QR code on your table. For those of you following along virtually, a link to our Q&A submission form can be found on our summit website. I would encourage you to keep questions within the scope of each panel topic, as questions unrelated to discussions here today will not be considered by the moderators. Secondly, we have a very full agenda today, and we want to make sure the program runs on time. So we ask everyone try to return promptly from the program's coffee breaks and lunch so we can start our panels in a timely fashion. Lastly, we ask that all attendees keep their credentials, both name badges and wristbands, visible at all times. Lastly, if you are exiting Lerner Hall, you'll be required to show both of those credentials upon re-entering through the Broadway entrance. We will not be permitting re-entrance if either of those credentials are missing. If you do need to step out in the middle of a session, please close the door quietly behind you. Lastly, I'd like to remind everyone that the Columbia Global Energy Summit is a place for honest and respectful dialogue, particularly with people and views from which you may not agree. We ask you that you please be respectful and avoid disrupting the program. And with that, let me introduce our opening speaker. Jason Bordoff is the founding director of the Center on Global Energy Policy, a professor of professional practice at Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs, and a leading expert in the broad geopolitical trends that we're seeing in today's energy landscape. Jason is also co-founding Dean Emeritus of the Columbia Climate School. He previously served as special assistant to Barack Obama and senior director for energy and climate change at the National Security Council. Jason has held senior roles at the National Economic Council and Council on Environmental Quality. With that, it is my pleasure to welcome Jason Bordoff to the stage to formally open today's program. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks to all of you for being here. Thanks, Andrew, for getting us started this morning and taking on the Herculean task of Master of Ceremonies for the day. It's really wonderful to see all of you here at our 12th Columbia Global Energy Summit. Regular readers of my weekly emails will know I have two passions, so spending an entire day with so many friends and colleagues and familiar faces talking about energy, preceded by a night of Springsteen Live in Newark, New Jersey, is like the best. This is the best summit we've ever had. The best 24 hours you can imagine. I see Mark Brownstein, who was there last night as well. As Andrew mentioned, we have an extraordinary group of leaders and experts joining us today. Could not come at a more timely or consequential moment to talk about the intersection of energy, security, the transition, the global economy. And so I just want to take a few minutes to preview what you have in store for you ahead in the day and reflect on how the agenda we've shaped for the day fits into the broader geopolitical and energy landscape in which we find ourselves. Some of us came together, I'm curious, raise your hand if you were here, 13 years ago this week, April 24th, 2013, to launch the Center on Global Energy Policy. Anyone in the audience who was there then? A couple of hands going up. I know Dan Yergin was there, who's behind the stage, and he'll come out in a few minutes. And at the time, we talked about the tectonic forces that were reshaping the global energy map. The shale revolution was transforming the U.S. position as a global energy superpower, reshaping geopolitical relationships around the world. We were also beginning to question some of the assumptions that had defined a multi-decade era of globalization. We spoke about the worsening effects of climate change, which were becoming increasingly frequent and severe, as they still are. Today, we again find ourselves in a moment of profound transformation. A new technology, AI, is remaking the global economy and workforce with breathtaking speed, and energy is central to that story, of course. That's perhaps one of the key determinants of success in the race for AI leadership. The geopolitical landscape is being reshaped. The rules-based order is under strain, and it is giving way to greater fragmentation and competition and conflict. The impacts of climate change continue to intensify as the world has now clearly crossed the 1.5 degree warming threshold, even as many countries pull back on climate ambition in the face of renewed concerns about affordability and security. And if there's one lesson from this moment, it's that the core objectives of energy policy, why the Center on Global Energy Policy was created and how we try to approach these issues every day, energy as a security issue, an economic issue, a development issue, and of course, a sustainability issue, can't be pursued in isolation. You need to be thinking about all of those policy objectives at the same time. If you forget any piece of that puzzle, the whole thing tends to fall apart. And that imperative to think across all dimensions of energy is what defines our work at the center, what hopefully defines the program we have created for all of you today. It's how we teach our students and work with so many who I see who are here today. So we're going to take that kind of sweeping view over the course of just one day, which is hard to pack everything in. We'll begin with the return of energy security to the top of the global agenda, the, as I said, erosion of the rules-based order that once underpinned it. Energy is once again becoming a tool of statecraft as major powers pursue national, economic, and strategic advantage. This is all driving a renewed embrace of industrial policy, so-called state capitalism, an embrace of, on both sides of the aisle in this country, the idea that more state intervention in the energy system is needed in the name of national security, economic security, energy security. And we have some great people who will define what that looks like, particularly in the context of today's conflict and war in Iran and what that means for broader geopolitical instability. We'll start with that panel, and then I'll talk about some of that with Ian Bremmer. We'll then examine how many of today's geopolitical tensions are reshaping global energy markets at a time when the U.S. is the largest producer of oil, the largest exporter of LNG, and how to think about energy policy as it is increasingly intertwined with questions of trade and security and geopolitical influence. From there, we'll look at what I said a moment ago, the return of industrial strategy and a more active role for the state in a fragmented world. Europe offers a interesting window into these dynamics, balancing security, affordability, competitiveness. So we'll explore what this shift means for global energy and cooperation. After lunch, we'll turn to the intersection of AI and the power system. We all know surging data center demand is one of the fastest growing, driving some of the fastest growth in US electricity use in decades, raising questions and potential tensions between affordability and decarbonization and reliability of our grid. And then we'll look further ahead to the next frontier of energy innovation. There's a new generation of technologies from advanced nuclear fusion, long-duration storage, enhanced geothermal, and more that have, in some cases, moved from very early stages to of research to early stage deployment. Now the challenge is how do we scale? And then throughout all of this, climate change remains, even though it doesn't seem to get as much attention as it did in recent years, an urgent and defining challenge. So we'll take a hard look at what comes next with the Agenda for Climate Action with Abby Dillon, the president of Earth Justice, Dave Turk, and the dean of our own climate school here at Columbia. And then we'll focus on a critical and too often underappreciated dimension of the global energy challenge, which is economic development. Nearly 700 million people have no electricity access, and for many emerging economies, the challenge is not just access and not just electricity, but how much energy it takes for meaningful levels of prosperity well beyond that, mechanizing agriculture, moving from two-wheeled vehicles to 3 and 4, refrigeration, air conditioning, and that's why we're so excited that just a week or two ago we announced a high-level panel on universal energy abundance in partnership with the Rockefeller Foundation. Several people from Rockefeller are here today, and we're really excited about that new effort we've undertaken at the center. And then finally, we'll close with a bipartisan conversation on the future of the U.S. electric grid and electricity policy, coming back to that point about rising demand putting tension on the grid. At the same time, constraints on building infrastructure are threatening reliability and cost potentially. There's growing agreement that some sort of permitting reform is essential, maybe less agreement on what that means and how to achieve it. So we'll hear from two former FERC commissioners from both sides of the aisle. And then we will end the day with a reception for all of us hosted by our own phenomenal Women in Energy Leadership program at the center, led by Jess Weiss. Everyone is invited to that, and that's an opportunity to continue these conversations and reflect on the day and have conversations and discussion as well as over lunch. So a lot of, as you can tell, a phenomenal lineup of experts and speakers. A lot of thought went into designing today. Really grateful to the team that did that at the Center on Global Energy Policy. A huge number to name. I want to especially give a thanks to Kevin Fitzmaurice for his exceptional leadership in helping to plan today, to our partners at Markham. And with that, I want to hand it back to Andrew, and thanks to all of you for making time to be with us today.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Our first panel of the day is The Return of the Energy Weapon, Power, Conflict, and Geopolitics. It will focus on discussing the combination of how great power rivalries, shifting alliances, and geopolitical and economic fragmentation have led to the reemergence of energy as a weapon that countries are deploying to achieve their foreign policy objectives. This panel will be moderated by Daniel Yergin, Vice Chairman of S&P Global. He'll be joined by Jason Bordoff, CGEP's founding director, the Honorable Michael Froman, President of the Council on Foreign Relations, Kareem Sanjapour, a Senior Fellow in the Middle East Program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and Karen Young, a Senior Researcher at the Center on Global Energy Policy.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you. I don't have to introduce the panel because they've just been introduced. It's great to be here again and to continue this dialogue at the center. Jason said that we were going to be talking about the return of energy security, but also the title of the panel is The Return of the Energy Weapon. So I think we'll be talking about both of them in context of what's happening. And of course, we're in the middle of events right now, so we understand airplanes are in flight, but we don't know much beyond that. So I thought we'd begin by kind of framing what's happening now with the Gulf and energy in a larger issue of kind of the emergence of choke points that have kind of changed the nature of how the world economy works. Obviously, we're staring very hard at one particular choke point, and turn to Michael Froman kind of to give us a context or a framework. Michael.
Well, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me, Jason. You know, I think if we look back over the last 10 or 15 years, we've moved from a time when all the emphasis was on eliminating obstacles, allowing for free trade of products and services around the world. And then the U.S. in some ways invented the weaponization of finance using the dollar-based institutions as a tool of sanctions, as a choke point, effectively recognizing that we in the United States had a very important capability of holding others to account. I think the Chinese took a page out of our book more recently. They started back in 2014, but more recently to look at how to use supply chains as a choke point, and particularly their control over critical minerals, rare earths, magnets, and the like, and the announcement last year of their potential implementation of a global licensing scheme for export controls in that area got everybody's attention and very much changed the dynamic between the U.S. and China at that moment. And now Iran, of course, has taken sort of the next chapter of this effort of choke points, literally to look at how to use geography as a choke point and the straits as a way of using their control to hold the world hostage over energy. And I think the question, Dan, is, in some ways, does Iran need a nuclear weapon going forward? Because if their goal was to find some way of deterring attacks from the U.S., Israel, elsewhere, I think they've learned that with relatively few missiles and drones, they can really get the global attention and use a lot of leverage over the rest of the world economy.
Michael, when you were special trade representative, back then, that's not that long ago, choke points was not really, it was still an open global economy.
It was largely, although, as I said, in the U.S. really started it in some ways back in 2014 in response to the Russian invasion of, the first Russian invasion of Ukraine. And so we began, I think, to innovate in that area in terms of how to use choke points, and I think others have followed since.
Right. So, Karen, let me turn to you to say, on this issue of choke points, how you see thinking in the Gulf as opposed to thinking in the United States about flows.
Yeah, well, thank you, Dan. It's so good to be with you all. I do think, the way we and the way nations are thinking about energy security is changing, and there's these competing views. The view that's coming out of the Gulf and what you hear from, national oil company leaders and ministers right now is that energy should be seen, and energy security should be seen as a state of flows. This is what Sultan Al-Jaber talks about often. And it's meant to be a broader concept of connectivity, of this kind of nodes, of shared infrastructure, of the way that our global economy is underpinned by these points. That's obviously challenged right now, and challenged because in the United States, our policy of energy security is one of energy dominance, which is also extortive and used as a weapon and as a tool.
What did you say?
Statecraft.
Extortive?
Yes, yes. I mean, we do the same thing, right? That we're accusing the Iranians of doing in some ways. And this is a very competing and probably not conducive to collaboration and certainly to shared investment in new infrastructure. Traditionally, the way we think about energy security is always a bit about affordability, availability, acceptable energy security, meaning that there is a social cost, a climate cost to it, and accessibility, right? What is in your backyard, what's available to use. And that's a very traditional concept that lasted us maybe for 50 years, but now we have some very competing frames. And so the choice point is, are we aligned, particularly with producers in the Middle East right now? And I think they feel no.
Yeah, I was going to say, you think that we're not aligned. So distinguish between the two perspectives.
Well, I mean, you hear it in the sort of language of energy independence, that we don't need the oil that's being stopped from flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, that we are independent producers of able to meet our own needs. Which certainly is not what Mike was describing as a global economy which was interdependent. So it's a very different view.
Right. So, Kareem, speaking of choke points, why did Iran not seize the strait before? Was this always a doctrine? Was it something that they talked about as an ultimate deterrent for them?
Thank you, Dan. It's great to be with you. Between yourself and Jason, we have the LeBron James and Michael Jordan of energy expertise. I feel I should be asking you the questions, Dan. So listen, this is a regime which was built to survive, not really to govern. And they've been thinking and planning about this war for their existence with the United States for decades. And so I think that...
let me just add, so what we're seeing now was not just something, this had been going on. The reason they have such an arsenal, they've been preparing.
They have been threatening to do this for decades. And this was a 10 out of 10 escalation for them because it was a 10 out of 10 escalation for us. This was President Trump, when he launched this war, he said this is intended to bring down the regime. And so for them, they threw everything they had back at us. And if you look at the context of President Trump's policies with Iran over a decade, in 2018, he left the nuclear deal. People told him not to do that. He felt there wasn't really a cost for him. 2020, he assassinated Iran's top military commander, Qasem Soleimani. Many of his aides told him not to do that. He felt vindicated in doing so. Then last summer was the 12-day war. People said, don't do that. It could start a regional war. It didn't happen. He felt vindicated. And so the Iranian takeaway from all of that is that we didn't really exact much cost on President Trump. He felt he could do whatever he wanted to. And now that this is a war for our existence, we're going to throw everything we have at it.
So a question actually I was asked before we started, and a question for you. You completely decapitate 200 of the top leaders. It continues to function. How and why? How does that happen?
So as I said, I think they recognized, given what happened last June when so many of their top military commanders were assassinated, that Israel and the United States could pull this off again, and they made contingencies. So they said, I think each commander was told to appoint numerous successors in the event that they were killed. I actually think, this is one of the things I'm curious about if ever I'm able to go back to Iran. I actually suspect that Ayatollah Khamenei, at age 86 with advanced cancer, probably wanted to go out a martyr rather than the supreme loser that he had been. So I wonder whether...
supreme loser or supreme...
Yeah, because, his policies had really led the country into a ditch. And given the fact that, he went out as a martyr, something that he had always lionized, I wonder whether that was actually his preference. And again, those Revolutionary Guard commanders knew that they were going to be targeted. And the final thing I'll say here, Dan, is that the really big question, which I'd say there's two difficult questions right now to answer, which are going to be determinative for these negotiations. Number one is, what is the health of Mojtaba Khamenei and his disposition? Where is he located? Someone I know in Tehran told me, just as you discovered that Hamas had miles and miles of tunnels underground, we have that also in Iran, and we've kind of discovered these missile cities. So we don't know his health and his disposition. And then second, it's difficult for us to discern from afar how desperate is their economic situation. I spoke to someone who was in the negotiations in Islamabad, and he said what they project publicly, this defiance and confidence that they've prevailed, privately they recognize that they're under desperate economic straits and they need cash. And so I think that is in part what I suspect led to President Trump's overconfidence that a deal was going to be imminent.
Do you think their arsenal has been underestimated?
Well, as Mike put it well, I think they discovered their most potent tool is not uranium enrichment, it's Hormuz enrichment. Right. So that was one thing. Second, as we've all now learned, cheap drones, $20,000 drones, and the missiles which they are manufacturing themselves, those are low-cost, high-impact instruments, right? You can shut down a global economy, go after $100 million tankers filled with hundreds of millions of dollars of oil. And then, I'll say this briefly, if you look at the Gulf, Persian Gulf, I put countries into two boxes, what I call the falcons and the vultures. The falcons are countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Their aspiration is to build soaring cities, societies, economies, be hubs of global transportation, technology, finance. Those aspirations all require stability. And if you look at the places that Iran was dominating prior to October 7, 2023, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Gaza, all failing states. So the Iranian model of success in the region requires instability. And instability is so much easier to foment than stability.
Right. I was been thinking if, looking at the success of the Gulf states, if Iran had continued under a different leader after the Shah, but remained on the course it was, it would have been a formidable economic power.
And if there's a statistic that Iranians commonly cite, 1978, I believe it was Iran, South Korea, and Spain all had similar GDPs. And you look at what's happened in the last 47 years and the difference that leadership makes.
Right. So Jason, Karen mentioned energy dominance, the position of the United States. You've written about this recently. How has the position of the United States affected the policies?
Yeah, thanks. And Karen talked about sort of the language and rhetoric of independence and dominance and whether that's consistent with a sort of integrated, cooperative global world. And it's, I think, important to sort of think about what's actually happening and what potential risks are or how rhetoric may be inconsistent with that. I mentioned in my opening remarks that some of us came together, you were there, Dan, 13 years ago this week to launch the Center on Global Energy Policy. One of our keynote speakers that day was Tom Donnellan, my former boss when I worked with Mike, who was the National Security Advisor. And he said on stage, in the context of talking about the shale revolution and the rise of US LNG, we have a strong interest in a world natural gas market that is well supplied, diverse, and efficiently priced. Increased US and global natural gas production can enhance diversity of supply, help de-link gas prices from expensive oil index contracts, weaken control by traditional dominant natural gas suppliers, and encourage fuel switching from oil and coal to natural gas. And that has largely happened. And it is happening now. He also talked about the importance of climate change and how to understand issues with methane leaks in the natural gas value chain and a host of other things. We need to think about, as I said in the beginning, multiple things at the same time. But there is concern because people see aggressive policy to remove Maduro from power, to threaten Greenland. We'll have several leaders from Europe on stage later today, and I imagine they'll talk a little bit about the concern that I hear about whether one is becoming too dependent on another source of supply. But I don't think there's a comparison yet between the role that US oil and gas production and exports are playing, because it has largely helped to deal with shocks that are happening around the world. It is still an interconnected global market, and oil's a fungible commodity, but not a perfectly fungible commodity.
Jason, let me jump in, though. How did the position of the United States in terms of where it is today, as opposed to where it was in 2013 or before that, affect how things have played out?
Yeah, and I had a piece in the Financial Times last week where I reflected on what we've seen in the last few months, because I've been a little bit surprised by it. First, we know natural gas is totally disconnected. It's fallen and is incredibly cheap in the US, even as prices rise in Asia and Europe. That's a competitive advantage to some extent. Oil, the perspective would be it is a global commodity. It doesn't matter if you're a huge importer or exporter, you're still going to feel the pain at the pump if there's a shock in the Strait of Hormuz. That hasn't been entirely true, particularly these disconnects we've seen between the physical price and the paper price have shown up much more significantly in Europe and Asia than they have in the US. It seems to take some time for those physical shortage impacts to work their way to the US. And I think the question I was reflecting on, because I was reading that big story in the New York Times about how Netanyahu came earlier this year and presented a PowerPoint slideshow and talked about why the Trump administration should undertake this military activity. You know, Netanyahu came to see us in the Obama administration, and at the time the question was financial sanctions, not military action, and the big challenge was how do you possibly take 2.5 million barrels a day of oil off the global market by getting tough on Iran and not crater the US economy in the process. So we've had 2 months now of 15 million, up to 15 million barrels a day of oil off the market. That has pushed gasoline prices up above $4, but it is not catastrophic to the economy in the way that I think would have been the case a decade ago. And so that it changes, weakens a constraint that I think existed in consideration of US foreign policy efforts overseas, which might allow US to undertake efforts to squeeze regimes through the use of sanctions and financial economic statecraft tools like Iran and Russia. That could be good. But it raises the risk for other parts of the world that maybe some less wise or reckless policies have less of a constraint on them as well.
Right. So, Mike, are you surprised that at the same time we're having the biggest disruption of world oil ever, and it turned out natural gas, and it turned out helium, and it turned out fertilizer, and it turned out aluminum, and the stock market just shrugs it all off.
You know, nothing surprises me about the markets, I guess, in that I think markets tend to, and there are people in the audience, I'm sure, who are much closer to this than I am, tend to overvalue good news and undervalue risks until the moment that they change. And so things look quite ebullient up until the moment that there's some crash of some sort. And there seems to be quite a bit of a disconnect, I'd say, between that. And you know, you have to take the risks of some significant recession as a real possibility if this constraint on oil exports from the Gulf continues for some extended period of time. But yeah, I guess I am surprised that there isn't more of a reaction than there has been.
And do you think the inflationary impact has also been underestimated?
Yes, although, you know, again, the Fed looks at various measures of inflation, and you look at core versus energy and food as well. You know, I think, again, it has not been as significant as I think as it might be if the closure lasts for an extended period of time. And so the inflationary expectations, I think, are still, well, they've ticked up. They have not ticked up all that substantially. I mean,
it's been striking to me the differences you've described with the financial markets. And what did you say? They overestimate good news and underestimate bad news. But the industry, looking at the scale of the dislocation, basically says that risk is being underpriced. Now, we don't know what's going to happen tonight or tomorrow in Islamabad, and we could change it. But let's take a larger question about, does this change thinking about energy security? Karen?
I think it has to, right? And we do have these sort of competing frames at the same time, which Jason's just describing, the US feeling very confident, feeling insulated in some ways, which allows it to exert power in using different tools. And that doesn't necessarily make allies and friends comfortable. So, you know, the effects of this crisis have been geographically really disparate. Certainly we're seeing in Asia now much more of a pinch, the, coming effects to Europe. We're not done yet. So the effects are there's going to be a longer tail end. This is going to be with us for quite some time. And there's a sense that it can also come to a quick resolution. And I think certainly from the Gulf perspective, the Gulf Arab state perspective, they understand very well there is no quick solution to this crisis, that they are going to be with it, that there will be a transition period, no matter what in Iran, in the region for a long time.
Elaborate on that? I mean, in other words, the crisis doesn't end with a deal.
With a deal, exactly. Exactly. In fact, it maybe harbors a period of greater instability, greater threat, of moments of volatility, of, certainly to transit points, but also to energy infrastructure, and to what Karim described as models of economic development and growth that require tourism, logistics, a region with, an argument that it is a node and a point of connection that is stable. And all of that is threatened by a lack of clarity of what Iran plans to do next, even with a deal in place. And frankly, the lack of clarity is a bit on our side as well, right?
So Karim, what does Iran plan to do next?
So on one hand, I do think that they want this war to end because they've endured tens, probably over $100 billion in damages, and they recognize they're not going to defeat America and Israel. At the same time, the level of trust between America and Iran was always incredibly low. Now is truly zero. I mean, President Trump attacked Iran twice while we were negotiating with them. And so even now, people in Tehran call and think this is just a ruse. These negotiations are just a ruse, and he plans to attack again. The other thing I'd say, alluding to Karen's point, that the crisis really doesn't end with a deal. I suspect that there is a consensus view in Tehran now that they need a nuclear weapon. All of you in the audience can draw your conclusions about the countries that gave up their nuclear programs, made themselves vulnerable to external interventions. The countries like North Korea that had nuclear weapons had a cloak of immunity. I suspect even whatever they choose to sign in Islamabad about suspending enrichment of uranium and giving up their highly enriched uranium, I would not feel confident that they're going to abide by that. But I do think, given that President Trump wants to move on from this war and they no longer want to be bombed, there's a decent likelihood that the ceasefire will extend. That said, Dan, in the 47 years of the Islamic Republic, this regime has agreed to maybe 3 major compromises. All of those compromises have come after months, sometimes years of negotiation. So I joke with people, this isn't Amazon Prime, that 2-day delivery for President Trump on a deal. This is going to be a process, and this is a very technical discussion. We haven't sent technical negotiators there.
We haven't. So
we have not. I mean, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner.
They're not known for their nuclear
physicism.
Yes, yes. So, Michael, do you want to comment?
Well, I was just going to add something to what Karen said earlier, which is I think this really reflects the ultimate convergence of economics and national security. That we used to define economic security in much the same as Jason was reading from Tom Donlan's comments, free and open markets, security of supply, efficiency. And efficiency was sort of our #1 goal, not just in energy, but in other products as well. And that gave us comfort. And I think what we've now seen is efficiency may be one goal, but redundancy, diversification, resilience, national security are other goals. And each country is making its judgment about what sort of trade-offs it's willing to make, whether it's on energy or critical minerals or advanced technology, on that spectrum between efficiency and national security. And it's hard for me to imagine we're going to go back to a world where efficiency, uber alles, is going to be defining the nature of markets.
So you work with a lot of private sector companies as well, CEOs. How do you see companies dealing, they grew up in a world of globalization, and whatever we have now is, if it's fragmented globalization or constrained globalization, but how do companies deal with this?
With some great difficulty, I'd say. And they're all, it depends industry by industry, but I think some are fundamentally having to change their business models of how they produce or where they produce. Others are just having to get ready for a just much higher cost structure and what that will do to margins going forward, and or require them to make changes in other parts of their businesses. Companies had moved over the last several years many companies have moved to a China for China strategy, to produce in China for China. I think now companies are looking and saying, well, we have to produce in the U.S. for the U.S. because we don't know what the tariff regime is going to look like going in or out of the United States market. So if the U.S. market's important to us, we need to be there, which I think is part of the Trump administration strategy. And
so this makes it more costly.
Yeah, we're going to live in a more costly world going forward. I think that's clear, is that we're introducing friction. We're throwing sand into the gears of one sector after another, oftentimes for good reasons. Right? Again, efficiency may not be the be-all and end-all when there are legitimate national security concerns, and we ought to be willing to pay some cost for it, but we shouldn't pretend that it's free.
Jason, you want
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. There's a cost to pay for insurance. There's a cost to pay for security. And I think what we still don't know is society's willingness to pay that cost. Because if you want to produce everything at home, energy or anything else, it's most likely, in most cases, going to require some security premium. And the question is whether people are willing to pay for that. This conflict might accelerate that sense of urgency and importance if you're in Europe and you're going through another energy crisis just 4 years after you're trying to dig out from the last one. In this country, we haven't been quite as traumatized by this conflict as we've seen in parts of Southeast Asia and emerging economies, and we don't know if this conflict is going to end yet. Losing up to 15 million barrels a day of supply starts to catch up with the global economy eventually, not to mention all the other products you talked about. I'm hesitant to reflect on the 1970s sitting next to Dan Yergin, but the question of the shock to the system, it seems to me that experience prompted a set of changes to move the U.S. power sector from burning 20% of its electricity from oil, undertake a series of changes, and it required a real thinking on what energy security looked like. As brilliant as the prize is, I have Energy Future on my bookshelf as well, which was a project on energy security that Dan did at the Kennedy School around 1980 or so. Business school. The Ford Foundation had this very influential report, A Time to Choose. There was a lot of thinking that went on about what energy policy should be and where security comes from. And a lot of efforts that came out of this, I think, tell me if you disagree, Dan, were about trying to build a world of more interconnection, a world of more cooperation. The International Energy Agency for dialogue, diplomacy, and cooperation. We're going to collectively hold strategic stocks and work together to figure out when to use them. We're going to have more transparent data to allow an interconnected energy market to develop. NYMEX didn't exist, so oil was traded in long-term contracts. Security came from interconnection, because when there was a supply disruption here, market forces could respond and adjust and redirect flows. I don't think countries look anymore at an integrated global market and see security. They see risk. And so countries are going to define security. China's been doing some of this already, trying to electrify more of its economy, produce more of that electricity from domestic sources. For China, that's renewables and coal, some nuclear to some extent. And if you're in Europe, you might want to say this should really make us reduce imports, reduce connection to global trade and geopolitical risk. That will mean more electricity and more domestic sources. For many other countries, if they want to move in that electrified direction, that means more dependence on China. So how do you think about the relative risks of the global oil and gas market and geopolitics versus supply chains concentrated in China?
So let me ask you all, is China the winner here?
Short term, sure, right? I mean, there's going to be plenty of demand for better, cheaper EVs. That's going to be an obvious win for China.
They're paying a lot more for energy, obviously. But.
Yeah, but I think this issue of redundancies also, there's lots of arguments in the political science literature that, countries that are resource-rich or oil-rich are prone to conflict. What's going to create more opportunity for conflict is competition over infrastructure. And so right now, when you create redundancies in pipelines and in the way the data cable flows, and these sort of different models of connectivity, whether it's the IMEC or the Turkey road through the Middle East, means that those become sites that are vulnerable, sites vulnerable to attack, and competitive models of growth. And someone's always left out, right?
And China's trying to position itself as a reliable commercial partner while the world looks at the United States and maybe sees more unpredictability and volatility and risk. That was the cover of The Economist a week or two ago. Don't get in the way when your enemy's making a mistake.
So is this crisis in the Gulf also a crisis for NATO?
I mean,
or accentuates the crisis?
Yeah, I think it accentuates the crisis, and then as Jason mentioned, it particularly throws a spotlight on what Europe is going to do and whether it can achieve greater autonomy, whether it's in the area of defense or in the area of energy. I generally take the under on that bet of whether they will perform in that regard. But if between Putin on one hand, Trump on the other, and the energy markets don't get Europe to get its act together, I'm not sure what will.
Right. So what does this mean for the Gulf countries when this is over? I mean, maybe
it won't be over, right? I think that's the key point. There's not a deal that really solves the problem. We've started a transition. And the region has certainly been changing, and really the Gulf states have been pulling away from a place within the broader Middle East, seeing themselves as middle powers, as service providers and connection points to emerging markets, whether that's in finance or in energy markets. And so that is threatened. And as usual, there's major disaggregation among the Gulf states themselves. So in terms of the buffers that they have to weather this crisis are so distinct. I mean, Abu Dhabi can keep spending at its 2025 budget level, servicing its debt, and have zero hydrocarbon revenues, and keep spending the same amount for 20 years. Bahrain can do it for 4 months, right? So they're just not the same. And that's in some ways because of redundancy in pipelines and infrastructure they invested in, but also just because of population sizes and choices of investment. So that's going to further pull apart, create competitive models. I think you're going to see, again, the kind of livening up of the Saudi Emirati competition space. So it's going to be difficult.
Right. So Kareem, why did President Trump said he was surprised that Iran attacked the Gulf countries? Why have they attacked him?
So I think that, as I may have said earlier, that Iran knew they couldn't defeat America in the battlefield, and so their goal was to defeat us in the living room, to spike the price of oil. Iran is a very keen observer of American public opinion. And their hope was if we create total chaos and mayhem among oil producers.
So they do pay
very close attention. I mean, this goes back to when they essentially ended Jimmy Carter's presidency with a hostage crisis. And I can go through administration by administration how they have sought to sabotage U.S. public opinion to restrain the ambitions of American presidents in the Middle East. The one thing I'd say, Dan, is that we're 2 months into this war, and this is a war whose impact is going to be measured over probably decades. And so 2 months into the Afghan war, or 2 months into the Iraq war, our assessment of it was very different than it is now with 2 decades hindsight. And one of the things that I worry about, if we were having this conversation a few months ago during the uprisings last January in Iran, I called the Islamic Republic a zombie regime because it has a dying ideology, it had a dying leader, dying legitimacy, but still capable of lethal force. On one hand, I worry that this war may have breathed new life into the zombie regime. At the same time, what we know from history is that when early stage dictatorships suffer a military defeat, or they suffer a military attack, it can actually help them consolidate power. That's what happened to Khomeini in 1980 when Saddam Hussein invaded. When late-stage dictatorships suffer a military humiliation, it can actually serve to expedite their demise. That's what happened with the Soviet Union and Afghanistan. And I think one of the key points President Trump and others have been missing is that, as Karen and so many others have said, this conflict and this challenge is going to be with us so long as you have a government in Iran whose organizing principle is revolutionary ideology and death to America and death to Israel, rather than the national interests of Iran. So we all have a strong incentive to try to see Iran become a government which may not be democratic, may not be representative, but at least it's representative of its own national interests rather than revolutionary ideology.
But will it be in the nearer term, certainly the spirit of revenge will be very...
Absolutely, absolutely. But as I said, a snapshot of today, it's not a pretty picture. Apart from, I think Russia has been perhaps one of the big winners of this war, but I wouldn't be confident in making that prediction that a year, 2 years from now, this means that this regime, which is just, it's going to be inheriting so many, it was already essentially bankrupt before this war, and now you couple the massive economic challenges with profound economic, political, social discontent.
But how would it happen? It's such a well-organized, well-entrenched regime.
So it's not necessarily that it ends up imploding, but you could, for example, see a scenario that we saw in China with, post-Mao, or in the post-Khomeini era, where someone emerges like a Deng Xiaoping who says, let's put economic interest before revolutionary ideology, or morphing into perhaps the Pakistan model, where it's an overt military dictatorship, but it's more of a mafia state than an ideology.
Is it already the IRGC running the country? Has there already been regime change?
I wouldn't describe it as regime change. It is the IRGC running it. They were running it essentially before, with the exception of Ayatollah Khamenei being at the top of the pyramid. But the only thing I'd say here is that the debates which are going to shape Iran's future are going to be within the IRGC. IRGC is not a monolithic block of 150,000 men. And I describe them broadly as what they call themselves, the hardliners call themselves principalists because they're loyal to the principles of 1979, death to America, death to Israel. And then the pragmatists, people who say, listen, if we want to preserve this system...
Do they have a name for themselves, too?
Well, I think that they would also consider themselves to be revolutionaries, but they have a disagreement over how to best preserve
there is that debate or that difference of view.
Yeah, for example, the guy who's been negotiating with J.D. Vance in Islamabad, and by the way, these are the most senior level discussions between America and Iran since 1979, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. I met him in Davos in 2008. So, someone who shows up in Davos tells you a little bit about his worldview.
So I think the last question, and it's here, so what happens to the Strait? Who wants to take that question?
Well, let's hope it's not a toll booth. I mean, that's just not tenable. That's not an acceptable intermediate solution either.
So it is not, it can't last, that there'll be a toll keeper.
No.
How does it?
But I would imagine that
in that scenario where it is not, Iran will want revenue in some other way, which could be a deal that is unfreezing frozen assets in exchange for stopping enrichment and dismantling the nuclear program, which, I don't know, sounds a lot like a deal that was there 10 years ago. But
so how else? I mean, clearly it's not going to be acceptable to the Gulf countries to pay a toll to Iran that goes to the IRGC. So
sustained military presence, which actually slows the flow of traffic. I mean, we can't get into an escort situation like we were in the tanker wars, but that is kind of where we are right now.
Mike?
And I think that's the question, is whether the U.S. is really prepared to have a sustained military presence at this kind of level over the long run. We've drawn a lot of resources from other regions that are allegedly also priorities, whether it's the Western Hemisphere or Asia, the Asia Pacific, particularly the Asia Pacific, and whether we're willing to devote the kind of naval and other resources there to either maintain the openness, prevent the toll keeping, or maintain the blockade, I think is very much an open question.
So on that open question, I think we we will end this panel with that open question. Please join me in thanking our great panelists.
Okay, thank you to that last panel. That was fascinating. Next up, we have a featured conversation on the topic that has shaped much of our entire slate of programming at this year's summit: how the world order that's characterized the last few decades of foreign relations is changing. We will take a look at the ever-shifting geopolitical landscape in a new and more fragmented world that we will face in the future. For this portion of the program, CGEP's founding director, Jason Bordoff, will be joined by Eurasia Group President Ian Bremmer, and I'll let them take it away. Thank you.
We got one more water. All right. People are grabbing coffee. Sit back down. I'm back again, but this is the last time you'll see me for the day. We just pack it in the morning. We're going to continue talking about a fragmenting world, a world of seeming geopolitical, disorder, what's happening in Iran, what's happening with technological revolutions like AI, with Ian Bremmer. Great to have you here, Ian. Professor here at SIPA and founder and president, of course, of Eurasia Group, tennis aficionado. Thank you for making time to be with us.
Tennis partner of Jason. Yeah, that's important. That's important.
Your weekly email is must-reading for lots of people who pay attention to this world. And in your most recent yesterday, you argue, I think, that the U.S. seems to want a ceasefire. You think it's likely to be extended. And then over the weekend, we saw the U.S. reportedly seizing an Iranian ship. It seems like people are on planes headed to Pakistan now. Can you just give us a sense of where you think we are in this moment? Do the Iranians think they have the upper hand right now?
So first of all, I enjoyed the first panel. I caught most of it. I thought it was a great kickoff. A lot of wonderful people here. I'm sure everyone understands and appreciates that. So it's nice to be sharing a stage with you. I'm glad I was in town. Look, I don't know if the Iranians think they have the upper hand, but they're certainly acting like they have a lot of leverage. and the fact that President Trump has had to flip, and one of the biggest flips he's made has not been rhetorical in the last 6 weeks. It's been going from taking the sanctions off of Iran for export and letting them make a lot more money than they were making to a blockade. And that is a display of willingness to take more economic pain, which he doesn't want to do because he understands that he needs more leverage with the Iranians. Not the best look, right? That to me means a lot more than I think I count 5 times now that he
there was a lot of economic pain before. This is a bit additional because you're basically taking some Iranian oil exports off the market, but trying to target make sure they feel pain.
Make sure that they feel pain. Again, I mean, their economic environment in terms of, well, again, you're the energy guy, I'm not, but I just think that what Trump is doing is trying to have a little more credibility at the table before this second round of Islamabad talks. My understanding as of an hour ago is that Kalibaf is definitely attending as long as Vance definitely is. So I don't think there's any question around having a second round. I think, and it's very clear to me that Trump wants to announce a win. He's desperate to announce a win. He wants to get past this.
So what does that look like? What does a deal look like, do you think, that allows some ceasefire and resolution?
Well, he's made it easier. In the sense that he has told the Gulf states that the ballistic missile issue is a regional problem and they should negotiate that. They're not happy about that, but you've taken ballistic missiles off the table, so you don't need to negotiate that. You've taken support for proxies off the table. That wasn't part of the first round, so you don't need to negotiate that. You need to negotiate.
Which were 2 issues, I don't mean to make this a partisan comment, but like those were 2 of the criticisms that led to tearing up the JCPOA in the first place, was it didn't deal with proxies and it didn't deal with missiles.
Well, yeah, but that was Obama's JCPOA. Okay. Trump's will be better, right? Because it's Trump's. I mean, by definition, right? I mean, that's part of the issue here is that if he doesn't have his name on it, it's not okay. It's kind of like Greenland, right? It needs to have his name on it. I wish that weren't a driver, but it is. And the other challenge is that he has no one to blame here but himself. I mean, you know, Megyn Kelly and others tried to give him Bibi to blame, but there was no way he was going to say, I got hoodwinked into the war by the Israelis, right? That was never on. So it's him. It's him. And so what does he need to negotiate? He needs an agreement on the nuclear side, which means the removal of the enriched uranium stockpiles, which both sides seem to be close to agreeing on, and an agreement on no enrichment for a period of time, which both sides are pretty far from as of today. There's a 3-page, sort of document, an MOU, if you will, that is presently being circulated by the Americans through Pakistan with Iran. They would like, it is certainly not a negotiated deal. It is more a statement of principles that they would like to be able to announce, and Trump will say, we got a deal. I think there's a decent chance that they will be able to do that at the end of, in the middle of Islamabad talks.
If that's the contours of a deal, how do you think the Israelis feel about a deal like that? And how do the other Gulf players feel about continued ability for an Iranian regime to destabilize the region?
Well, number one, the Gulf players there's no such thing as the Gulf players. They're all have very different individual views. I think one of the long-term implications of the Iran war is that the GCC is increasingly not fit for purpose. I think that the Emiratis and the Saudis will have a much more structural fight. The Emiratis will tell you that, in a time of war, this is when you really know who your friends are. Number one for them in this environment has been Israel, in the region. Saudis, it's a very different story. It's Pakistan, it's Egypt, it's Turkey. I think that becomes bigger, not smaller, after this war is over or as it comes to a pause. So the changing geopolitics in the Middle East is a very, very significant takeaway here. But beyond that, I think that there's a big difference between an announcement of a deal by Trump, which I'm quite confident he'll do that. I mean, I don't know if quite confident is 70%, 90%, because we're talking about Trump, and he changes his mind frequently, sometimes midstream on a tweet. But I also am quite confident that what he announces will not be what the Iranians think they've agreed to, number one, right? And that makes it harder to get to yes. Number two, what the Iranians agree to will not necessarily be what the Supreme Leader and, more importantly, what the IRGC back in Tehran is prepared to implement. Number three, as it takes time to move to implementation, it is not clear that the Israelis will continue to be comfortable with an ongoing ceasefire, specifically on the Lebanon/Hezbollah front. And number four, there are other players in the region. Yeah. I mean, there are the Gulf states, there's the Houthis that we haven't heard much from, there are militias in Iraq. And it appears that, for example, that the attacks on Saudi, most of them actually came from Iraq as opposed to from Iran. I didn't know that until the last 12 hours. That's surprising to me. So lots of ways that the deal won't hold. And the longer-term economic implications of that for the United States and globally are pretty massive, right? Are pretty massive. So this, to me, I mean, I think it's easy to say that this is by far the largest foreign policy mistake that Trump has made as president. I think it's easy to say that. And that would be true even if they got a deal that stuck, which I don't think they will. And that is, it's going to crush them in the midterms, but more importantly, it's going to have big long-term implications for America's relations with other countries around the world. It helps the Chinese. It really undermines the Europeans. I mean, just lots and lots of things that we will take away from this crisis.
And it's a world of continued uncertainty. Even if you claim the strait is open, are tankers going to go through with the risk that they might get stuck there because this is just going to flip back and forth? You're talking about a kind of highly dynamic, uncertain environment, not a resolution, everything is back to normal for some significant period of time.
I mean, it turns out, right, so what I call a G0 world, right, and started talking about that in 2012 and hoped that it wasn't going to move as far in that direction as it has, is that when the United States rejects being the guarantor of collective security for its allies, when it rejects promoting free trade, when it rejects rule of law, and no one else is prepared or capable of responding. And Mark Carney gave a great speech in January, but it's not as if 3 months later there are a constellation of middle powers that are coordinating to fill the breach of the United States. That is not a thing. That doesn't exist. It turns out that in that environment, a $100+ trillion global economy is extremely vulnerable to political actors that wish to disrupt it. And that might be the single biggest implication of G0. And the fact that Trump has decided to test that proposition with a war that he believed would be over within days, but so badly misunderstood the Iranian willingness to respond, the Iranian capability to disrupt, and even the resilience of the Iranian military, which the U.S. military just got that wrong. I mean, what we're seeing presently in their ability to continue with ballistic missile strikes, to dig out after strikes have occurred, to rearm and coordinate with even a week of a ceasefire. I mean, that's not on Trump. Like that's on the military planners. So there's just a lot here of global vulnerability that was underappreciated in a G0 environment.
Yeah, and I should remind people, you can, both in the room but also watching the live stream, you can ask questions virtually and also through link through the G0 Media platform. And we've gotten some questions that have come in from the G0 Media platform, which hopefully everyone is paying close attention to.
Do you have a little iPad there, or they give you little cards?
They're going to come.
They're going to come. They're going to show up. This is actually,
it's dynamic, real time.
With staff members, not AI driven. We'd like that.
We can't, well, I'm going to ask you, so can we rely on AI to screen all these things now? What was
you certainly can. I think it's a great idea, yes.
Let me ask.
I need to give him shit. He's my friend, so it's.
I want to ask you one other question, but Iran, but then I'm going to come to AI. So you mentioned a lot of players we haven't heard much from, the Houthis you mentioned, and Dan asked about the future of the Strait of Hormuz. We ran out of time, but I think one additional thing one could say about that is maybe it'll be a little less important in the future if people double down on these bypass routes. Maybe the East-West pipeline might be the most important piece of oil infrastructure in the world right now, but that only works if you have safety in the Red Sea. So why are they quiet right now?
My understanding is that there were a lot of Houthi soldiers that started receiving half salaries about 2.5, 3 weeks ago, and that appears to be from Saudi Arabia. So they're essentially paying protection money to ensure that the Houthis don't hit them, and that seems like a relatively smart thing. Now, long term, I don't think it's a safer global order when you're paying off an organization like the Houthis. That doesn't strike me as like the foundation of something that you want to see long term. But I mean, for now, a lot more money has to be spent on resilience. And that's part of resilience. Part of resilience will be more money on critical infrastructure and hardening targets that weren't thought to be as vulnerable, desalination plants. Part of it will be building infrastructure for other land-based alternatives. The Chinese feel pretty good right now. They have Turkmenistan, they have power of Siberia. I mean, this is a different environment to think about those investments. I do think the Gulf is going to look also, not just geopolitically, but sovereign wealth funds in the Gulf are going to completely change what their long-term priorities are and what they're going to invest in. I mean, like, I worry, are the Saudis really going to be leaning into AI in the next 3 years, the way that they were starting to, albeit late? You know, what's going to happen with, I mean, we saw Live is the Gulf. I don't care, I hate golf. But nonetheless, I mean, it's going to be done this year. I think Istanbul is going to be a huge winner, a huge winner. I was with some of their senior officials last week at the IMF World Bank, and I've never seen such a happy group strategically. Because, I mean, people need to get to the Middle East. They need to meet with these people. They've got a real hub. They've got 5-star hotels. They've got real tourism, and they're going to lean into that, right? So these are all big, big resilience plays that are going to happen as a consequence of what you're talking about.
We were joking, coming back to AI now, about bringing questions, generating questions from people, having people collate and collect questions, or the information business that you are in, or a research institute and a think tank are in. Is that all completely disrupted by AI? And why do people need to come and listen to you and I have a conversation when you can ask Claude and ChatGPT how to make sense of the world?
Yeah, well, I mean, first, there's so much that you are improving the capacity to do higher level work. So, I mean, you're doing more human networking and human intelligence connecting and building communications with people. And people that have those skill sets become more valuable. One of the big problems for academe and one of the big problems for people with analytic temperaments is a lot of them have overdeveloped their baseline research and underdeveloped their management skills, their people skills, their organizational skills. And yet, when you have AI that is really good at researching, right, and analyzing, it's the other skill sets that you really need more of. So, I mean, the fact that now anyone has a competent researcher at their fingertips, but only if they know how to manage and organize well. So, do you hire a bunch of people that know how to manage and organize well? We have 250 people in my organization. I know that we could use 1,000. I don't have money for 1,000. So for us, AI is not displacing workers. AI is allowing us to actually have more effective labor. It's allowing us to essentially hire staff that we can't afford. And I think there are a lot of people that are in that environment. But there's no question that if you play that out for 5 years, we have no idea what life looks like. But we just don't know.
What did you make of the Claude Mythos announcement and visit to the White House and the ability for these frontier models to expose the kind of gaps in our infrastructure that evidently they can?
So a couple things. First, when I first saw the Mythos announcement, I thought, well, here would be a good argument for the Defense Production Act, right? That is not why Anthropic got hit with it. It was actually just an unnecessary fight with one of the least capable members of Trump's cabinet, Pete Hegseth, right? So that I think is now behind us because the Trump administration understands that these guys are systemically important. I think one of the biggest takeaways will be that even in an environment like the United States today, where AI is self-regulating and captures the regulatory process, there is now an understanding that there will need to be some form of serious safety protocol by the government to ensure that it's not just self-reporting. Anthropic was completely self-reported, right? I mean, it was because they saw that they had this incredibly capable, extremely dangerous model, and there was nothing legally stopping them from just putting it out there. Now, they probably would have had massive numbers of lawsuits and liability as a consequence of the knock-on effects of that. So I think that any organization, even one potentially badly oriented inside the US would have ended up doing the same thing if they knew what they had. But this is going to be driven by government. Powell, Besant understand the systemic danger here. And so I think we're going to have a very different regulatory environment on that issue for AI very soon. But what does that mean for other governments, for other countries whose companies right now are not a part of the initial 40? What does it mean for countries that don't trust the United States, that are trying to hedge? What does it mean for Mark Carney, who's saying that the US relationship is a vulnerability? What does it mean for the Europeans, who don't think they can rely on the transatlantic relationship when the United States, through its AI companies, own the future of their security? Not about NATO. Own the future of their security. Anything with software on it. And I think the answer is they're in trouble, right? I don't think they have any choice but American foundational models with the US government, and then try to find a way somewhere else in the stack to have some form of safeguard for their data and the rest. But this is an enormously uncomfortable position. Could not happen at a worse time for a lot of these other countries.
And the AI revolution at an energy conference will often be talked about both for what AI can do to help the energy system as a tool, but also how much energy it takes. We see the backlash on affordability and domestic electricity price issues. Maine just banned new data centers while it studies that. But when you look from a global standpoint at how different countries and regions are approaching this extraordinary tool and innovation, you mentioned the Saudis before, will they lean in as much? I'm curious the different approaches and what that might mean for the geopolitical world that we're in right now.
Well, I think the right approach is building capabilities that are relevant and unique to individual countries. I got a note from this morning from my friend, the Norwegian Prime Minister, who's on a plane up to see the biggest new data center being built. I think he thinks in Europe, in Arctic Circle. It's incredibly cheap energy. Microsoft's going to be the principal customer for it. This is something that Norwegians can do. It will be safe, it will be stable, it will have reliability. That's the right thing for them to lean into. In some countries, it'll be unique data sets that are very relevant and that will give them leverage. In some, it will be sectoral capabilities and networks of clients, of people, of individuals, of scientists that they will use for AI applications. It is not sovereign AI LLM models. And one of two things will happen. Either it'll continue to be winner take most, and so a relatively small number of companies in the US and China will just continue to blaze past anyone that tries, and you're going to be spending a lot of money to be farther and farther back. Or it's going to become commoditized. Those models will be too expensive, but good enough will be good enough. Then you will have spent a lot of money to catch up in something that becomes essentially free, and that's not the value add.
But that discussion we had on the last panel about people feeling more concerned about integration into a global economy, dependence on these global players, the idea that countries are just going to want to pursue their own AI strategies and control their own technology.
Yeah, for now,
just not.
If you're talking about the entire stack, that seems completely, it's a myth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not happening.
There's a question that's come in, and I don't know if it's the G0 media platform or our own, but they're both great, about China and what China's military support for Iran means for the conflict and for geopolitics. And maybe you could comment more broadly, is China the winner in this that some people seem to think it is?
Well, I was with the Chinese ambassador a few days ago, and he was very forthright in saying that the Chinese would not provide any direct military support for Iran, period. And it was interesting that he was as strident on that. I think that was in response to the ManPads report that were making the rounds, and then Trump said that he didn't really trust that intelligence. Remember, he said he was going to put 50% more tariffs on China, and then backed away from that. That there have been, that Iranian vessel that was boarded, and the Americans say it's dual use, which would mean it would fall under UN sanctions to the Iranians. That's interesting. Came from China. Chinese haven't said anything about it so far. They've been quiet, so they don't want to have a problem here. They offered their 5 points with Pakistan. They want to show that they are responsible, but they don't want a leadership role in negotiations. That's interesting. I think that the Chinese have played this relatively well for themselves, which is there's not much upside for China to be seen in leading a process that might not work, and where they don't actually have a huge amount of leverage to play directly and wouldn't want to play it even if they had it. Mm-hmm. So instead, what I see them doing, it's what they just did on Taiwan. It's long term. I'd be very worried if China had elections. I'd be very worried if Xi Jinping had midterms in November and lots of unemployment and young people lying flat and big corporate debt problems, while the Americans are distracted and taking, sort of the THAAD missile system out of South Korea, going to the Middle East. Europeans are all distracted by Russia, Ukraine. In that environment, I could see them much more risk acceptant around Taiwan. That's not what they're doing. What they're doing is long-term, no regret, no risk moves to take advantage of the United States undermining its own reliability with allies globally. Now, China still has problems. I mean, their economic model right now is focused on enormous amounts of low-cost manufacturing for export, which is causing backlash in Europe slowly, because the Europeans need the Chinese for lots of other reasons, and in the global south in different countries in different ways. But in terms of Xi Jinping's ability to have more influence globally and invest in the big long-term technologies at scale, for me, Davos this year, after Mark Carney, the most interesting thing was when Trump announced the Board of Peace, and he got all those important countries to join him on stage. Paraguay and Azerbaijan, Mongolia was there, Belarus. It was a rogues gallery. And the Chinese immediately said not no, but hell no, as my mom used to say to me as a kid when I asked for things I wasn't allowed to have. And why did they say not no, but hell no? Because they don't want to join the Board of Peace. They want to be #1 in the UN. And that's the right thing for them. They don't have a problem with American-based architecture. They just want to control it. This whole responsible stakeholder stuff was, oh, they're going to align with the Americans. The US will be the leaders in all this architecture. Turns out the Chinese see that this is perfectly good architecture as long as the Americans aren't running it. And long term, we should worry about that. I think that Trump does not seem to mind that. I think Xi Jinping is just very excited about welcoming Trump, and he thinks that Trump is going to give him the store on Taiwan. He'll make a statement that actually says that we don't support Taiwanese independence.
Is that going to happen?
I think that could easily happen.
No, I mean the summit. The meeting will happen.
Well, if we do not have a meaningful return to hostilities in the Middle East, I think the summit will happen. The summit is not prepared for in any way, and the Chinese are not comfortable with the fact that there isn't a delegation in advance that's saying, okay, here's exactly what's going to be agreed to. But Xi Jinping sees way too much opportunity in Trump coming over and one-on-one, him saying, I will give you a lot of money, I'll buy a lot of soybeans, I'll buy Boeings. All you need to do is tell me this country, this territory, thousands of miles away that you don't care about. You don't want this president to be a troublemaker. You want to be more like the KMT. Just let's be peace. Let's make a peace deal. I mean, if you talk to people around Trump that are in the administration that are more hawkish on China, they will all readily admit they have no idea what Trump will say in that conversation with Xi Jinping. So if you're Xi, it would be dereliction of duty running the Communist Party not to press Trump on that individually. Like, you should hang up your cleats as running China if you don't do that. Yeah, that's a no-regret move.
We're just about out of time, but there's a lot of business leaders in the room, and you talk to CEOs and your clients all the time. Markets seem eager to rally on every ceasefire headline, and the kind of restraint that one might think a negative reaction in the stock market or the bond market might have on the Trump administration doesn't seem to be bearing out in this conflict. Is there something you think investors and energy companies and others are missing or underestimating in the economic impacts of this conflict?
Sure, but I also think that markets are oriented more towards the United States. The U.S. is a comparative winner. If you look at the damage being done to the global economy all over the world, you're much more worried about lots of other countries than you are about the United States, so there's that. Secondly, the AI companies are, like, not only are they super excited with a lot of money, but their stories are even more extravagant. I mean, you've got these people saying, we're moving to 30% GDP growth a year, right? Like, I mean, it's the transhumanist, and before that, get on the train. There's also just a lot of people making a lot of money right now who see long-term problems, but it's still money right now, and as long as the music is playing, they're gonna dance, right? I talk to a lot of CEOs, which is very different from the markets, very different from investors. CEOs that are not directly or adjacent to the AI space feel very differently about this entire environment. They feel very differently about Trump, about tariffs, about structural corruption and kleptocracy. We haven't talked about that, but that is a huge problem in the United States and is a vulnerability many of these companies have as they start getting subpoenaed. I think that there's reasons to, you hear about the K-shaped economy, you hear about consumption, sort of winner take all. I think there's a lot of that happening in the marketplace right now. But there's no question the AI is, anyone that focuses on AI is staggered by how much faster these capabilities are moving than anyone assumed a few years ago. And that every week that goes on, that continues to be the case.
Ian Bremmer, it's always fascinating to spend time and learn from you the human version, the AI version, the Muppet version. There was a Muppet version
was awesome.
of Ian Bremmer. Thank you for making time to be with us today. Please join me in thanking Ian Bremmer.
Okay, great conversation with Jason and Ian there. Our next panel, the new resource race, securing critical mineral supply chains, is focused on securing the supply chains we rely on to bolster security and build the technologies needed to meet our energy demands, as well as the challenges created by those supply chains being increasingly concentrated in the hands of just a few countries. This panel will be moderated by Tim McDonald, energy and editor at Semaphore. He'll be joined by Heidi Krebo-Redeker, Senior Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, Helena Matza, a non-resident fellow at CGEP, and Chief Strategic Development Officer at TechMet, Audrey Robertson, who serves as Assistant Secretary of Energy at the Office of Critical Minerals and Energy Innovation, part of the U.S. Department of Energy, and Zainab Usman, a Senior Research Scholar at CGEP and Managing Director of International Programs at CGEP's Energy Opportunity Lab. Thank you very much.
Can sit.
Thanks.
Good. Everyone settled. Good morning, everyone. Yes, so I'm Tim McDonald. I'm the energy editor at Semaphore. I think we can get started now if folks want to return to their seats. And obviously this morning has focused mostly on, we've been kind of in the oil markets and in the Strait of Hormuz so far this morning, obviously very important, but we're going to turn to another critical choke point in the global energy market, which is critical minerals. And I've been writing a lot recently about and as Jason and others have, on the kind of energy transition implications of this Iran war and kind of what we see coming out the other side of this. And we can't do any of that work on renewables or EVs or anything without critical minerals and many other technologies as well. Audrey, I wanted to start with you. So you had a great conversation backstage just now about how critical minerals are ready for a kind of a frack moment. A shale revolution kind of moment for critical minerals. What does that mean? What kind of innovation is necessary that DOE can make a contribution to in this space?
Sure. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to represent the Department of Energy. This is a huge moment for critical minerals. We're facing all kinds of global issues, all kinds of challenges here in the U.S., and critical minerals can play a major strategic role in how we solve for our energy security, our national security, and our economic security. But we don't have a lot of critical mineral processing. We have numerous bottlenecks from smelting, processing, and refining. At the Department of Energy, we work very hard to identify where the opportunity is to change the dialogue, to innovate around a problem that we all see. And we talked about the frack moment. My last 25 years of my life have been in oil and gas. And 25 years ago, the first project I worked on was an oil and gas import facility. Last month, I was at Cheniere's oil and gas export facility in Corpus, and it was the 10-year anniversary of our first LNG export. Today, we lead the world in being not just the producer, but also the most environmentally friendly and most forward-thinking, innovative producer of oil and gas, which was not the case 25 years ago. And we got there because innovation in America, technology, figuring out how to extract hydrocarbons from tight shale and how to do it miles underground and miles sideways. That's innovation. That is American ingenuity at its finest. We need that in critical minerals. We're not going to get back to where we were 50 or 60 years ago, where we did lead the world in critical minerals, where we did have smelting capacity and refining capacity, and we made things in this country. That's all gone away because the economics have gone away. So we need to innovate through that and around that. The Department of Energy is focused. We've announced over $1 billion of funding since I joined just about early last fall to advance those initiatives. And I know my good friend Heidi has written a wonderful paper on that innovation, on leapfrogging over the problem, not continuing to do what we've done for the last 50 years, but do it differently, do it with ingenuity, do it with American exceptionalism.
I want to come back to this leapfrogging point, but can you say a little bit also about innovation in the financing space? We've seen, and we have one of the companies here that DFC has been a backer of. The U.S. is kind of putting together a number of different ways of intervening financially with these companies. What kind of innovation are we seeing in that space?
Well, across the U.S. government, there's been a very concerted effort to look at the goal, look at the end objective. What do we all want to accomplish? How do we want to bring this industry back, not just here in the U.S., but abroad? And anyone who's been in the financial world or in private equity or in private companies understands that different forms of financing support or inhibit certain behaviors. And the U.S. government broadly has looked at how do we help companies like USA Rare Earths, how do we help them get where they need to be, to build a mine, to build refining, to build magnets? And it's not through a blank check grant. It is through a structured investment that helps align, incentivize, and give the US government and taxpayers a voice at the table, and also the ability to push things forward, or with TechNet, the ability to participate with allied nations and great companies overseas, but to bring the US government not as a source of non-dilutive equity, but as a source of effort and belief in that company. Mm-hmm. And that we want to be there by them. We want to help them. We want to have a seat at the table.
Kind of a vote of confidence.
Yeah.
Is there any risk for taxpayers that you see from this? I mean, presumably not all of these deals are going to pan out perfectly. What's the risk and how do you kind of manage that?
There's always risk.
Right.
That's part of the game. Absolutely. But I'd say that when investments are structured to help deliver an outcome, our risks are going to be very different than they were in prior administrations where a blank check was the mechanism. And so I think I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to be on a team, not just at DOE, but across the government, that's looking at how to structure the right investment on behalf of taxpayers to get the best outcome for Americans and our allied partners.
Helena, what's been your experience on the other side of this? Also, you were in government for many years, now working at TechNet. How have you seen the U.S. Government strategy for critical minerals evolve in that time? And what's the right kind of intervention for the government to have in a private mining venture that actually helps prop it up and kind of closes the right gaps?
Yeah, Tim, and thank you so much for having me here today. So I do have a slightly unique experience serving 12 years in the U.S. government myself, and now working for a critical mineral investment firm. And I would say, how I experienced evolution serving in Trump 1 through the Biden administration and then the beginning of Trump 2 is probably not shocking to folks here. I think, Trump 1 administration, we were really looking at critical minerals from exploratory perspective. We were understanding the beginning elements of the upstream supply challenges. We were making those correlations between the oil and gas industry to these commodities that were much more diffuse and harder to understand, and really looking at the demand trajectory that we weren't prepared for. And one of the things we did when I was at the State Department was really think about how we engage producing countries, and we developed initiatives and efforts to try to improve the regulatory environments in those countries to bring more US investors along. So I would say early days. In the Biden administration, that administration came in during the middle of COVID. We're experiencing extreme supply chain disruption still. Port of LA, deeply congested, really connection that, a just-in-time market wasn't really working for us. And so the administration kicked off a handful of 100-day supply chain reviews And then we, legislated IRA, BIL, which was more on the clean energy ecosystem, but did have funding for processing that I think has been quite supercharged in DOE's implementation this time around. But overseas, what we really did was look at the ecosystem of investment around the national security imperative of supply chains. So I think we'll talk about it a little bit later, but we did things like the Libido Corridor, which was a handful of investments in rail, ports, energy, digital infrastructure, creating a space for goods to move, yes, from the copper cobalt belt to the west, but also for regional economic development and really bringing that connectivity together. And now, as Audrey said, we're in one of the most supercharged moments we can ever imagine in this space. And I won't dare try to explain the policy, because I probably couldn't do better than Audrey, but if we think through, kind of the three-leg stool that we see here, we're seeing the role that equity investments, which I'll come back to, really can play in helping support companies to move into that midstream space, especially in areas where the US has lost their comparative advantage. We're seeing things like Project Vault, which is connecting the commodity markets of today and ensuring that there is, the supply we need right now for the OEMs operating in our market. And then we have these longer term efforts that are being done with other countries and partners on trying to create a market environment where there is a version of price floor and reference pricing that is agreed to. So, as an investor in this space, we were really lucky to receive our first equity investment before they were cool. This is a joke I always make. In 2020 really is one of the first equity investments the DFC ever made. And we experienced a lot of opportunity that I think comes from kind of two sides of having that type of support. And I should say we've had two subsequent rounds since, has all helped us grow and diversify our portfolio in a meaningful way overseas. One of that is, there is a role for patient capital in the cap stacks, especially when there's investment happening on the down cycle. You need that support to help you crowd in the private funding you need. When the market's not giving the signal that you should invest in minerals today, but the government says we care about supply chains in the medium term, that helps us get other investors to stay on side. And we saw that play out in real time. When nickel payables were down more than we've really ever experienced based on the Chinese overinvestment in Indonesia a few years ago, projects like ours, Brazilian Nickel, were able to continue to persevere and continue its construction and development, I think for a combination of that and also, for lack of a better term, the political halo that comes from working with the USG.
And your other private investors are, welcome that type of investment. They don't feel diluted, what's their kind of reaction to being in that type of arrangement?
Yeah, so look, I think they look at it quite similarly as I just described. It is, hedge is not the right word, but it is a balancing of the risk among, government entities. And I should say, while the US government is one of our biggest shareholders, the Qatari Investment Authority is another, and they sit alongside very traditional commodity investors and family offices. And I think that group together, while it's a very interesting board, nonetheless, it does really help us look at our portfolio in a way that's enduring, to invest in projects in the long term and graduate them when they're ready, not when a fund cycle is just over.
Heidi, we're talking about trying to catch up to China on upstream production, also on refining and processing capacity. Is that possible? Can we catch up, or can you unpack this idea of leapfrogging? How do we actually get to that? What's needed to unlock that?
Sure. So I think just to take a step back, as we went for a deep dive into financing right away, but the reason we're talking about this is because while critical minerals have long been a fault line, a geopolitical fault line, we are at one bad meeting between President Trump and President Xi away from having another dial-up of Chinese export licensing restrictions on, in particular, heavy rare earths that are crucial for magnet manufacturing, and magnets go in everything. So I think just the scale of China's investment in terms of over decades, and really where they dominate, especially the processing, but very, very seriously on the heavy rare earth and magnet space, that we cannot at this point outmine, outprocess, and outfund China. I think we have a timing issue, we have a scale issue, and so that's why we did this leapfrogging report, because to Audrey's point, there are a lot of amazing innovations that are coming out, a lot of them from the national labs, that we invested in over 12 to 15 years ago, and they are commercializing pretty quickly. And so leapfrogging is the innovations, whether it's in material engineering, so manufacturing chemistries that are able to create magnets that don't require rare earths. And we have a company in the U.S. that's doing that. BMW just unveiled 2 new models, or they're planning in 2026, that are rare earth-free cars. So this is not just pie in the sky. This is actually happening. So reducing that risk. And the other is we need to rethink how we think about waste, and that goes from mine waste, the tailings that are once you mine the gold or whatever the primary commodity is, there are the leftover tailings from that mining activity. Our coal ash, we have a lot of coal mines that are sort of have toxic coal ash, and they are very rich. Some of those are very rich in rare earths and other critical minerals. And then e-waste, so all of the big, your computers that are sitting in your attic are very rich in rare earths and magnets. And so we have technologies that are coming from the biotech space. They're coming from chemical engineering and material engineering. A lot of them were funded from the office that Audrey is managing right now. To the extent we can use innovation, we can actually leapfrog from a time perspective. These are sort of 12 to 18-month ramp-up times to actually get some of these closed mines open and producing again. And the scale is, we're starting. It's not a full speed ahead. There's a lot of investment and scaling and filling of some of the financing gaps that come from sort of frontier VC land, not these other instruments that we're talking about. And they're cleaner. Mining is toxic. Processing is toxic. We need to have a cleaner approach. And then what's really key is they're becoming more cost competitive with Chinese production. And to the extent that China dominates and they're not price sensitive, having some ability to have a circular way to address this challenge that's geopolitically sound and cheaper, or at least getting towards cost competitiveness with China, that's like the golden match right there.
Yeah. Do you think we're moving fast enough on those fronts now?
I think we're moving really fast. What we need to think about, everything that we're doing in the innovation space is a complement to a longer term strategy. I mean, if you're working on investing in new mines, it could be anywhere from a 10 to 15 plus year process, and we just don't have that time, but we need to invest like crazy together with our allies, and I think we're doing that right now. But we also need to really double down on making sure that if we have made those investments over the years, that we are taking advantage of them, that the innovators are able to scale quickly and pair with some of the mining companies and other. I think Helene is doing that right now with some of her investments, and maybe we can get her to talk about that.
Zainab, can you say, so the U.S. is in the midst of kind of building this new network of trade negotiations with mineral producing countries, looking to diversify these supply chains. Of course, this is not that's not an entirely new effort. There's been kind of attempts at this over the years. From the point of view of African governments, how are they looking at this U.S. engagement? Is this something that's welcome or sort of trustworthy at this point, especially vis-a-vis their other priorities, whether it's for their own domestic refining and processing capabilities or goals that they are going to have there, and also how they're working with China or being pulled by the Chinese government in that direction as well?
Thank you very much for that important question. Good morning, everyone. It's a very complicated question, so I'll try to unpack it. Sorry. Before we get to what African governments are doing or how they, how they are perceiving of these, policy developments within the U.S., it's important to understand how, I guess, both the governments in Africa, but also generally the international community sees U.S. efforts to secure critical mineral supply chains. So I think there's a general understanding that the U.S. sees itself as highly dependent on imports of these minerals, right? There are 60 identified by USGS, and out of the 60, 32 are minerals for which the US has between 50 to 100% reliance on imports. And for around 14 of these minerals, the US is heavily dependent on imports from China, especially imports of processed commodities. So we're talking about lithium, graphite, and the rare earths. So it's not just a reliance on the imports of the raw ores, but also imports of the processed commodities. So this is actually very critical. Of course, we've heard of a variety of efforts that have been initiated, whether under the previous administration of Joe Biden or the current administration of President Trump, to expand domestic production of these minerals. And typically these efforts are now being described as industrial policies. There are regulatory aspects to try to speed up the permitting process. There are financial aspects, the various loans and grants programs in the Department of Energy and other entities, and also investments abroad. Actually, we heard from Helena about the Lobito Corridor project, an initiative that she led on during her time in government. And then very fundamentally, we are seeing the use of trade instruments to secure critical mineral supply chains. And we saw initiatives under the Biden administration with the Inflation Reduction Act, for example. But now I think there's been a ramp up of these trade policy initiatives, whether it's bilateral minerals trade deals. I think we've counted around 6, and I have a paper in which I analyze these 6 deals in detail with Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Thailand, DRC, and Ukraine. Or, as recently announced in February of this year, an effort to create a plurilateral, preferential, sorry, it's a bit of a jargon, but every word here matters, plurilateral preferential minerals trading zone involving a number of countries in which only allied countries would be engaged in the zone, whilst adversaries are going to be kept out. So the details, we're still waiting for them. Now, I've gone into all of this detail to explain to you that there are a lot of initiatives being implemented in the US and that now are being internationalized, right? But for a lot of African countries, and there are, I think, at least 20 countries that you can describe as mineral rich, to the extent that these are countries that rely on commodities for at least 25% of their export earnings. Countries in Latin America, in parts of Southeast Asia. For a lot of these countries, whilst they are very willing and open to working with the US, because at the end of the day, the US is the world's largest economy, it has the world's deepest, most liquid financial markets. The US has convening power. The moment there is a policy pivot, countries are going to listen, they would be willing to accommodate, and they would be willing to find ways of working with the US. But I have to tell you, in many countries, many capitals, many ambassadors that I speak to, some of them are a little bit confused. Why are they confused? I'll give you 2 reasons. One is, there have been quite a number of initiatives that have been announced over the past couple of years. Whether it's, so the most recent one is the effort to create the trading zone. I think it's called FORGE, which is meant to be a successor to the Mineral Security Partnership, which does not exist anymore. The PGII, which was announced with a lot of fanfare, is, I don't know, maybe it still exists, I really don't know. There was a Blue Dot network before that was meant to counter Chinese efforts at building infrastructure in emerging markets, the BRI, and I can go on and on and on, especially when you come to minerals and commodities. A lot of initiatives actually, there's a battery alliance, there's this transparency initiative, that accountability initiative. To be honest, some of them are a little bit confused, right? So there's that aspect. A second aspect is, still countries want to work with the US. So I think at least what I'm hearing is that they want to see efforts at ensuring that there's alignment between initiatives to expand domestic processing and refining in the US and their own efforts to build out mineral value chains in their countries, right? So I think those are two key issues that will have to be addressed, the credibility question and then the alignment question.
Audrey, can you respond to that? I mean, how do we, does the US have a credibility gap with its partners on this front, and how do we close that?
Well, I certainly can't speak to anything that happened before October of this year. But I can tell you that across the US government today, we are collaborating on an interagency level that I've been told, as someone who's so new to DC, has never happened before. I speak to my colleagues at Department of War, Department of Commerce, the US Treasury, Export-Import Bank, you name it. There's about a half dozen of us that meet physically at least once a week and talk to each other almost every day. These are my peers and colleagues in other departments who are also overseeing critical minerals. So our commitment is, in my understanding, unprecedented as it relates to minerals in the US government. The Forum on FORGE, the Forum on Resource Geostrategic Engagement, was part of the largest ministerial we've had in this country in over 45 years, I believe, early 80s. In February, where 45 nations said, we want to come together and do this. And that was not just a symbolic event, that was around the commitment in person at the largest ministerial our government's had in over 40 years, to show not just to our partners, but to our colleagues throughout the government that we're serious about this. We also announced recently a project you mentioned earlier, the Vault. This is the United States government taking unprecedented action to solve real problems in the supply chain. Vault was here to address our companies in the United States. Forge is part of helping create this alliance with our partners around the world. This isn't easy stuff, though. This is not, and what you will not see the Trump administration do is sign up for a partnership they're not going to stand beside. And so I have full confidence that we will have a relevant, viable, and an important geostrategic framework around critical minerals, but we're not going to do it in the wrong way. And we don't want to have the fate of prior entities that don't have durability and don't have the ability to actually execute on the mission, which is to create these global supply chains around both mining as well as processing. And at the Department of Energy, we have signed new MOUs with a number of countries to both bring students to the United States to help to learn in our labs, to create partnerships with other nations so that the technology that Heidi was discussing is able to benefit other nations as well as ours, and those are our allies. So I guess I don't share the same view, but I'm on the inside, and I could not be more proud of the work we're doing.
Heidi, you want to jump in here? What should the U.S. be doing to move faster or be more credible in this space?
So this is one area where I have to give the Trump administration a lot of credit, because I think, to Audrey's point, we haven't seen this kind of close coordination before. And Helene and I have both been on the other side, where it can be very frustrating, even when you have a deep national interest in getting something done. The other thing to the international partnerships, when China ramped up its export license control, sort of dialed it up to 11 back in October of last year, it did it on the whole world. So basically, all advanced economies that had manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, semiconductor, any defense industries, any auto industries, they basically came and came to the same realization. Their auto supply chains were about to shut down. They were very close in Europe, in Japan, and in the US. And so as a result, there has to be trust and an ability to work together on solving this shared challenge, because it really is a very large shared challenge that we haven't really seen before to this extent.
Helena, can you say a little bit more? So TechMed has been on this kind of mission, exploring different opportunities, doing acquisitions of projects around the world. What else is in your pipeline? How are you sort of evaluating opportunities in the space, and what are you looking for when you're going around the world here?
Yeah, it's a great question. And look, just a brief comment on what was shared before. I do think we find ourselves in, I know people love to say this in the foreign policy space, but really an unprecedented moment. I mean, we went through this journey and are in the middle of another stage of this journey in the energy security conversation. But there is no question that there has never been stronger connectivity that's been an evolution and like built on by many administrations and a lot of experience, that economic security, economic policy is national security, which maybe is something we've all said from, you know, kind of a policy perspective before, but really is true. And then you pair that with a moment where we're seeing, you know, markets change, right? Where we're seeing a pricing environment where, yes, you have these amazing outliers with tungsten and rare earths, you know, rallying in a high pricing environment, but also a lot now of stability in lithium and nickel. And there's an opportunity now to invest in a way that wasn't available. You add that on top of an extreme amount of policy interest from the US that isn't just intense and for this moment, but deeply focused on the space. And it creates a lot of interesting opportunity. So while I think TechMet's quite known for our international portfolio, and it's really important to us, and all the work that we do in Africa and South America and Europe continues to be optimized. I think we see this really amazing moment here in the US and in this market right now, specifically on the processing side. So, you know, we have about half our value in the United States already, and we're going to be deeply focused in the next year or two on getting those assets to where we want them to be, whether it's our, you know, high purity vanadium processing in Arkansas, where we think this is the moment that we can, you know, double or quadruple our size and capabilities to service this market and maybe export over time, or the work that we're doing on more of, you know, the tech side of our portfolio, taking proven technologies and applying them in a novel way, like we're doing with direct plate cathode manufacturing that now we're using for processing capabilities, and similarly with some of our black mass refining that we can see additional optionality and use for that work. And so I think as we look out for the next year or so, the world is really important, it's really exciting, but there's never been a time to look at the United States the way we have right now.
I wanted to get to some of the questions from the audience, and there's two here that are along similar lines about environmental impact, kind of biodiversity, the economic value of ecological services, which all seem, we haven't talked about any of that, and seem to be maybe a gap in emerging mineral policies. Audrey, can you say a little bit about how we make sure that as we're doing more of this development that we have the right environmental safeguards in place to avoid impacts on ecology, you know, emissions, water resources, all of that?
I would address it by, you know, advanced economies and advanced technologies care for the environment, have cleaner air, have cleaner water, and have better processes in general. We are a highly advanced economy trying to use technology to advance these processes. I think it was said earlier that processing and metallurgy is a heavy industry. It is a difficult business to, you know, it is not going to be something it is not. We are creating metal from rocks, and everything in between is difficult. Can we do it better? Can we do it more environmentally friendly? Can we do it with less acid and less steps along the way and less energy? Absolutely, and that's what we're working to do at every step of the way. In the energy business, we became the most environmentally friendly oil producer, gas producer in the world by the widest margin you could imagine. You would come to one of our well sites in New Mexico, it looks nothing like a well site in Russia.
But is that regulation that's the answer there, or what kind of incentives need to be in place to ensure that you get that outcome for mining?
We have a regulatory framework that incentivizes good behavior. And I can speak from my experience building an energy company. We want to do things environmentally friendly. No one wants to flare. That's lighting product on fire. Mm-hmm. But there are natural constraints to dealing in heavy industries that you just have to address. And they don't get addressed at the speed people want them addressed. They don't get, but you're not going to erase them. We just have to tackle them as we go. But for example, I was at an amazing new lithium refinery that is completely acid-free. That's a win. That's a great win. We just funded the first aluminum smelter in this country in 40 plus years in Oklahoma. That aluminum smelter will be significantly less energy intensive than any of the 10 aluminum smelters built in China in the last decade. So we're doing it.
I think what's most exciting is when you look at how companies are actually using these new leapfrog technologies. Rio Tinto has opened up a closed copper mine in Arizona because they are able, using microbes, to actually cost-effectively mine from a spent mine, copper. And they incubated a startup that was able to refine this technology using microbes. It's a clean technology, and they actually were able to deploy it very quickly. You have, from the bioengineering side, you have altered proteins that can go into piles of waste and actually specifically target rare earth elements and extract them. That is something that is pretty groundbreaking. You have a lot of these different technologies that are new. They are much cleaner. You have developments with hyperaccumulator plants, these plants that are actually going into old piles of waste, and they literally, their roots just suck up. They suck up various critical minerals and rare earths, and then they just harvest it like you would a summer harvest. And so these are interesting plays that are out there some of them are in testing and piloting, some of them are being deployed, and they're actually scaling these companies very, very, very quickly and applying this technology. It's cleaner. Lithium wastewater from fracking is a great source. Oil and gas wastewater is a great source for direct lithium extraction. That's a whole new, we produce trillions of gallons of fracking wastewater, but it's lithium rich because it comes from brine water. So I think there are just a lot of opportunities to do things and think of waste as America's next mine.
We recently announced a mine of the future, and I think 10 years from now, we're going to look back and mines and processing facilities won't look anything like they look today.
That'll be really interesting to watch. One other question I wanted to get to from the audience in the last minute that we have here. I'm not sure we'll be able to answer this, but maybe, Audrey, it's one for you as well. The U.S. has recently signed a number of bilateral MOUs with foreign countries, many of which are not publicly available. There reportedly are ongoing negotiations on other agreements, but we're not sure with which countries. Can we break some news here on stage? I mean, what can you tell us about ongoing negotiations with other countries on this? What should we be watching? No news to break it. But Heidi, are there other countries that we should be watching for additional partnerships with? Where do you kind of see the next
there was a
possible
signature
steps?
yesterday with Chile. I will say that.
With which one?
Chile.
Chile, okay, great. So, see, there's the
Deputy
kind of
Secretary of
stuff.
State.
Zainab, what are you watching for here?
Because I've been tracking these agreements closely. I think it's important to distinguish between the agreements on reciprocal trade, which are just like the trade negotiations. And some of these trade deals have minerals components, for example, the one with Indonesia, I think with Argentina too. And then there are agreements that are minerals focused. And I'm choosing my words very carefully here because these are not traditional free trade agreements, right? These are minerals agreements. They take different forms. Some are MOUs, some are framework agreements, some are investment partnerships, like the one with Ukraine, the one with the DRC, and they are legally binding on the signatory country, but not on the US. The US has only signed one critical minerals trade agreement, and this was with Japan in 2003. So this is a space to watch. I think a lot of countries are lining up to try to see if they can negotiate a bilateral minerals agreement with the US.
Very, very quickly evolving space. And we're out of time, but I wanted Helena to just maybe give you one very last quick word here. If you think in your crystal ball to 15 or 20 years from now, what's going to be most different about this critical mineral conversation at that point in time? Do you think we'll have solved it by then?
Well, look, the problems continue to evolve, you continue to learn. But if I look back for the last 15 years, people didn't even know what the word critical minerals meant. And now, I think there's a deep and widely understood view on supply chains and the interaction it has with our life. And so, yes, I'm very optimistic that we're going to solve a lot of these issues and progress and be in a very different place in 15 years.
Hope so. Thank you all so much for your time. Appreciate it. Great conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tim, and to our panelists. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll resume at 10:45 for our next panel on energy markets in the age of disruption. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. If people can start to take their seats, we're going to start the next session. Thank you, everyone. If you can head to your seats, we're going to start the next session. Folks, if you can head to your seats. All right, everyone, please head to your seats. We're about to get started again. Our next panel will discuss global energy markets, which are reeling from the largest disruption to global energy flows in history. It is entitled Energy Markets in an Age of Disruption, and will be moderated by Carlos Pascual, Senior Vice President for Global Energy and International Affairs at S&P Global Commodities Insights. He will be joined by Maria Gillescu-Dreyfus, CEO and founder of Ardennal Investment Management and co-chair of CGEP's Women in Energy Steering Committee, Robert McNally, a CGEP non-resident fellow and founder of the Rapid Energy Group, Toby Rice, CEO of EQT, and Kees Van Hoff, CEO of Diamondback Energy. Thank you very much, and we ask everyone to take their seats now.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. And if I could bring everybody back into the discussion, I know it's really hard given the break, so many interesting people here, so many discussions to have. Really appreciate your attention. In this session, we want to talk about energy and market disruptions and what we're feeling today. In some ways, we have had a set of discussions that give us a cubist view of what's happening in the war with Iran. We started the discussions this morning with the political and the geopolitical dynamics that are affecting the region. With Ian Bremmer, we built on that further. Now we want to look at more of the detail of the energy dimensions of what has been the biggest energy crisis in history. Something which I think many are aware has affected 20% of the world's oil supply, 20% of the LNG trade. It plays itself out into other commodities, 35% of sulfur and fertilizer, and this is having a huge global impact that will take a longer period of time to resolve, because as tankers are backed up, when we've moved from a flow of about 150 tankers a day to a handful, then they can't get to ports. They can't load. And what are the impacts of that if you then have to shut down production? We want to be able to explore that, and I'm really thrilled to be able to have the conversation with this panel about what that might look. And Bob, if I could start with you. The issue of now 2 blockades, one by Iran, now one by the United States. Give us a sense of what that means in real terms of oil supply.
Yeah, great to be with you, Carlos. Thank you. So what we have, beyond a shadow of a doubt, and by a factor of 1.5 to 2, is the world's largest oil disruption. 20 million barrels a day of crude and products, 15 crude, 5 refined products. We're going through the Strait of Hormuz until February 28th. Currently now, if we add the 13 or so million barrels a day that was disrupted before Iran was blockaded, and now 1.6 million, 2-ish from Iran, the Iran blockade, we're back to 15 million barrels a day. Saudi Arabia mainly was able to redirect about 5 million barrels a day outside of Hormuz. And just for some historical comparison, the largest oil disruption before this was actually the Suez crisis in 1956-57 in percentage terms. It was about 10% disrupted. The oil market was much smaller back then. So we have the largest, much bigger than the 73 Arab oil embargo, even bigger than the Iran Revolution and Iran-Iraq War. And the final thing I'd say, and unique to this, is that whereas when we lost Suez in 1956 and 57, we still had 1/3 of world oil production capacity in spare. The United States back then was the Saudi Arabia of the world. The Texas Railroad Commission was the Saudi Arabia, I should say. And the United States and the Seven Sisters held back 1/3 of global production capacity in spare. And it was outside the Suez Canal crisis area. Now, Saudi Arabia and UAE had the spare capacity. It was closer to 3 million barrels a day, and it's gone. So in addition to having the largest disruption in oil market history, we have it with 0 spare production capacity.
So in effect, I think the cumulative impact of disruptions in the month of March was about 400 million barrels, which is equivalent to the entire IEA release that was intended over 3 months. Maria, if I can take you into the issue of risk and how the market interprets that, how shippers interpret that, when are they going to be willing, and how do you think they're going to be perceiving the risk of being willing to wait to go through the strait?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the short answer is no one really knows, right? The developments are so dynamic. But let me back up a little bit and let's think about the environment at the end of last year, right? Everybody was looking at the 26 balances. Everybody was looking at the oversupply in the market. And corporates, investors, analysts, we were all looking at a very oversupplied market, and prices were reflecting that. The curve was reflecting that. I couldn't find one single bullish person on the oil markets. And when the positioning was so extreme, we're actually thinking that, you know, it would take a little hiccup in the market to create pretty large price distortions because of that extreme positioning. And boy, we had the largest disruption, you know, like Bob was talking about. So the price action that you've seen was so vicious that people right now, they don't know how to price risk. I mean, you're looking at the basis between paper and physical. It's extreme, and there's so much uncertainty that your risk premium embedded in any calculation has to be significantly higher to be able to engage in any of these situations.
So, Case, if I can turn to you, risk, the issue of potential curtailments and shut-ins. What does that mean, and what would it mean for an oil producer to have the incentive and the confidence to reopen the taps?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, we're not dealing with the issues that they're dealing with in the Middle East, but if we were, and all of our storage was full and we had to shut in, you know, you'd have to be sure that that crude could move, you know, very shortly thereafter. And, you know, the reservoir in the Middle East is a little different than the reservoir in the Permian Basin, but, you know, we actually had this example at Diamondback and in the Permian during COVID. During COVID in April of 2020, much different price environment, but we were running math on, you know, should we make money on our hedges or produce the barrel? And we ended up shutting in 25% of our production, and, you know, a lot of it hadn't been done before in shale, a different kind of reservoir. A lot of people doubted that it could come back, but I think, you know, never underestimate an engineer that needs to get something done, and, you know, we were able to do that. It came back over a month or two. I think the fields in the Middle East are going to be a little bit of a different story, but, you know, the bigger issue is all of the backlog of tankers, and where are those tankers today, and where are they moving? You know, we've seen, obviously, the tweets about how many tankers are coming to the U.S. Well, those are tankers that weren't going east of Suez anymore, and so they're coming to the U.S. to move barrels east of Suez, and so I think we have a big lag in what's going on in the market versus what's going on in the physical side of things, and I think we're just getting started, unfortunately.
In terms of turning the taps back on, how long might that take? And give us a sense, depending on the equipment, the reservoir, how to think about these timeframes.
Yeah, maybe Bob can give some more detail, but my understanding is Saudi can do it very quickly, and they have the ability to do so. I think Kuwait and Iraq, who have had a significant amount of, or all their crude shut in, you know, those are older fields, there's water floods, there's a lot of components to that is a lot more complicated than just turning a valve. And I think the market's treating this crisis, like a deal happens and the valve gets turned, and we're all back to normal. But you know, as Maria mentioned earlier, you know, this crisis was going to be, this oversupply this year was going to be, call it 1 or 2% of global supply demand, and that was causing prices to be in the mid-50s when everyone was very bearish in January. Well, this is like an 8 or 9% issue the other way, and we've never been prepared for this in our lifetimes. Certainly not mine.
Indeed, dated Brent being somewhere in the range of the 120s to the 130s the past days. But Bob, I'm going to come back to you in a second, but Toby, I just want to go into LNG and get a sense of the gas side of the market. The attacks against Qatar, what does that mean in terms of getting supplies back onto the market? And how do you think about your business in that context?
Yeah, so at EQT, America's natural gas champion, we produce a little bit over 1 million barrels a day of energy in gas form. So we spend a lot of time thinking about the gas market, and what's happening around the world is going to impact what happens here in the United States. But one I think it's really important is we're trying to figure out what is the impact going to be to Americans and our allies around the world. One thing I think is very clear, it's worth mentioning, it's never been a more important time to produce energy in this country. Americans' energy bills, even before this conflict started, American energy bills were up over 40% since 2020. We're in this race to win AI and the massive power demand that's going to take, and the energy security of our allies is crippled. This is all happening before, and I think this event just exacerbates this. Now, there's a lot of talk about the impacts in oil. This is, with natural gas. One of the things we saw happen when you took 10 BCF a day of supply out of the LNG ecosystem, which is that 20% you mentioned, we saw internationals go up from $10 to $20. So international prices went up $10. What happened here in the States? They went up 10 cents. Now that lesson to be learned is that's the value of American energy independence right there. We have protected and safeguarded Americans from geopolitical price shocks from a natural gas perspective. That's something we should be incredibly proud of being able to do. The shale revolution, which myself and Case and hundreds and thousands of others helped create this situation. But the other thing that we see that's taking place is the world is also realizing now that U.S. LNG is the most reliable form of LNG on the planet, full stop. It's produced in a peaceful region, and it's backed by the world's strongest military. What does that mean? That means we believe that the U.S. is going to continue to play a leading role in providing energy security with our LNG supply. And then longer term, as far as with Qatar, 1.5 BCF a day of their LNG supply has actually been hit. And while people were thinking when this conflict started, how fast can they just be ramped back online? Could it be a couple months? Well, now we're talking about, a couple years for that. And more importantly, it's the delays in their LNG supply that they were going to add, which is a little bit over 8 BCF a day, which going into this, people were thinking that extra LNG capacity was going to create a glut of LNG supply, and that was going to depress global prices in that 27 to 29 time frame. Well, that was a very bearish case on natural gas. That bear case has now been removed. So this means we're going to have stronger prices internationally.
Let me ask you to explain for those who may not be aware the difference between the domestic market for LNG, the international market, and why those are separate markets in terms of the capacity to export.
Yeah, so the connection right now, the U.S. is the world's largest LNG exporter. We're exporting over 20 BCF a day of natural gas. But there's asymmetry with the connection between U.S. markets and international markets. And we're seeing that today. While international markets rise, domestic markets have not moved. There's only so much LNG capacity that we can put on the water, only so much demand those LNG facilities will create. But another really interesting point that's worth noting is we've also mentioned that our LNG export capabilities provide the biggest security blanket for Americans, because when you create a surplus, that creates security. And we just got through a big storm in the winter where domestic natural gas systems were strained. And what did we see when natural gas prices in the U.S. elevated? We saw 5 BCF a day of LNG exports stop, turn around, and sell gas back into the U.S. So U.S. LNG actually is going to be something that's going to be a stabilizing force, but it's not significant to meet the 60 BCF a day global LNG market today. So a 10 BCF a day hit is a big deal.
So if you don't have the capacity to export, it becomes a separate differentiated market. And what it also does is it provides lower prices internally within the United States. But in effect, internationally, you're going to see this huge competition to get more of that U.S. LNG.
That's right.
Bob, maybe play out a little bit more the timing issue of supplies coming onto the market from the oil side, the gas side. How do you think about that, and what does it mean in terms of the length of impact that any kind of shut-in might potentially have?
Right. So we think about on the oil side. Toby mentioned the gas and LNG, and that just looks like years of outage of at least 2 trains now to Qatar Energy, to Ras Laffan. On the oil side, you almost have to think of 3 things having to start to move to restarting that flow. The first is the boats have to move, right? There's trapped oil, 150 million barrels or so, in the Gulf. They have to go out and flush that. Then boats have to be willing to come back in the Gulf to draw down inventory. Inventory is number 2. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, all these countries, before they shut their fields, they filled up inventory. Iran's filling inventory now. They're going to do the same thing. You fill inventory before you shut your fields. We have to have people willing to come back inside the Gulf and know that they will get outside again and not spend 3 months with dwindling water on a boat bobbing in the... So you have to get the boats back in to draw down inventory. Only then, when you see the boats moving and the inventory flushing, will the Saudi or the Aramcos of the world, Kuwait Petroleum Corporations, begin to consider restarting their fields. And as Kay said, Saudi Arabia, UAE is a little more used to cycling their fields up and down. A lot of that can come back pretty quickly in weeks, but a lot of it will take many weeks to months. Kuwait Petroleum Corporation, Nawaf Al-Saba, a friend of this center, has said publicly 3 months for Kuwait to get back to normal. Kuwait and Iraq have a little bit more difficult fields. Saudi Arabia still could be 3 to 4 months. And that's assuming there's a political decision to do so. I think one sort of elephant on the coffee table here is if Iran is left in control of the Strait of Hormuz, I'm not sure there would even be a policy decision to restart those fields. But once everything goes perfectly, we are looking, I think, at 3 to 4 months on the oil side. Then, of course, we have to repair refinery damage. A big part of this is refinery capacity. So, and while this is all happening, this sort of vacuum that's going through, you know, if you think about it, when a surplus goes, like a ball goes through a snake, this is like a vacuum going through the world system. And it started out in Asia, and it's coming here. And that vacuum effect of that loss of supply, getting on to 1 billion barrels pretty soon, that must be managed this summer, even if we're flushing those boats, emptying that storage, and making a decision to restart those fields over many months.
And Maria, and picking up on that point, implications for refined products, and how do you think about that? Jet fuel, gasoline, diesel, how that plays out in pricing over time?
Yeah, I mean, the implications are a lot broader than just that. We've talked about oil, right? And then when you think about jet fuel and diesel and gasoline, these implications are obvious. But what we're not talking enough about is the NGL barrels, right? Like we talk about sulfur, we talk about aluminum, we talk about helium, but think about the widespread applications, industrial applications, consumer applications that a lot of the NGL barrels, right? Toby talked about LNG, that's C1, C2 to 3 to C5 plus. This is all the stuff that goes into medical devices, right? Like single-use medical devices, syringes, consumer products, your HVAC refrigerant, tires. So we might be seeing, with a delayed effect, a lot of inflation outside of, you know, the energy and food universe that I think should be a real threat coming to us later in the year. So it's beyond the obvious, you know, jet fuel prices hiking, airlines canceling flights. It's a lot more widespread, and it creeps into core inflation, which is concerning.
In other words, this is something that has global significance on the economy and the potential industries that are downstream of all of this.
Absolutely.
Do you think the Iranians are aware of that?
I wouldn't be shocked for them to be fully aware of this and realizing that there's a lot of different choke points in the system beyond the obvious oil and gas.
Toby, in terms of how this plays out in different regions in the world, Asia is the most obvious. And how does the gas picture play out there, and how does the competition between U.S. LNG and other suppliers work out?
Well, right now, U.S. LNG is the reliable form of LNG supply. We're going to continue to see more demand for U.S. LNG. Right now, we're running at max capacity of this country over almost 21 BCF a day. But listen, the energy ecosystem, we are all working. If you're working in energy, you want to make the energy ecosystem more cost effective, more reliable, and cleaner. Well, this crisis is going to make it more cost effective. The reliability, obviously, we're talking about that now. And then from a carbon emissions perspective, you're going to see people around the world, if they can't use natural gas to make power, they're going to use coal. And you're going to see emissions increase accordingly on the power side of things. Maybe that's offset by by some demand destruction on the oil side. But some other ripple effects that you mentioned, natural gas is not just used to make electricity. 4 pillars of modern society depend on natural gas as a feedstock: steel, cement, plastic, and fertilizers. And I don't think those are going to be some other ripple effects that people are going to start talking about a little bit if this continues to move.
And Bob, what does it take to get a supply-side response out of the U.S. oil sector at this point?
Nothing is going to work on that. I hate to be negative, but look, we've been on Space Mountain oil price volatility for 20, 25 years now. Case, others, Toby, oil companies, they know that when they see oil prices rising sharply because of a war in the Persian Gulf and a catastrophic supply disruption, we've seen that movie before. Even before the Space Mountain volatility, we saw it in the late 1970s, early 80s. And those booms are preceded by busts. And the last thing, I don't want to speak for, we have colleagues on the panel here who know it better than me. You are not going to get folks running and hiring expensive rigs and hiring workers and getting them out into the field, because you know the price, we may see 150, but we could see 50. If this leads to, as so many oil price spikes have since World War II, a recession, a demand problem, oil prices could fall sharply. And so you're not going to chase this. You may hedge into it a little bit. But I think from a producer's perspective, to get a supply response, you would want to see a sustained high price for oil. And that is not what this is about necessarily. So I think the supply response in the U.S. is going to be quite minimal. But again, I defer to Case, who's forgotten more than I'll know about this.
Well, I would this up for you, and then we'll come.
It depends, right? It depends how long this lasts and how much real crude is taken off the market. And unlike, in 2022, all of the shale producers stayed generally disciplined and didn't change our plans because of the price spike on the war in Ukraine. Now, what happened there, though, is that there weren't 400 million barrels taken off the market in a month. And here we are today, still every day the clock ticks and we're losing 12, 13 million barrels of real supply. And the problem is the back end of the curve is lying to us. So, we have to try to make investment decisions based on 1, 2, 3 years on the oil curve. And today, we can buy 2027 WTI for $71 a barrel. Well, $71 a barrel is not an incentive price for U.S. shale to accelerate production. And, front month at 90, 95, whatever it is today, that's a different story. And so I think what you're seeing is, at $100 oil, that incremental barrel gets found in the field with the incremental workover rig, with the incremental, the maintenance gets deferred. But these are small numbers compared to, the size of the prize and the issue that we're dealing with. And so for us to say, and most companies to say, hey, I'm going to add 5, 6, 7% to my production, I probably can't guarantee you get that production until sometime around Thanksgiving. Shale is a short cycle business, but it's not the flip of a switch. And so I do think you'll see U.S. production respond slightly over the next few quarters, but it's nothing compared to the size of the issue. I use the example of what Diamondback can do. We produce 1 in 20 barrels of oil in the U.S. today. Yeah, I can grow 5, 6%, but compared to the global problem, that's like putting a garden hose into an Olympic-sized swimming pool that's been emptied. And that's not going to solve that problem very, very quickly.
Maria, you want to pick up on that and then take us into this issue of this dilemma on pricing. It's come up several times already today. The difference between the physical market, the paper market, why are we seeing such a discrepancy?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of conspiracy theories, and it's anybody's guess, you know, how long it's going to last and why it is so dramatic. But to kind of follow up on the point that Bob was making, it's pretty clear that you're going to see a geopolitical premium in oil in the near term. And then you're going to have to weigh that against the response long term in terms of, you know, demand projections. And no one really knows. Obviously, everybody's going to respond differently. There's going to be different policies in different places in the world. But one thing we haven't talked about, which might be, I would say, the silver lining here, is technology, right? Like on every panel, we talked about AI and what technology can unleash. And I think that there's some really interesting changes happening that Shell in the US can lean into to its advantage, right? Like when I think about Shell, just kind of taking a step back, like Shell version 1.0 was just credit, right? Like brute force in the initial innings. Phase 2.0 was, you know, contiguous acreage and getting the good rock. I think the next phase of Shell is using technology, and there's a lot of really exciting developments on the material side, on the chemical side. We're looking at, you know, all these companies, the big companies that are investing a lot, are talking about surfactants and you know, different proppants and different designs in fracs. But I think AI models, AI-driven models, reservoir models for deseismic, there's a lot of excitement. And just think about the fact that we're getting 8% recovery out of shale. And with all these technologies, it's not crazy to get up to 10 or even in the mid-teens. Again, longer term, not imminently, but I think that the power that technology can unleash is tremendous. Like, it's not like in semiconductors, right? Like, we're not operating under Moore's law, but I do think that this is underappreciated in terms of what AI and advanced technologies can do to the shale patch in the US in the medium to long term.
So I want to come back to this issue in a minute and talk about energy security, what it means, the role of technology. But let's just close on one issue, and I'm struck by something that Ian Bremmer said earlier. Maybe not impossible that you see an announcement over the coming week that there's agreement that's been reached. Given what we've talked about on the timelines that are necessary to restart, in the real and physical world, does anything change, Bob?
Well, if we had an agreement which included a credible restoration of freedom of navigation in Hormuz. It's all that really matters, is can you resume 135 transits of Hormuz safely or not and get out from this 0 to 10? And, you know, I think if we just step back and think about what the prolonged closure of Hormuz is, in my view, it's nothing less, and what we're seeing, than the collapse in a load-bearing assumption in not only energy but economics. Sort of like the dollar will always be pegged to gold until 1971. Or the Fed will never let a private bank fail until 2008. Or the Treasury will never default on a bond, TBD. These are ideas that are so fundamental that we can't, it's like we can't even process them like a low probability catastrophic event, like your house burns down, or you get a dreaded diagnosis, all right? Those two things are low probability catastrophic events we can at least imagine. I'm telling you, nobody could imagine a prolonged closure of Hormuz before February 28th. I know because we did at my firm. We studied it. We did a tabletop exercise with a military officer last June. And at IE Week, as it was getting hot, I went to investor, and Case knows this and others, and I said, it's coming. And my military guy tells me that if we start protecting Hormuz on day one, it's 4 weeks. And they thought about it, and they looked at it and said, no, it's just 20% of global supply, oil and 20% of LNG and urea and fertilizer and helium. No. There's no way a president of the United States is going to allow anyone to close Hormuz for more than 72 hours. The last time the U.S. fought in the region, it was over in days. When we last shot at the Iranians, we sank half their Navy and destroyed a few platforms in an afternoon. And to the thought that the United States, with the Carter Doctrine, the Reagan Corollary, and military victory after military victory, that we would allow anyone to crimp that artery when you just gave it some thought, it's absurd. And when I said 4 weeks, they thought I was having a last dance with Mary Jane. We're going on 2 months. And so the other thing is, everyone was in boy who cried wolf mode. The Saudis get attacked in 2019. Abqaiq, largest, most important facility in the world. Oil goes up, oil goes down, no disruption. Russia invades Ukraine, 2022. Oil goes up, everyone fears a disruption, no disruption, oil goes down. We bomb Iran last June, oil goes up, oil goes down. Trump sanctions Russia in October, oil goes up, oil goes down. Lesson, in addition to Hormuz being impossible to close, it just can't happen. Number two, the smart money was to fade or downplay each one of these geopolitical disruption events. So we're going into this here, going on to month 2, where people can't believe what they're seeing, and they believe it's going to end soon, because all we need is President Trump to finally taco, if it were, and we're waiting for that. And that, I think, explains partly this disparity, which is so important, it came up earlier, between what we're seeing in the financial markets and the physical markets, and that reality gap is going to close soon.
Remember, the only question that was not answered in the first panel was when is the strait going to open? For our market and for our world, that's the only thing that matters for global supply demand. Is it open or is it not? And no one could answer it yet.
And indeed, one of the dilemmas is at a point in time when there is so much economic pain, from the Iranian side, they know that they have the hand on the lever on something which causes global pain in the United States and affects elections of the United States as well. And what are they to have the opportunity to do that again, which creates an interesting dynamic. But I've started to get a number of questions from the audience. I want to bring in a broader point as well. All of this has taught us the importance of rethinking the question of energy security. And let me start with you, Toby, on this question. As you think about it, and you've seen what's happening throughout the world, how does it make you think about energy security and how it should be defined?
I think it needs to be the priority. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about energy over the last 5 years, affordable, reliable, clean. People have prioritized different elements of that triangle. I think affordable and reliable needs to be prioritized. And, the cost of energy insecurity, you saw, we quantified that for Europe. They typically spend $300 billion on their energy bills, and the Russia-Ukraine crisis, that ballooned to almost $1 trillion. Okay, and you're seeing the impact that's happening here without secure supply. So what do you do about this? I think, I don't think we're ever going to live in a world that doesn't have to deal with geopolitical issues. It's going to be a part of the equation, whether you're talking about hydrocarbons or you're talking about other supply chains. It's going to be a factor in this world. I think what we need to do is we need to make our energy ecosystem bigger, and we need to make it better. Because we've made a lot of progress from this last crisis till today, and I don't think a lot of people really recognize this, but both these crises that we're dealing with, what's happening in Iran right now with the Strait of Hormuz and with the Russia-Ukraine situation, in both those situations, 10 BCF a day of natural gas was pulled out of the global ecosystem. When it happened in Europe, the prices shot up to over $80, and they averaged $40. That happened now, they increased to 20, and now they've settled down to about 15. That's a big difference in buffering that shocks. What's the difference between back then and today? There's a lot of things that are different, but one of the big differences is that America is now exporting what was 10 BCF a day, are now exporting over 20 BCF a day. We have a 50 BCF a day ecosystem, now it's 60. It needs to get to 100. It needs to get bigger, and a bigger ecosystem will be able to withstand these supply shocks. I think it's really important people recognize that in a major crisis that we went through with Russia and Ukraine, we're talking about an absolute crisis, and then a few years later, we're talking about a potential global oversupply of natural gas. That's the power of this industry. So when you want to look for your security, look to the most powerful industry, and we can control this, but we are not going to respond to short-term price signals. As Bob mentioned, that has been a recipe for ruin. But what we will respond to is long-term demand signals. So if we can see a world that values reliable, affordable energy that is also clean, you're going to see this industry be able to step up and deliver the energy security that this world so desperately needs.
And Case, if you can build on that, one of the questions is where are we going to see some form of demand destruction on oil and gas that somehow is going to reduce the role of oil and gas in the future, your view?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really talked about the long-term ramifications of what's going on, right? There's one side that says, you know, oil and gas demand will be lower because of these issues, and then there's the other side that says, how does every country in the world rethink what was a just-in-time supply chain where, you know, crude was landing on your shores and being refined immediately, and, you know, how much strategic reserves should you have? How much strategic reserves should the U.S. have? Should you be thinking about, you know, the refining side and products in reserve? So I think generally, I guess, you know, I wouldn't be, I'd be out of a job if I wasn't long-term bullish, but, you know, the long-term demand ramifications here, I think, are a bid under oil to replace all of these inventories that have been drawn so quickly. Now, long-term, it's a rethinking of, do I use coal, do I use gas, do I use Toby's LNG, or renewables, and it's probably an all of the above solution, country by country, depending on what they can do.
Maria, on that all of the above, how do renewables play into that, and how much is a factor of what countries have and the resources that are available to them?
I mean, it's a huge factor, right? We talked about it from the U.S.'s standpoint, right, in terms of us becoming the superpower that can feed the world in terms of LNG and other things. But from the European standpoint, right, we saved them after the Ukraine crisis, but at the same time, from a policy standpoint, you know, what does energy security mean? You want to be self-reliant, and where you can't be self-reliant, you also cannot rely on one single party. So diversification is the name of the game. And it'll be interesting to see what's coming out of European politics right now in terms of where they want to push the agenda. Renewables has to continue to be part of the equation, but not exclusively. It's kind of all of the above. And I think that's prevalent and very important in Europe, but everywhere else across the world, including over here.
Bob,
Yeah, this is not the 1970s when we were burning 40% of OECD fuel demand was fuel oil, heavy, gunky fuel oil. And when we had the price spikes of the late 70s and early 80s, we quickly and permanently replaced or destroyed that with coal, gas, nuclear, and renewables. Available, scalable, politically safe, good to go. It never came back. I think there's some hope out there that this price spike will do what the Paris Agreement couldn't, and fuel and EV mandates couldn't, and sort of have a similar replacement. I don't think so. I think it's more like jet fuel during COVID. It's going to go down if there's a downturn, and then it's going to come back up. Indeed, I would say that before entering this crisis has overshadowed another sort of structural transformation on the demand side that was unfolding just at the end of last year, where a 5-year narrative around this peak oil and gas demand by 2030 that had been very prevalent and widely believed and forecasted and invested on was crumbling, I think, and that's a whole discussion for another day. But I think it's fair to say the consensus was starting to realize that we were underinvested in oil, especially refining, and gas in the medium term, not the next few years, but 2030. I think we're going to discover that when we come out of this. At the same time, we will have destroyed some supply in the Middle East, and there will be a security premium. Again, a load-bearing assumption has fallen. Iran has shown it can close the artery for almost 2 months. And so if you draw a line between those two structural ideas, you get back to the need for more investment in American oil and gas.
Toby, electrification in the United States, the impact that it has on energy demand, the balance between gas and renewables, how does that play into your world?
Yeah, so the power demand story in the U.S. is absolutely incredible. I've said it's never been more important to produce energy. It's also never been more exciting. We see a 30 to 40% increase in natural gas demand in this country. About half of that is for exports. The other half is for power demand. You know, our view is we need to build about essentially 20 New York cities worth of electricity over the next 5 years to win this AI race and help lower Americans' energy bills over 100 gigawatts. The impact on renewables, though, and what role this is going to play, I think is really important because Yes, I totally agree. It needs to be an all-of-the-above approach towards energy solutions that we deploy in our countries. But the smart countries, the countries that win, are going to be the countries that deploy the best of the above energy solutions. And for a lot of countries that maybe aren't blessed with shale, which if you knew that the reservoir quality of shale has less permeability than the sidewalk we walk on outside, this is not a great reservoir. U.S. is not the only country in the world that's blessed with this essentially trash reservoir. The innovation of what we've done is what's unlocked that to transform America from being energy dependent to being an energy powerhouse on the world stage. Other countries have that opportunity for them. But for those that say, I can't produce hydrocarbons, look at Japan and just look about what renewables is doing to their ecosystem. Renewables is not lowering their peak demand. And I was on a panel with someone from a big gas buyer in Japan, and he mentioned the impact of renewables, where in the past he had to buy, call it 10 units of LNG to meet his peak demand, and off-peak he would maybe only need 8, so he'd have to get rid of 2. Now with renewables, he still needs to secure his peak demand of 10, but because of renewables, his off-peak is 3 or 4. So that is creating a whole lot more desire for more flexibility with our ecosystems, and to what Case was saying before, make the systems bigger, make it better. The better part is going to be getting away from just-in-time delivery and building more storage infrastructure and better connected markets to make sure that we can meet peak demand while also using fuel-saving tools like renewables.
Bob, last 30 seconds. You're in your old job working in the White House. You're advising the president. You've seen all of this. What's your advice on how to frame energy policy going forward?
My advice to President Trump on how to energy policy going forward. Well, look, I think an interim assessment
28 seconds.
Yeah, in a few seconds. Look, get back to bipartisan a little bit. The best thing this country did in energy policy, the saving grace, the one thing we got totally right, was lifting that crude oil export ban, and Jason Bordoff was a big part of it. Many here were a big part of that. We can do sound energy policy. So let's agree to, at the very least, not recommit the bipartisan folly of selling down our strategic petroleum reserve. This ought to show the folly of that. And we did it on a bipartisan basis, and then President Biden did it more aggressively and unnecessarily during Ukraine. But let's agree, look, we got to get along. We're a diverse country. There are things in energy policy we agree on. All of the above works. Energy security works. Making sure our system is resilient, flexible, market-driven, attending to real-world energy security, being the arsenal of energy. The arsenal of energy is what the United States has proven to be. Let's not do export restrictions. Let's not do bad policy. Please, sir, do not ask Treasury to go in and short futures against oil. This is not going to solve the problem. So I would always advise a president, don't do bad policies. There is a record of bipartisan sound energy policy, especially when it comes to security. Let's play that record.
2 things I would leave with you. 1, if you hear an announcement of a solution, remember that in the physical world, it's probably still going to be potentially months before you actually see it play out. And in the end, we're going to see a redefinition of energy security around all of the above. How companies and countries play into that is going to be a matter of commercial opportunity, technology capabilities, and sound policy is going to be. Let's give the panel a hand.
Thank you. All right.
Great, thank you for that panel. Folks, just hang with us. Last panel before lunch. So in our next session, we will address the evolving energy security picture for Europe and the developments that have shaped it, from the war in Ukraine to its relationship with the U.S. to the latest supply disruption caused by the war in Iran and in the Middle East. It is titled Energy Security and Industrial Strategy in a Fragmenting World. It will be moderated by Robin Milliken, CGEP's Director of Research Programs and Strategic Partnerships. She will be joined by Sarah Ladislaw, a CGEP non-resident fellow and the founding director of the New England Industrial Strategy Center, Emmanuel Lagarrigue, partner and global head of climate transition strategy at KKR, Chris O'Shea, the CEO of Centrica, and Kadri Simpson, a CGEP non-resident fellow and the former European Commission for Energy. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I know we're the panel standing between you all and lunch, so we'll try and keep it really interesting. I'm delighted to be here and to be hosting this discussion on energy security and industrial policy with an eye toward what our friends and colleagues in Europe are up to. It was, of course, 4 years ago that the Russian invasion of Ukraine forced the biggest major restructuring of an energy system in modern times, namely what Europe did to pivot away from Russian pipeline gas to American LNG. But with the fragmented relationship that we now see between the US and Europe, that bet is looking increasingly precarious. And so add on top of that everything that's happening in Iran, and Europe has a difficult set of questions ahead. But the alternatives, namely clean energy, also have their own vulnerabilities, so we'll unpack that as well. To sum up, the question for this panel is, what does durable energy security look like for Europe? And what will the relationship look like with the United States as we embark on our own experiment of industrial policy? So, Audrey, I would like to start with you. You were the Commissioner for Energy in Europe at the time when the European gas cutoff happened. I was hoping that you could just unpack that time, what the thought process was, what Europe did in the aftermath, and what you think the moment looks like now in terms of the pressures ahead and also how Europe might be thinking about this question of its relationship with the United States.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Back in 2022, when Europe lost overnight a large supply from Russia, we were in a situation where we knew what to do with oil prices. So International Energy Agency gave us a very useful platform. European countries, together with Japan, Canada and the United States, announced that we will release part of our strategic oil reserves, and by doing that, then we managed to stabilize oil markets relatively fast. What was difficult for us was natural gas market, because we had legacy pipelines connecting Russian gas fields to Europe, and Russia decided to cut us off. So until 2021, Europe received 40% of its natural gas from Russia. We still receive some, but in 2022, it was a unilateral decision by Russia to cut off country by country. First ones were Finland and Bulgaria, and that increased the demand for LNG immensely. And what we are trying to do now is to avoid mistakes that we didn't know existing 4 years ago. For example, 4 years ago, European underground gas storage was private loaned. So some of these biggest storage sites were owned by Russian companies. And why Europe needs underground gas storage is the reason that we heat our homes with natural gas. So heating season ends in March, and what I can tell you now is that we have a very good understanding where we do have gas storages and how full they are. And since April this year, Europe has started filling underground gas storages. So we are right now, in 2026, in the position where we receive more gas via pipeline from Norway, Azerbaijan, Northern Africa, and on top of that, US LNG. We receive more than we consume right now, so we can build up storage again. What happened in 2022? Company after company started panicking, and they started to buy LNG shipments spot price, and they competed with each other. And when in March and April, the natural gas or LNG price, TTF price, was still around the same volume like it is right now, 40, 50 euros, then panic had this impact that by August, our prices were above 250, and they remained for the rest of the year above 100. So right now, European Commission is coordinating the actions across 27 member states to avoid this kind of buying spree. And you might have noticed that this time also International Energy Agency coordinated the release of strategic oil reserves. US has started to release some of the stock. Japan did it immediately because this time the Strait of Hormuz is creating the worst case scenario for Asian buyers, not the Europeans. So we thought back in 2022 that if worst scenario materializes, we will face a situation where we have to decide who receives natural gas and whom we will cut off. We never ended up in that worst case scenario. We managed to avoid the situation with solidarity, member states helping each other, and by cutting the consumption and replacing it with renewables in power generation, for example. But Asian countries are now in this worst situation. Not Europeans, because we were not the main market for Gulf countries. Saying that, of course, we hoped that Qataris will bring online this year extension of Northern Field, and that was supposed to create oversupply in global LNG market, and that was supposed to allow us to get rid of the remaining Russian gas, because maybe you have noticed that European countries have not achieved consensus to sanction Russian gas, because there was no alternative for that. So we set for ourselves target 2027, and the work is still ongoing to achieve that. And on top of that, I wanted to share one concern from European perspective. We thought that the closure of Strait of Hormuz will create wartime revenues for Russia, because since 2022, there have been sanctions in place for Russian oil. They earned lowest revenues since war started in 2022 this February, and then since the closure of Strait of Hormuz and prices increase, they doubled the revenues in March. I'm coming from Estonia, which is a border country with Russia, and 2 weeks ago we had major drone attacks, not against us, but Ukrainian attacks against Russian ports in Primorsk and Ust-Luga. Some of the drones dropped down in my country because Russians managed to intercept them, but most of them hit the target. And that means that 40% of Russian capacity to export from Western ports, their shadow fleet, the shadow fleet crude was out of market, but it's coming slowly back again. So yes, only using drones, it was possible to avoid that Russians will be the biggest benefiters of closure of Strait of Hormuz, but they still might be.
Thank you, Kadri. So staying on the topic of gas in Europe, Chris, I wanted to turn to you. You're a major utility operator in the UK, and you recently signed a decade-long gas deal in addition to, I believe, operating the largest gas storage facility in the UK. So I was wondering, what should that tell us? What should we take away from that in terms of the pace of the transition in the UK and Europe, and if you were making a bet on your gas still being central to Europe's energy mix in 2035?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would add to that, we also just bought Europe's largest LNG import facility as well. So along with our partners ECP, we spent £1.5 billion buying the Isle of Grain LNG terminal. Look, we clearly think gas is going to be there at least for another 20 years. There's an argument that gas might be there for even longer. And the question is it natural gas? Does it morph into hydrogen? Nobody really knows. But it's clear that if you take Northern Europe, our maximum energy demand period is in our minimum energy generation if you take renewables. So it's in the winter because we need it for heating. And when it's colder, the wind is less likely to blow and it gets kind of dark in Northern Europe during the winter. And so we will need we need energy storage for a long time. Gas is a good store of energy. So we think it's going to be there well into the 2040s and beyond, and these LNG terminals have got 20-year contracts. I would say that whilst we operate the UK's largest gas storage facility, the UK has got 12 days capacity. 6 of that is in our facility, and 6 is elsewhere. France, Germany, the Netherlands, they've got 100 days each. So the UK is very, very short of gas storage. And I think that part of that comes from the fact that we used to be self-sufficient in energy. The UK imports 55% of its gas now. We used to export. And I think there's a mentality thing. When you go to Japan to talk to companies about energy, the first question is, can you deliver? The second question is, how much does it cost? That's not what we ask ourselves in the UK. So I think we've not yet adjusted in the UK to the reality that we're in. We also do a lot of gas power trading across Europe, and we do a lot of storage in Europe. I have a slightly different view on how well storage has performed in Europe over the last few years, in that there's been great coordinated action from the EU to mandate fill levels, but that has completely distorted the market. And we also conveniently forget the fact that we have had very mild winters. Now, the most recent winter was average, and we exited winter with storage levels around 20%. And there's no signal in the market today to fill these facilities back up. So the forecast just now is that storage might be around 75% full in Europe when we go into the next winter. If we have a cold winter, we're going to have a real problem. And so when we look at this, all of this from Centrica's point of view, we want to redevelop our gas storage facility. Just now it's running at 1/3 of its capacity, and that's because it's over 40 years old, and we're not confident that the wells can withstand injection under pressure. So there's a certain pressure limitation. We need a new facility, etc. So we could bring that up from 12 days for the UK to 24 days. But that's still 1/4 of what our neighbours have got. But we then also have to face into the reality that the shape in the price curve that used to drive seasonal storage in Europe has gone. It used to be buy it cheap in the summer, inject it, sell it in the winter. And that shape has gone. And that might be a result of the global LNG market. Because in the Northern Hemisphere, you need gas at a certain point. In the Southern Hemisphere, you need it at a different point. And it may well be that the market has leveled out. If that's the case, we really need to fundamentally rethink how we look at gas storage. But the big question is the resilience of our energy systems and the resilience of our supply chains. And I think at the moment, Europe is really quite exposed. And I'm not sure that we've yet figured out what that means, because the problems are so huge.
Yes, well, we will unpack that further. If you could indulge me on a really quick detour, Chris, you mentioned hydrogen.
Yeah.
Are people still talking about hydrogen in Europe? I know a couple of years ago we were saying we're going to switch the import terminals over to hydrogen. You know, that's going to be the replacement fuel.
They are, but they're talking about it. They're talking about it maybe less than they were. I think that there is a very active I don't know whether I'm pro or anti-hydrogen. I don't know enough. But there's a very active anti-hydrogen lobby who say, well, if you have to electrolyse water, or you have to use steam methane reformation to make hydrogen make blue hydrogen, that makes no sense, because whenever you subject something to process, you increase the cost. That's 100% true. So hydrogen will be more expensive than straight wind power, be more expensive than natural gas. But if you want to decarbonise and you want to have a very reliable, dispatchable source of electricity, you have to. What you've got just now doesn't work. You can't guarantee the wind's going to blow. You can't guarantee when the sun's going to shine. And so I think the argument against hydrogen is probably not that well thought through. I have no idea whether it will work, but it's something that we should at least look at as a possible store. But the big question is will carbon pricing survive? If carbon pricing survives, you probably want hydrogen rather than natural gas. If carbon pricing doesn't, you probably want natural gas. So it's still a topic of conversation, but it's not as hot as it was a few years ago.
It's a big if. Emmanuel, I wanted to turn to you from an investor perspective. Seeing all these energy security pressures mount in Europe, or in any net importing region for that matter, how are you all sort of seeing capital reallocate? What might capital be seeking in, let's say, the next 2 to 5 years, where you need to be thinking about the long term, but also where these short-term pressures?
Well, in Europe, the thing is that now everybody understands that it was always about sovereignty, affordability, and abundance of energy. And yes, and if you can make it green, bingo. So we are long affordability, sovereignty, and abundance, which in Europe, in most places, in Spain, in France, in the Nordics, is hydro, it's nuclear, it's sun, wind. Gas has to be imported so not great for sovereignty or affordability or at least predictability of demand. Gas, even in those countries, is still used a lot for heating sometimes. But there's ways to electrify a lot of things, right? And you see this today, right? So you see when everybody talks about, Europe has a competitiveness problem and electro-intensive industries are leaving, and yeah, that's Germany and Italy, and to some extent the UK, but because we're talking about countries which are still highly dependent on gas, which had to turn back on a lot of coal when they decided to move away from nuclear. And you see that tension today because you clearly see Germany and Italy struggling to get their energy cost under control and go through that crisis. And you have Spain, France, and Sweden basically saying, what are you talking about? Here, gas is not forming price for electricity anymore. In Spain, 80% of the hours of the year you're running on sun and wind, right? So they probably need a bit more batteries to stabilize the grid from time to time, but that's another topic. This is why the Spaniards and other French, which are using nuclear, they're looking at the Germans and say, what are you talking about? Maybe you should have taken a different turn 15 years ago or in your energy policy, but that's not. So it's difficult to have you cannot really have a unified view because every country has a different reality. It's just like here, right? So PGM and CAISO and MISO, there's just different realities of supply and demand, and so it's same in Europe. It's probably even more fragmented because there's no real such thing as energy integration yet. So if you look at the long term, basically you come back to what I said. So wind, solar, batteries, lots of batteries. Nuclear, because this is predictable, this is the cheapest source of energy, this is not subject to volatility. And on top of this, usually it's decarbonized, so that's a bonus here. But that's, I think Europeans start understanding that. Right? So the only risk is that you have a bit those divergences between large countries, which may not be very productive for a unified response from Europe.
Thank you. So coal is a short-term patch potentially in places like Germany, but longer-term wind, solar, nuclear. On that topic, Sarah, I did want to ask you, so as Europe contemplates this alternative path around greater clean energy deployment, which it's already been a leader in, but now there are new pressures. Those supply chains have their own vulnerabilities, namely in the short term, it likely involves greater dependence on China. And so if you're a European policymaker, how do you navigate that situation and deal with the need to sort of meet these short-term needs, but also consider diversification, indigenous capacity building, that kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think some folks spoke about this in earlier panels, which is, Europe is in a really peculiar situation, having gone through a number of energy crises in a very short period of time. And I just think it needs to be said that Europe is trying to diversify and de-risk from three major global powers right now, right? And so it is China, it is Russia, and it's the United States. So yes, they are importing a lot of natural gas, but to call what we're doing on the global stage being a reliable actor that Europe can count on for its energy security, I think is a bit too far. So I just want to point out that Europe is in this spot where it has now tried to lead the green revolution. It has now tried to survive the 2022 energy crisis, and now we've got this. In all of that period of time, what they've learned is the de-risking from China issue is not a let's put our finger in a few dams and some supply chains and figure out how to be competitive. It's a much more complicated, as the Draghi report pointed out in a very important way, it is a much more existential question about the future of the economy writ large, because it's not, as we here in the United States continue to learn, it is not just, we might grow dependency on China for some of our energy supply chains. It's fairly rampant in the energy systems and the data systems and the AI platforms of the future. And so I actually think what Europe is having to do at present is take a step back and try to think about three separate things at the same time. One, how do you create a competitive industrial platform, that isn't just about rejuvenating what's happening in, Germany or France, but really thinking about the future of whether it's through remilitarization or reindustrialization and also deploying a reliable energy system, what does that entire platform and ecosystem look like? And if they don't think on those levels, they will lose. And then in the meantime, they've got to think about, well, how do we think about de-risking from China? And I think what the flip that we've seen over the last year has been less about de-risking and more about strategic dependence. What is it that we absolutely need from China to grow these competencies, and what is unacceptable to have? And those are two different things. Saying we just want to get rid of as much Chinese product as we can and that's going to reduce dependency is very different than understanding, well, we sort of need to know how they make those batteries so that we can grow a competency here. And I think that that's become a much more sophisticated conversation in Europe than it was maybe even a year ago. And then finally, I think what is really, really, really hard to see, but I think is what's happening in a lot of European trade policy, you see this with Europe and India, is how to create what the global market and global powers are not giving them, which is some sense of mutually assured resilience. How can I make a deal with you on a supply chain in clean energy or in an energy system I need, and I'm going to be relatively sure that that's a secure supply chain? Can't necessarily do it if I've got sort of a Chinese, rare earth or critical mineral component that has been subject to tariffs. And I can't necessarily do it with US LNG and gas supplies because, quite frankly, global gas markets, as wonderful as they are, that they've grown as much and that we've been able to provide as much security, when I speak to people around the world, this is not a story of resilience and security. It is a story of real, genuine uncertainty about whether or not oil and gas markets are about to go through the same bifurcation that we've seen in other markets, which is there are some places you can trade it and there's some places you can't, and nobody knows what that's going to look like. So I think it's a very complex patchwork of things that Europe is trying to think about in de-risking from a number of places with not a huge amount of sort of indigenous autonomy to draw from for some of those things.
Very well said. This is a pretty simple heuristic I have, but you've got, energy flows, the fuels that, go through the Strait of Hormuz, for example, and then you've got energy stock, like equipment. And so Europe's got this choice between dependence on energy flows or energy stock, and at least for energy stock, it's there. You have sovereignty over it once it's there. I mean, there are things like kill switch, issues that you have to worry about, and also, broader kind of supply chain issues like critical minerals, of course, but it's an interesting, choice ahead. Chris, on this supply chain topic, I thought, as a again, UK utility, you've got your own supply chain things to worry about. Are you thinking about this issue of, China supply chain risk, or is this something that people mostly talk about at conferences still?
Yeah, so definitely thinking about supply chain risk. I think this idea that's a China supply chain risk, I think, is a bit overplayed. I think that if you step away from energy a bit, over the last 30 years, all supply chains have had lots of investment to make them efficient. And there's a trade-off between efficiency and resilience. And so I think what we've got, you remember when there was a cargo ship got stuck in the Suez Canal a few years ago, like everything ground to a halt because you didn't have this free flow. And so if you want to have very efficient supply chains, very low levels of stock, and just-in-time manufacturing, that requires everything to move freely, no barriers to trade, no tariffs, and everybody to get on with everybody else. And when that breaks down, all of a sudden you find you need to invest in resilience. The question is, who is responsible for investing in the resilience? So I would look at our supply chain and say, I don't want to be too dependent upon any one place. But if you look, for example, at the production and manufacture of solar panels or of wind turbines, the majority comes out of China. And so you can't click your fingers and think that that's going to change tomorrow. But the question you would then ask is, if the majority of that came out of the United States, would you be more comfortable? And I think the reality is, in the world that we're in today, you probably would like to have 10 or 15% maximum coming out of any one place, because it does seem very volatile, and it seems that it's very hard to call where future relationships are. And so I think that this is a major question for us, but it's not a China supply chain question. It's a resilience question. It goes to the comment on gas storage, for example, on batteries, on how self-sufficient do you want to be? And I share a hometown with Adam Smith, the author of The Wealth of Nations, so I'm a big believer in comparative advantage in global trade. But it feels to me that we're moving into an environment where those principles are not being respected and they're breaking down, and that will require us to have a fundamentally different view as to where we place capital.
Thank you, Chris. The Draghi report came up earlier. I think, Sarah, you mentioned it, came out in 2024 and made big waves, right? I think the major takeaway from the report was Europe's high energy costs and industrial decline are massive concerns for Europe's future competitiveness trajectory. And so, Kadri, I was wondering if you and Emmanuel might tag team on this. Kadri, perhaps you commenting on what's changed, if anything, since the Draghi report, and then Emmanuel, I was curious to get your take on, from a ease of doing business perspective in Europe, if you've seen anything different.
Now, when there are conversations around energy policy in Europe, this is not anymore only about decarbonization. It is about security of supply, and everybody understands that until we remain the importers of fossil fuels and we pay the bill for third countries, we are dependent on their goodwill. So renewables are the answer to the current situation too. And then, of course, competitiveness, because our prices are high and our industry is suffering due to that. This February, the European Commission presented a new approach that targets the public money, public financing. So across Europe each year, the public procurement budget is around 2 trillion euros. And they are proposing that these public procurements should prioritize decarbonization, but on top of that, also the component of made in EU, because there is some hesitation that Chinese can compete with European products so easily, not only because of the scale of economy, but also because of hidden subsidies. So Europeans stay true to the decarbonization. They still force the polluters to pay carbon price. Of course, there are discussions that this carbon pricing should be predictable, and right now there will be some adjustment because carbon pricing was, the price for carbon was growing so fast that it was creating additional stress to our industry, but this remains intact. But on top of that, they want to subsidize or support depollution. So if industries are willing to take opt for less polluting solutions and technologies, European taxpayers' money is meant to finance this action. And there are several big industrial sites, for example, in Germany, who are leading by action. And why Germany? Because after the Fukushima catastrophe in Japan, Germany decided to switch off or prematurely close the existing nuclear power plants, and they hoped to switch from nuclear to gas, which ended very badly because its gas was supposed to come from Russia via pipelines. And now Germany needs another alternative, and they are enthusiastic about hydrogen and other clean sources of energy.
I think there are three good news about the Draghi report. First, it was there's nothing you would dislike in the Draghi report. It's like a quasi-perfect. So it was a shot in the arm. That's if you look at the European Union construction, it started after the war with that never again and the 6 original nations, and it continued at a good pace until probably the euro in 2002. And then in 2008, at the onset of the GFC, the GDP per capita in Europe and in the US were the same. And then at the end of 2024, when the Draghi report is published, the US GDP was twice. And then there was a big wake-up call for everyone in Europe, we have lost on competitiveness and all the stuff we've said, right? And dependence on energy and all that stuff. So there was that shot in the arm, like, oh yeah, that's the recipe. This is what we need to do. I think it's difficult to find a place in Europe where people would disagree with the content of the Draghi report. For us as investors, the other two important points are the reform of the integration of capital markets and the financing, and what is in the Draghi report and then also in the LETA report, which is kind of the operationalization of it, is really interesting. Right? So if you think about it, at KKR we are the largest private capital investor in Europe. And the money, actually, we're just a middleman. We're raising money from pension funds and sovereigns, and then we're just channeling it into investments to protect that capital and create value with it. But that capital we invest in Europe, again, we are the largest investor, is not coming from Europe. It's coming from Canadian pension funds, Australian sovereign wealth fund in Asia, in the Middle East, and other places, pension funds here in the US. And except for Denmark, the Netherlands, Sweden, and the depth of those capital markets, that machine doesn't really work in Europe, right? So you have a pension issues on one hand where the defined benefit is going to be stretched by the demography of Europe. And you have a system of capital markets where basically, if you are a large corporation with a gigantic balance sheet, you will be fine. You go to your preferred bank, you'll get the right interest. But if you're doing something else, if you're trying to make batteries, as Sarah was saying, or even if you were thinking about making solar panels in Europe or something else, you're going to struggle finding the right financing because there's that lack of depth. So I think what is interesting, the second good news, is that there's at least the willingness, that's going to be tough, to change a bit the pension system and go to a system where innovation and the depth of capital market can go. And it's possible because, again, the Swedes and the Dutch and the Danes have proven it. You can remain European. You don't have to copy China. You don't have to copy the US and have complex about the Silicon Valley or whatever they do in Hangzhou. You can remain European with your own values and everything, and you just need to have better depth of capital market. And that's probably where everything starts. And then the third good news is the willingness to integrate the energy market. Well, it's but that one is going to be a long shot too. There's a lot of decisions that sound very nice on the surface. This integration, for instance, and there's like big talks about having a European grid and interconnecting the grids, that northern grid and all this, super nice, really attractive, especially for an investor like us. That would mean a lot of undersea cables to develop and deploy. That's probably a good place to create value and invest. The point, though, is that today, with everything we said, so the average price of a megawatt hour in Germany is like 4 times the price of that same megawatt hour in Spain or in Sweden. So today, this is why you see that electro-intensive industry sometimes leaving Germany and going into those other cheap countries. This is why also you see a lot of data center developers looking at Spain or northern Norway, because it's cheaper to get and easier to get energy than in Texas. So why bother with expensive energy or all the headaches here in PGM? So, but now the point is that if you connect all this, Spain will start exporting energy to Germany, where they can be paid 4 times the price, and import inflation back. That's not going to be a good day that day. And actually, that has happened already, because 3 years ago, during the Dunkelflaut in the middle of the winter, Germany started importing electricity from Norway. Norway is basically free hydropower for everyone. There's a cable that goes from Norway to the UK and then from the UK to Germany. And then with this, energy was exported, Norwegian energy was exported to Germany, and inflation was imported back to Norway, and the Norwegian government had to resign. So that's not going to be easy. There's going to be political tensions, and it's not easy these days because, I mean, everybody wants to see a European champion, but nobody is really doing it. So that's going to be the other thing. So again, on paper, the Draghi report is perfect. The execution will be, the detail will be the devil will be in the details. So.
Thank you, Emmanuel. So I have audience questions here. I think given the time, we just have time for one, because I do want to ask a final lightning round question. Sorry if the audio is a little wonky, but Chris, I have a question for you around, can the UK look to increase output from the North Sea as a potential near-term solution to help ease the situation in Europe?
So, in short, I think so. And I've been quite public saying this. I think that time's running out for the North Sea. I spent quite a bit of my early career there, and I think that last year, I believe, no exploration wells were drilled. I think 2 years ago, 100 or so were drilled. So I think we've seen a lot of kits moved, a lot of people have moved, and I don't think it's as easy to just go like this and it starts up. But the cleanest gas we can produce sits in the UK continental shelf. And therefore, I think it makes sense to produce that. It's a very hot topic politically. And people will say, well, it won't impact the prices. Well, it definitely will impact prices. It just won't decouple UK prices from international prices. So if you put more product onto a market, which is a fixed demand, the price comes down for everybody. So it would be a marginal price effect at best. But if you're focused on decarbonisation, it's the sensible thing to do. The thing that's underestimated, I think, in the UK is these things are very highly taxed, 78%. And so the tax revenue to the government would be quite important. And they could then use that if they wanted to reduce prices. So I think very much they should. In Centrica, we wouldn't. So we have sold out of the gas exploration and production business. We just weren't very good at it. It's not ideological. So we wouldn't go back into that market. But I really do think it's something that any country that has natural resources should be thinking about.
Thank you. Okay, so lightning round question to close things out. For each of you, what policy, investment decision, or agreement do you think would most alter the energy security trajectory for Europe in, let's call it, the next 5 years? Sarah.
That's a great question. I think maybe getting real about the sort of single capital market, if I had to pick one thing. Like, if I had to pick one thing, I think Europe has thought about literally all the other ones, and we know what all the political challenges are, but we just cannot get the resources into Europe in a way that I think will solve those problems. And so that's the one I would say, but I don't know.
No, I fully agree with you, Sarah. That's exactly, that's the trigger. Everything is in the Draghi report, and even more in the Letta report, super detailed on basically trying to replicate the Australian pension system to create that depth of capital markets in Europe. So that's the lever that will help a lot.
Yeah, I think it's not a policy thing, but I think in Europe we talk first about decarbonisation, and then we talk about affordability, and then we talk about security. I think if we lead on affordability, we may well decarbonise massively, like what's happened in Texas. But the fact we lead on decarbonisation leaves us open to populist governments and populist politicians attacking decarbonisation and setting it back. So I think there's a change in the order of priorities, and I think it may actually allow us to decarbonise quicker.
I'll just say quickly on that, this is what gives me optimism about the US, is things like data centers, I think actually can be a catalyst for continued investment in clean energy. Kadri.
When I was EU Energy Commissioner, I had 7 billion euros to support cross-border electricity infrastructure. And now my successor has, starting from next year when new budget starts, 7 times more. So that shows that Europe is really driving the electrification. They do believe that connecting market allows us to accommodate more renewables. And on top of that, last year it was the first year for the European Union when wind and solar produced more electricity than all fossil fuel plants combined.
Thank you. Well, please join me in thanking our very excellent panel. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Robin, and panelists. We're going to break for lunch, which is available to the rooms over to my right, your left. One short programming note, we've added a discussion at the end of the day at 4 o'clock with Majid Al-Suwaidi, CEO of ALTÉRRA, so looking forward to that. We'll be back at 1:15 for our next panel on AI and the energy system. Thank you.
What we could do, yeah. I don't know if you. So
Good afternoon and welcome back. The central mission of Columbia University is to teach, create, and advance knowledge. Our mission is grounded in a fundamental commitment to free expression, open inquiry, and generous debate. As members of the university community, we are all bound to the same rules when participating in events like this. They ensure our collective rights of expression and conduct are protected. By participating today, you are agreeing to the rules of university conduct. To honor this commitment, the interruption of speakers or audience disruptions are not permitted. Those violating these rules will be asked to leave. While Columbia University encourages and recognizes freedom of expression, our rules of conduct state that the university retains the right to reasonably regulate the time, place, and manner of certain forms of public expression. This is especially the case in academic settings like this one. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. If people can take their seats, we'll just start the afternoon program. Please, everyone take your seats. We'll get going in just a second here. Thank you. Our next panel is on the impact of the rapid expansion of infrastructure that supports the operation of artificial intelligence and the questions emerging from the enormous energy needs of that demand. The title is AI and the Energy System, Friend or Foe. This panel will be moderated by Vijay Vatheeswaran, Global Energy and Climate Innovation Editor at The Economist. He'll be joined by Paige Crahan, General Manager of Tapestry, a Google X moonshot, Nick Edwards, Power Projects Lead at OpenAI, Ann Mettler, a CGEP Distinguished Visiting Fellow, and Amir Omar, Orad, the CEO of Kraken. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope your lunch was as stimulating and fulfilling as the morning sessions. It's great to be back here on the CGEP stage. As mentioned, I am Vijay Vaideswaran, energy editor at The Economist, and your immoderate moderator for this session on AI and energy. Now, just to prove my case, I'm already going to take issue with the title, Friend or Foe? And not going to discuss AI and energy as enemies, but rather see if I can provoke our gathered practitioners and gurus into telling us the way forward on actually making the future a nicer place than that. How to turn, maybe do jujitsu, turn the rivalries and the fictions into something that's actually productive for the future. Now, let us remember that there are a number of fictions out there, and I take inspiration from the great Richard Feynman, who once said, for a successful technology, reality must take precedence over public relations, for nature cannot be fooled. And as an engineer by training, I take inspiration from trying to come down to ground truths, right? So when I see a straight line that rises forever, as many of the forecasts of AI spending, of energy consumption by AI data centers, and so on, I say, well, let's kick the tires a little bit. Is some of this vaporware? Is some of this wishful thinking? What are the actual constraints? Is it chips? Is it energy? Is it the grid? When I look at projections on various elements of how the grid itself needs to have build, baby, build. We need infinitely more generation. I say, hold on a minute. The grid seems to be built for 20 hours a year and is running at half capacity half the time or much of the time. So I say it's worth going beyond some of the chimeras and what I would argue are slightly misleading ways that this has been postulated, including the idea, I think roundly debunked in serious academic literature, including reports from the Lawrence Berkeley labs, that AI has caused and data centers significant price increases historically. That's not the case. While there's reason to be concerned about large loads and where and how they're placed, they could actually be good for the system if done right. For example, with flexibility and forethought and proper locationing. So I say all that up front because I did not want to spend 45 minutes together rehearsing these things as many other panels that all of us have attended. Hands up, how many of you have attended an AI and energy panel in the last 12 months? How many have attended more than one AI and energy panel? And hands up, how many of you thought that it was a complete waste of time by rehearsing useless points that you already knew? All right, this is not going to be one of those. Make some noise if you want this to be the best AI and energy panel you've been to this year. All right, okay, that's the challenge to my speakers. So with that in mind, let me turn first to Paige. Paige, your organization is an interesting carve-out in which you've been looking at innovation on the grid and the role of data technology for a number of years. You're not a newcomer to the party. You weren't created because of the AI problem, quote unquote. And can you tell us, when you look at the grid, let's bear in mind, when the 20th century was assessed by the National Academies of Engineering, the most important innovation, according to those great gurus, was not the internet. They voted the national power grid as the greatest accomplishment of engineering in the 20th century. But is it fit for purpose? Is it fit for the kind of loads we're putting onto it and the kind of uses? So what do you see when you come to it with your perspective with the tapestry hat on?
Well, first of all, this is going to be the most exceptional AI panel you've ever been on. The gauntlet is for sure thrown. Okay. Thank you for being here. We're going to make this a rousing discussion. And it's great to talk about this. When I came to Google X 8 years ago, we were applying machine learning to humankind's largest machine, the biggest thing society's ever done, which is the electric grid. Absolute modern engineering marvel, perfectly balanced, second to second, everywhere in the world to keep these lights on. And we were saying, gosh, it's getting more and more complicated. I wonder if machine learning, and this is circa 2018, could help us manage this much more thoughtfully. And in good news, the answer is it can. So I like to, again, like your provocation, flip this on its head a little bit and think maybe more around what AI can do for energy and for our challenges, just as much as we think about how we need energy to support the data centers and AI themselves. And so quite specifically, I can share a few things that I hope give us a little optimism and maybe provoke our premise from the beginning.
Make it concrete. Give us something specific that brings us to life.
So there is something called an interconnection queue, and if all of you have been to panels over the last few months, you already know what it is.
This is a savvy crowd. They know.
So we're going to fast forward through that. So the wait time to build something to connect to the grid is many years long, and you have to ask, why is that? And we have a set of rules, which makes a lot of sense. If you want to connect something to the grid, engineers will evaluate, make sure that whatever's connected to the grid won't break it, won't cause issues, et cetera. These are very reasonable rules. For a little context, in the US, 10 years ago, we had, for the whole country, fewer than 50 applications for the whole country in 1 year of things that should be connected to the grid for generation. Today, we have thousands that are connecting. So the tools that we used to use to evaluate the physics, can something connect to the grid, aren't going to be fit for purpose. We're 1 year into working with PJM, which again, because you're experts, you all know, which is the RTO here in the US serving 67 million people. And we've applied an agentic AI solution to the interconnection queue. So basically, we are able to train. We have sort of like on tax day when it's time to, there's a date to submit your application, and after which PJM will review that application. They have a certain period of time to review it. The rule book, for context, if you've not submitted a project, is 6,000 pages long. So you can imagine that there might be some errors in what is submitted. It's a perfect place for agentic AI. So Tapestry's been working with PJM, and in this next cycle that's coming up in just 10 days, PJM will be using an agentic AI solution, which will allow them to automatically look at everything in that application without an engineer spending weeks and weeks evaluating that. So that's just one example of a real-world tool that can be used today. You and I will share this later, but there are two buckets we should be thinking about. One, use AI to do what we're doing today better and faster. Two, do new things, put new things online and innovate. And both of those things are places for optimism.
That's great. Thank you for being specific. And also 10 days out, we'll have a real-world test where we're going to see the application. And of course, PJM is one of probably the most politically charged areas where the AI battle has come to the fore, and significant increases in capacity auctions and so on that have been blamed explicitly on AI and the long queues that we've talked about. So let's see. This is a great cauldron of experimentation. We're going to see some progress, hopefully, shortly. And speaking of it, the way you framed it, both applying AI, how we make AI and how we use AI, those of us that care about this topic and follow it, highly recommend a podcast that is put out by the Center, by David Sandelow, senior fellow and one of the great experts of this topic, among many other things, called AI, Energy, and Climate. So it's a terrific podcast. I do recommend it to you if you follow these issues or want to learn more about it. Let me jump over to someone who's on the bleeding edge here. We have Nick at OpenAI with your muddy boots from Stargate, I was going to say, but actually you're wearing very attractive and fancy loafers. When I went out to Stargate in September, I was given a tour by Sam Altman himself, and I came back with a lot of mud on my boots that trip, and I keep the mud in my boots as a red badge of courage for having gone through there. I was told I had to buy specially long boots, which I suspect was for the rattlesnakes, I guess, on site. But you somehow have some special sauce there. The rattlers stay away from you. So I'm going to come to you. You are involved in one of the great build-outs, and you have a background as a renewables developer, project developer, and now you're at the cutting edge here. Can you tell us, when you look out and you hear the equivalent of build, baby, build, that we need to have massive amounts of new generation, as some of the utilities are winning permissions to do in different parts of the US. And we look at the projections from the McKinseys and others in the world that look at this. Are you seeing this is the way forward, to look at lots of new generation, whether it's bring your own generation on site, as we heard at the White House with the big tech bosses kind of being browbeaten into saying that, or other kinds of generation? Or do you see another way forward on this?
I guess that's the question of the day, really. But we find ourselves collectively in a moment in time where the grid has been fit for purpose up until this moment, and we're now standing at a crossroads where we can choose to be engaging with that existing legacy system, with the legacy mode of thinking, or we can challenge ourselves to come up with effectively new solutions. And I'm really grateful for the Columbia Global Energy Summit opportunity to really bring some of these issues to the front and to discuss these openly. And so, as from my position, what I really see in the day-to-day is I see a tremendous volume of projects. So that's both power generation projects, which we've already discussed in terms of where they are in their journey on the interconnection queue. So they might be 4 or 5 very advanced generation projects. Oftentimes they're just waiting for one more piece, which is the offtake. And then we have a lot of data centers that have been proposed that are also in a separate queue in many jurisdictions. And so they go through a separate process, so they're studied separately. And as was mentioned again, the system is designed to perfectly match supply and demand at all moments. Now there's one piece kind of also in between those two, which is the transmission grid, which is a whole nother probably panel, so I won't bore folks with that one. But overall, we do see a tremendous amount of projects out there. Now, one of the hardest things to do is to discern what the true signal is from all the noise in the marketplace, because...
You're talking about the phantom projects, speculative load.
Yes, you could call them those. And what really that means is, if there's, say, again, 100 projects that have been proposed, we have a very stringent criteria selection process that we go through for each and every project that gets inbounded to us. And not all of them are feasible. It might be a simple thing, it might be a complicated thing, but just for, again, the discussion's point, there's a percentage, and it's a relatively high percentage. Let's call it 50, 60% of those projects really have no feasible chance to kind of move forward within the process. And so, as we look at the system and how it's been designed and operated, there's not that many opportunities for the grid operators, for the grid planners to actually pierce through and see which of those projects that have been proposed are committed. Which of these projects are real? Which of these are going to turn up on the ramp and the schedule that's been proposed? And I would argue, and hopefully the panelists would agree, that taking a new approach to how these processes and how these rules are shaped is the opportunity of the moment.
What would you like to see? Proof of skin in the game? There's different places in the world where there are ways of sort of weeding out the phantomware, the less serious projects. What would you propose?
Yeah, I think it's, again, there are a lot of solutions that have been proposed, PJM, SVP, there's, again, a plurality in the market. But really, it comes down to common sense. And so, as I see it, if we have, again, a system that has, again, unintended inefficiencies, if we just scale that system, we're going to scale inefficiencies. And the scale that we're talking about, the load growth coming not just from us, but from the whole marketplace globally, that is going to be a huge missed opportunity. And I think the concrete things that we could do as a community, as a collective, with all the stakeholders, is to, again, have the common sense things. Do you have site control? Do you have permitting? Do you have, commercial readiness demonstrated? But again, at some point in that procedure, there should be a remit to, do you have an end user that's been, that's committed to the project? Are there chips that are going to be delivered or have been procured that we can actually use the load that's been requested? Because just saying, do you have a transformer that can actually take the bulk power from the transmission system isn't enough.
And it is right to remain agile as we look at this, right? Because the situation changes quickly. I know that many of us would have noticed that in the last few weeks, your companies appeared to pivot from an asset-heavy model to something that's a little bit more of a, rather than buy and own, to rent model. Can you tell us just a little bit about what we've seen with the evolution of your own thinking about energy assets, whether you need to build all of them yourself and own them more closely versus maybe have partners that do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's well publicized that we have fantastic partners, across the stack. So we have great chip supply partners, we have great data center developers, we have everything in between from start to finish. But what we're really seeing, I think, is a maturation of our position, which is, again, it's going to take an all-of-the-above approach to really solving this problem. And if we get fixated on one single modality to solve the issue of the day, we're going to miss out on being capable of really making a moonshot or making a huge leap forward.
So we're already getting a bit of a picture from our initial speakers of a reassessment of how the impact of these mega loads, even properly dimensioned, adjusting for the phantom wear or the excess projects that won't get built, being put onto a grid that needs to be updated, modernized through data, through applications of machine learning, better understanding. But there's another dimension to this story that's gaining traction that I wanted to talk about coming to you, Amir, that is flexibility. There's been a challenge to the idea that there has to be a centralized hub and spoke way of thinking about power, which has been a 100-year-old paradigm, that in fact we can actually see much more multi-directional flows, much more flexibility and demand response, and that even data centers, even AI data centers, can be flexible. This used to be heresy a couple of years ago when I started to poke at this and ask people questions about this. But you have shown through Kraken, your company in the UK, which not everyone will know what you do, but it is started as a technology arm of Octopus, now UK's largest electricity utility, but actually a software company that applies AI, ML, and multiple other tools in 18 countries, including America now. You've arrived on our shores, and you aggregate lots of distributed loads, among other things. And you're the closest to the consumer of any of us on this stage. So can you tell us a little bit about what you've learned in Blighty and the other countries in which you work, about flexibility and how that can be a grid asset, historically underutilized, and how does that apply to even these giant loads we're talking about with AI?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. We firmly believe that there is an untapped resource, which is all of those residential and commercial assets that are sitting there with capacity. And if you have the right AI ML models, you can leverage them in real time and shift and dispatch loads to balance the grid. So we both do that with humans by sending price signals in real time and private offers to individuals to change their demand curve.
So if I shift my EV charging to middle of the night from 5 p.m., I get a discount.
Yeah, but actually, so the two main ways to do it. You can talk to humans and say, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., there is so much sun, we have too much solar energy, you get free electricity, go turn on the dishwasher, which human in the loop, or actually control devices remotely on behalf of the utility with the approval of the human that owns the device. Today, we manage more than 500,000 devices in real time. The vast majority are EVs. EVs are really beautiful things. People are buying it with their own money, big batteries, on wheels, connect them to the internet, and most of the time they sit idle, which is a pretty interesting untapped resource. And right now we're dispatching, we manage more than 7 gigawatts of dispatchable power, and we're dispatching every day about 15 gigawatts.
Just want to spend a moment on that, because you said it so quickly. It has been a beautiful dream. In fact, I wrote a book 20 years ago called Power to the People, which laid out this vision of energy as decentralized, democratized, digitized. I've been waiting a long time for this dream to be realized, and it has always been treated by, the grown-up people in energy as, well, that's cute, you can connect a couple of these things. 7 gigawatts is what I just heard from you, which is, think about 7 nuclear power plants worth, roughly speaking. Massive amounts of energy collected, and you're able to feed it back into the grid in response to what? Price signals or?
So it's much more complex. You have to optimize. By the way, we optimize every day 15 billion data points. 15 billion, with a lot of machine learning and AI, because you have to optimize all the preferences of the asset's owners, the actual status of the asset, battery, you don't want to overturn it on and off all the time. We do that both to do frequency management and to dispatch power, so you have to take the batteries into account. Obviously, demand curve, supply curve, cost, is it better to dispatch power, charge a battery, discharge a battery, trading opportunities. So you have to take it all in account, because you don't only balance the grid and make it more reliable, you want to monetize the assets and make sure they generate money, and there's an ROI on the investments. And some of those savings go back to the asset owners, which will be individuals or battery owners, and that's how you finance the whole operation. And this is just the beginning, because EV adoption is growing exponentially. Battery adoption is growing exponentially, both C&I generation side and residential side. By the way, the 7 gigawatts are about half residential assets and half generation assets, big batteries. And the optimization can even be made grid aware, up to the specific transformer or neighborhood where you want to have a different curve than the next one. This is all in production right now.
This is happening in real time, but make the connection for us, because the loads from AI, especially as we get towards the giga scale, is this really relevant? Can flexibility be applied as we know that even on this stage in the last year, we've heard discussions about flexibility in AI data centers. But what does your experience suggest is possible, especially when we think about the fact that grids are engineered for maybe 20 hours a year, right, for maximum load. Most of the rest of the time, many parts of the grid are not at peak load. Yeah. What do you do when you suddenly have these nodes that are, challenges of physics? The grid was not designed for a gigawatt load, suddenly behaving in this way. What's your response?
The whole theory is that because of those 20 hours, if we can optimize those 20 hours with price signals, we can actually get a reduction of the peak to make room for those data centers and other loads. And actually, we believe you can also flex data center loads to a degree. Because even those data centers can respond to price signals and can decide to use more or less capacity. And that is only the beginning, because the capacity of those vehicles, the batteries, the solar panels is only getting bigger and bigger every day.
Thank you. Anne, I want to come to you. You've seen the situation from the lens of energy security and the great race in the world, with, of course, China moving quite aggressively on energy and AI. And if I get it right, you posit that China has advantages when it comes to AI. I mean, we've heard even Jensen Huang say recently, China energy is basically free, or electricity is free. It's certainly heavily subsidized model. I used to be a bureau chief in Shanghai. I saw very close up both that state support, but also the flywheel effect of private sector innovation, of adoption, and use and utilization of the new inventions that actually creates value-creating innovation, right? It's not just the invention of it, it's the use, the adoption, the modification. The Chinese seem to be quite ahead on that. What do you hear on this stage today, or what would you like to see as the West thinks about the AI race ahead that you're not seeing yet?
Well, thank you so much. It's a good question. Typically, in discussions like these, we have very interesting points, which I think are very relevant, but these discussions tend to be very US-centric. They tend to focus on how the US can basically overcome a very difficult challenge, namely that what's standing in the way of AI in this country is not computing power, but is electricity and our power grids, right? So that's very interesting, but these are problems that China doesn't really have, right? And the other thing it's completely missing is sort of a global perspective, right? And here my worry and my concern, and I say it as someone who's worked in public policy for well over 2 decades now, there's always the same type of playbook, namely that China comes forward with non-market prices. So Chinese AI is free, basically. It's an open source model. You already mentioned it. It's heavily subsidized. The country spends about 4% of its GDP on subsidies. But I want to be clear and fair. This is not just about subsidies. There's real innovation there. And of course, China has the world's most advanced techno-industrial base. I think we are very focused here in these discussions on AI itself as if it was a standalone product, but it is not. AI will basically be embedded in products and in things. I said in the preparatory discussion, we speak about the Internet of Things, but I think it's time to talk about the AI of things. And here, it'll be very difficult to beat China. That's why what I'm advocating is that we really take a much broader look around the Chinese playbook and how we may counter that, but B, embed this discussion in a much broader debate about industrial policy that really brings together the digital and the energy and the manufacturing and really the global perspective.
And thank you. And we, of course, we had this great session on industrial policy a little bit earlier today, where clearly the U.S. In particular is moving towards a model of industrial policy that historically we haven't seen in this country. But I want to pick up on your points and ask my fellow panelists to weigh in on the China question, as it were. Anne has laid out the challenge, a global competitor to the West that has vast resources and the capacity as a state and an innovative capacity in the private sector. what are the responses, among other things that one could look at from the West? Do we see that the idea of innovation in the grid itself could get us somewhere that is finding energy resources through what Amory Lovins used to call either negawatts or the softer path, and innovation in that area, as well as thinking about possibly questioning the idea of infinitely growing energy consumption by AI through models that are much more effective, much more energy efficient, thinking about moving off of a certain paradigm of LLMs to other ways of thinking about AI. I'll turn to, maybe we could start with you, if you don't mind.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We do want to make this the most exceptional AI panel you've ever heard. So I want to be a bit of a truth teller about what's going on today. We've got Nick's company doing everything they can to get load and data centers on the grid and being creative, and Amir's company's got 15 billion data points that they can make. Like, we have these great things happening. So that flexibility exists. I like to call it our toolkit of solutions. But there's a person in a control room or a grid planner today making a decision about what we should build. This is a decades-long planning decision, a transmission planning decision, a capacity decision. That person cannot see what Amir has. They literally, the planners that look decades out don't look at the same data that the operations or sort of sub-second intraday folks do. They quite literally use different toolkits. And so when we talk,
looking in the rearview mirror is retrospective data?
We typically in the industry use snapshots, as you mentioned, which are deterministic. So based on what I saw last year, I'll project, or 5 years ago, which has worked, by the way, for decades, but it no longer works. So my provocation for, and salient to the China conversation is, this is a catalytic moment to take the toolbox we have of distributed assets, flexibility, machine learning and optimization, which, by the way, has been, the half-life of innovation is, while we were sitting here, something was just invented. So it's getting better and better and better. But we need to have a mechanism, including policy, including incentives, including all the hard things, to connect that real and existing toolkit that we just talked about with the folks that are making, capital infrastructure decisions right now, so that we don't need to overbuild. This gets to our speed. We don't need to build every new megawatt and gigawatt. We can use the 50% of empty grid today. I like to remind my team, the fastest electron we have is the one that is already built, that we are going to deploy somewhere else. And so that, to me, when we think about, sort of where we sit in the diplomatic mission, how we avail ourselves as an industry of the fact that this technology exists. It's not coming soon. Sure. You're ready, right? Yep. I think. Okay, I'm going to give him a high five. That's right. Here we go. Good panel. But our planners need to say, okay, maybe I don't need to build $50 billion. I need to I can rely on these things that I know are coming. So to me, that's a catalytic moment for us as a society to start thinking more creatively about flexibility and optimization. The other piece, just final point on the kind of how do we think about AI? I think AI sovereignty and AI diffusion is a topic that I don't know has come up yet today, but when I work in Brazil, I work in Chile, I work in lots of places around the world. Leaders care who is building the AI, who is making the chips, what models are they running in their country, what is being deployed and running their economy and society. And so another part of the conversation is how, as a sort of global community, are leaders thinking about sort of AI sovereignty and AI diplomacy.
Yeah, just maybe directly to add to that, and we spoke about it before, I think we are looking at China as a singular lens, and there's actually two different lenses here. Software and hardware. Now we decouple the two. It makes all the sense in the world. You don't want to rely on a brain that someone else built and controls. So no one will take models built in other countries, especially in China, and run critical decisions on them. But if you take that direction, the other direction is the physical hardware. And China has built a great, cost-effective manufacturing capacity for solar panels, for batteries, which have much less brain in them, and the bit that is in there you can take out and put your own, and we can rely on that. And maybe not be dependent on it, but why not leverage it? So I look at China as both an opportunity, let's take that excess capacity in solar batteries, et cetera, tomorrow morning, because we all benefit from it, and say no to the models, even if they're really cheap, because that's too dangerous in the risk-reward equation.
And I'm going to come give you the last word in a minute, but let me hear from Nick briefly in the interest of time. Sure. How do you see this conversation connected to what you're doing?
For me, I think it comes down to a time scale. And if you listen to what the Chinese say, they speak in long durations. They have 5-year plans. They're in their 7th or 8th 5-year plan. They clearly articulate exactly where they're going and how they're going to get there. They give the right signals to the market, to the government organizations, and to the people as to what it's going to take in order to get that outcome. I think, as a nation, as a global community, there's something about being able to pick up and say, again, this is long-term infrastructure. It's physical infrastructure in the ground. It takes a long time to plan, it takes a long time to build, and it takes a long time to pay for it. If we take...
I thought the race to AGI is 3 years and it's over. I mean, is that what you guys are on?
That's just the start. That's just the start, because again, it opens up what's possible. So again, we're in a moment, again, just during this conversation, I'm sure that there's a new idea or concept that's being developed. But the simplest thing that I would say in 10 seconds or less is, again, it comes down to the operating envelope that we give ourselves. Now, if we want to keep it incremental and at the edges, we're going to and expect a different outcome. That's a step function. That's up to you.
Let's put it to Anne. Anne, you gave us the provocation. We're going to provoke you back. What is the long game here? And for example, Europe is in the middle of the crossroads. Chinese kit is mostly banned in the U.S. Europe does allow BYD and other technologies and wind and other bits. What is the long game, for example, where Europe could show us some of the things that you're talking about, how to be smart strategically? And to Amir's point, is there a way to distinguish between things that are software and hardware? Where do you fall on this?
I mean, I'm not sure I would put up Europe as the best example, but what I will say is what free societies must do now is create an AI that is basically compatible with sovereignty and an ability to retain agency, because the real threat in AI, and we speak about AI and energy, but is really AI and defense and AI and warfare. And so it's very important, this point that you made about countries are concerned about their sovereignty. So I think, for starters, we need to have sovereignty as the utmost priority, right? Because nothing is more important than that. Then I think we need to rethink cost. How do you compete with an AI that is basically free of charge in the global south? I mean, I think these are questions we need to think about. But the other one was just put forward, this distinction between hardware and software. I agree, it's a novel model that Octopus and Kraken are pursuing, basically saying you can't beat China on price, so we're buying the hardware, but the software is European. That's one way of doing it. But even then, I am concerned if I sit in Europe that 95% of my solar panels come from one country. I'm concerned if 70% of my batteries come from one country. So I do think we need to think about diversification, and we need to see that the AI will be embedded in products. I go back to what I said earlier. What is our response to that? How are we going to deal with these issues? I think we need to think about this now before we deepen dependencies, before we are focused on something here in the United States, which is very critical, this intersection, AI and energy. But it's far from the whole story, right? It's sort of a prerequisite. And here we need better policy planning. I used to work in policy planning, and I have to say, you have to give it to the Chinese. I mean, they even write everything down and then they execute it. I think we have real problems in democracies to really enact and operationalize what we would like to see. Processes are too slow, they're too cumbersome, right? How do we unlock that? Because this is a race. We are in a very, very existential race. And here I think we need to really focus on industrial scale, security, speed, and think in systems. AI is part of a system. Yeah. And there you really need to bring together a lot of elements that typically in Western policy planning are treated as very separate domains. So we need to see how we overcome that.
That's a good note to end on, because it sort of brings us to a point of integration. What I heard in this panel is first, let's debunk the claims that are being made that are politicized and not grounded in reality. Let us distinguish between genuine risks and those that are manageable or those that are not really risks that might be chimeras or commercially motivated arguments, and ultimately diversify. We heard that from several of our speakers. Diversify your portfolios, diversify suppliers, and as we think about that at the level of company, industrial sector, energy sector, ultimately national policy, I think that might give us a good roadmap, a smart, pragmatic roadmap on dealing with this nexus of our age, energy, AI, and security. I think you'll agree, our panel did a fantastic job in getting us out of the usual rut. Thank you to them. Thanks to all of you. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Great, excellent conversation. Next up, we have a featured conversation on the next generation of innovative energy technologies, from nuclear fusion to advanced geothermal, and the challenge we face in scaling them for use. It is titled, Betting on Breakthroughs, Innovation, Capital, and the Next Energy Frontier. This panel will be moderated by CGEP's inaugural fellow, David Sandalow. David was a former senior official at the White House, State Department, U.S. Department of Energy, and he is also the host of the AI, Energy, and Climate podcast. That's the second plug of the day. David will be joined by Bob Mumgard, CEO of Commonwealth Fusion Systems, Eric Toon, the Chief Technical Officer at Breakthrough Energy, and Cynthia C.J. Warner, a partner at GVP Capital. We'll have a break following this panel. Thank you.
Well, that was without a doubt the most interesting, intellectually stimulating, and best AI and energy panel I have heard in the past year, if not ever. So thanks, congratulations to Vijay and that amazing group of panelists. Who's up for an even better panel, more interesting? I think we have a shot at it. I think we had a shot, okay. And speaking of shots, so this is the Wayne Gretzky panel, okay? So Wayne Gretzky, probably everybody in the audience knows, very famous for saying, I don't skate to where the puck is, I skate to where the puck is going. So this is our skating to where the puck is going panel. We're gonna talk about the breakthroughs that are coming in energy and what it takes in order to get those breakthroughs. And we have an amazing group of energy innovators here, and we're gonna get right into it. I wanna ask each of them, what breakthroughs in the energy world are you most excited about? And I'll start with you, Eric Toon, from Breakthrough Energy.
There's a number. I'm still very excited about geologic hydrogen. I think geologic hydrogen is going to be one of the most profound game changers in our lifetimes. Hydrogen is sort of the Swiss Army knife of energy. It is incredibly energy dense. It is incredibly reactive. And if you have enough energy, if you have enough hydrogen and it's cheap enough, you can do literally almost anything. So I think that geologic hydrogen offers the possibility of nearly limitless hydrogen at sub-$1 a kilogram, which is really game changing. So I'm going to stick with that one. And then the one I am most intrigued about in energy, although I haven't completely figured out what we're going to be able to do with it from a technical perspective, is very low cost access to space, sub-$100 a kilogram.
Eric, I first learned about geologic hydrogen from you. I remember sitting in an audience a year or two ago and hearing you give a very bullish talk about this topic. It surprised me because in school I learned hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe, but it only exists bound into the atoms of H2O, water, hydrocarbons, and it's very hard to release. So just say more about why you're optimistic about underground or geologic hydrogen. What do we really have pools of hydrogen underground that have escaped the attention of oil and gas companies and others and that could be produced?
We've known for a long time that there are enormous amounts of hydrogen come up out of the ground naturally. There are lots and lots and lots of natural seeps. The original Olympic flame, the gas that produced that original Olympic flame, is about 40% hydrogen. There's enormous volumes of it come up out of the mid-Atlantic rift. Mali in North Africa is probably the most famous one, but there are a number of other seeps, lots and lots of places in the Philippines where hydrogen comes up out of the ground quite naturally. So we know, and we've known for a very long time, that there's large amounts of hydrogen that come up out of the ground just naturally. I think virtually everyone now accepts that at least at relatively shallow depths, the origin of that hydrogen is the reaction of iron-2 or reduced iron with water. And that means that it's limited by the amount of iron-2 that there is in the Earth's crust, which of course is effectively limitless. I think the question that we're faced with now is, how do you get it out of the ground? And I think you alluded to one of the most important questions, and that is, does hydrogen accumulate in pockets of gas the way natural gas does? The challenge with hydrogen you have is it's so reactive. There's really no difference in the size of hydrogen and methane. Their kinetic diameter is almost exactly the same. The big difference is methane is essentially inert. Hydrogen reacts with absolutely everything. And so it may well be the case that hydrogen doesn't accumulate the way natural gas does, but rather has to be produced in situ with steam and the like. So that really, I think, is the challenge now. How do we get it out of the ground?
CJ, what are you excited about?
So David, for those of us who reside in the world of innovation, being asked to pick what we're most excited about is kind of like asking which one of your kids is your favorite. Not super easy to answer. But I'll give you a couple that I am excited about that are worth sharing in today's forum. One is solid oxide fuel cells. So solid oxide fuel cells have been around for a while, but they're having a moment right now. It is realized that they are able to provide prompt power behind the meter, especially for data centers. And I say especially because what fuel cells do is they take methane and electrochemically convert them to power. And they can convert that power at DC levels and at low current, high voltage, which turns out to be closer to what the data centers really need. So it makes things more efficient, and there's a high reliability associated with them. So I bring that one up partly because it's timely and they are having a moment, and partly just to illustrate that a lot of these energy technologies can be around for a very long time before they really achieve breakthrough commerciality. And solid oxide fuel cells have been around for about 20 years. When they first came out in the market, they weren't really perfected yet. And so the reputation they got was one of being rather niche-y and rather expensive. And during the time that that reputation was gained, and now they've just continued to improve, and now they're quite competitive and very attractive. So that's one. Another one I'm very excited about, which many others are, is geothermal and geothermal power production. And we know that enhanced geothermal is something that's being developed now. There's still quite a bit of work to do to get it to commercial scale and reliability and cost. Traditional geothermal has also been around for a long time. It very reliably produces power. It's become a little boring, and part of the reason it's become boring is because we haven't really found a whole lot of places where we can apply it. We've tended to use geothermal in places where we already knew geothermal heat existed. So now enter the AI era, and some very clever technical people have determined that there's a way to take old seismic data and apply AI and identify new sources of geothermal that are more readily found and accessed than we believed. And so there's an ability to propagate traditional geothermal much more broadly than what was believed before. This is lower risk and can be brought online faster.
Are you excited about enhanced geothermal also?
Absolutely. Geothermal in general, I should have said, is exciting because it's nearly zero carbon. It's very reliable once we put it into place, and there's a lot about it that we actually already do know. So some very good things about geothermal. Very, very worth bringing to commercialization.
Bob, I assume you are going to say fusion. If you don't say fusion is the technology you're most excited about, I want to hear that too. But why are you excited about fusion, and why should the audience be excited about it?
Well, I would put it into two buckets. So on the first bucket is, what fusion represents as a technology. So fusion is the process that powers the stars, and we're right now at the cusp of actually making that process do what we want it to do here on Earth, meaning make it as the basis of a power plant. And what that would mean is that you'd be inventing an entire new energy source, like something that we don't get to do very often. So every one of our existing energy sources today is an industry that we've lived with for over 20, 30, 50, 100 years. The idea that you could actually start from the ground up, what is the supply chain? What's the geography of this? Is very intriguing. And then the idea that that energy source is an energy source that is decoupled from natural resources. It doesn't care about the geography or what's underneath your feet. It doesn't care about a pipeline, or it has no smokestack. It's energy that is like deeply sovereign. You manufacture it, you build a machine, and you literally have a star in a bottle. Like that attribute changes a lot of the calculus of what you do with that energy source and what it means for the people that have it and the people that don't. And so to be on the cusp of that is super exciting. But the other side of it, and I think I see this in these other companies, is that you also have a way of building a company and building technology that is very different than what we're used to in energy. These are companies that are very fast moving. They are stacks of technology, digital first. That they're not your old plodding utility or traditional energy. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just you get a new way to put together an organization. And we saw what happened when we did that with SpaceX and NASA, and a traditional industry that had been around for a while. And the idea that you could do something like that and go at that pace, at that scale in energy is very intriguing with the technical stack we have that we didn't have even 10 years ago.
You have a demo plant coming online relatively soon, I understand. Could you just talk about the path to commercialization for fusion in the years ahead as you see it?
The path is similar to the path that we've gone on in other energy systems, just compressed. So the science today on fusion is well understood. It's been demonstrated at national labs. It's embedded in large supercomputer simulations. We've used that to make a machine, a plant, that we're building in Massachusetts. It's about $1.5 billion facility. It's the largest next generation energy construction project in the United States. And it's about 75% complete. And so in about 2 years, push a button, star in a bottle, more power out than in at industrial scales, like 100 megawatts of heat. And then that is the last demonstration before you go and build a plant that hooks into the grid. And that's our next project, which is still early days, but in permitting in Virginia.
So you produce heat, not electricity, from the plant?
For the one in Massachusetts.
And then what happens with the heat?
We'll dump it. And actually, we'll dump it because the innovation in the science technology was going so fast that the regulatory structure wasn't in place when we started to build that to actually use it.
Fascinating. Well, we have a lot of expertise on finance here and people who have both invested and raised money very successfully. So maybe to start with this, and we start with you, Eric. You've been doing this for a while. How has the clean tech investment world changed in the past decade or so, in your experience?
Well, I think a lot of things have changed, and I think the change from sort of clean tech 1.0 to now is even more stark. I think the first big foundational change is the idea that energy is prosperity and that people won't pay extra for prosperity has really sunk in. We've really come to grips with that with the idea that there isn't going to be a green premium. People won't pay a green premium. People in the developed world demonstrably won't pay a green premium, and certainly in the developing world, if what you're trying to do is put a roof over your head and food in your kid mouths, you really don't care what might happen 250 years from now. So people will not pay a green premium. People will not accept a substandard product, right? So the idea that you are going to have to deliver business as usual goods and services at or below the conventional price is something that really needed to sink in and has taken root and animates certainly everything that we do. The next is the extraordinary advances in fundamental science and engineering that have occurred over the past decade. If you just think about what's possible today in the realm of molecular biology with CRISPR-Cas9, mRNA, things like that simply didn't exist 20 years ago, and the implications of those technologies for the development of whatever you'd like, liquid fuels, better sources of food, things like that. As I mentioned, access to space, the ability to design de novo new materials, and of course, underlying all of that is extraordinary advances in computation. So I think that we are really at an extraordinary moment in the field today.
I'm going to ask you a kind of leading question. I wonder, do you think you might be overstating the resistance to a green premium around the world? Because I think there are jurisdictions, Europe, California, other places, dozens of jurisdictions around the world do have carbon taxes after all. So I take your point that the green premium meets lots of resistance in lots of places. But would you say that it's unpopular but still might be possible in some places? What do you think?
So there's no doubt that people, as societies, I should be careful, right? As societies become wealthier, the marginal value of each additional dollar of wealth decreases in a way. And so one way to think about it is that people will pay a green premium, people will pay a tax on carbon when they can afford to do that. The question is, when can people afford to do that? And that's different for every person, different for every society. Most countries that have carbon taxes have relatively low carbon taxes. There are some that have high carbon taxes, and those are typically wealthier countries. And remember, the real place that you need to go is to the developing and emerging world, right? That's where the action happens. That's where you have to get, and that group of societies certainly will not pay a green premium.
Yeah. CJ, you've got a lot of experience in financing energy innovation. What do you look for when you're investing?
Building quite a bit on what Eric just talked about, it starts with the basic premise and what problem the new idea is seeking to solve or what itch it's seeking to scratch, and whether it's creating new problems of its own or whether it's going to be standalone. So you need to look at it holistically. So is it going to create human value? Is it going to not harm the environment and even create more environmental value with decarbonization? And is it capable of creating financial value? And it really needs to hit that triumvirate to really be strong. There are certain niches where you can get a green premium, but that's kind of like remembering there's premium gasoline and regular gasoline, and some customers will buy the premium, some need to, but most of them are going to buy and want to be able to buy the regular. So you want your idea to be economically competitive or have the capability of that and not have to rely on subsidies. Then there's the acid test right from the beginning. Does it pass scientific scrutiny? And sadly, there's an awful lot of ideas out there that do try to violate some of the laws of thermodynamics, and you kind of want to figure that out early on in your investment cycle and not go there. But so if it can meet those types of criteria, then you also ask, what sort of time frame are we talking about? And what is the cost to get from where we are here to where we're trying to get to commercially? And those two things are very important for an investor to understand. Investors have different desires, capabilities, and willingness and patience to deal with different time horizons. But the times that things fail is when there's a misunderstanding about those things. And if there's an understanding, a relatively good understanding of how much time and money it's going to take, then an investor can make a good decision, and then there's commonality and support for the growing technology as it goes through. Typically, an investor will add extra time to what the entrepreneur thinks, but generally speaking, you at least need to have it within a decade. Then it's very important to understand what market you're selling into and is there a willing market out there? Is this going to be something that others actually want to buy and pay for? Is it going to be competitive? And part of the answer to that is, does it require a whole new infrastructure to be plugged into, or can it be plug and play? Energy has very sophisticated and complex value chains typically, so we need to understand with a new idea, how does it fit into an existing value chain? If it needs its own new one, you have to factor that into the decision-making process and the potential cost. And then finally, possibly somewhat surprising, but so important, is evaluating the talent of the team that's developing the technology. And of course, making sure that they have the scientific capability and the talent is sort of table stakes. But the other lens that I think is equally important is this team intellectually curious, and do they want to take on board advice, help, and are they thirsty for knowledge from others? Because what you don't want is an isolated team that's trying to reinvent the wheel because it's not interested in how other people have done things. You want them to be bringing in all good ideas and all ideas that they can take and develop and apply to their own, and that's the key to success.
I want to come back in a moment and ask both of you about the role of government in this financing picture. But first I want to talk to Bob about this, because Bob, you have been incredibly successful in raising money. I don't think anybody in the fusion space has raised more money than you. How have you done it? What's the secret?
So, CFS, we've raised about $3 billion of private capital. So that puts it in, really the top of advanced energy innovation in the West. We can come back to the international landscape on innovation and financing it, which I think is very interesting. First, fundamentals, right? Energy is a giant market. It is the largest market. And so a successful energy company, like even an energy company that accesses 1% of the cash flows of the global energy system, that's like an Exxon, right? So you have basically a market that is very, very large. And then technical, you can understand the technology of energy. Oftentimes we see that there's people that understand energy and people that understand investment, but not the same people. And so you have to pair them up. And so you have to engineer the capital stack. So in our case, we engineered the capital stack where we have energy investors, we have infrastructure investors, but we also have venture investors. And we actually make those connections together so that they feel like they are a broader syndicate. So they're not just underwriting the risks they don't know, they can actually talk to someone else. And then to have like a really concrete milestone-based pathway. So like things that people can understand that can be due diligence, things that governments can verify about exactly how the commercial and technical milestones are going. And we've had that same roadmap since about 2016, and it was actually put together at the time at MIT, Energy Initiative, and others, by looking across a wide range of investors, a wide range of policymakers, like what would they have to see? What would they innately know that were the signposts that this was on the right trajectory? And then on top of that, you have to just execute relentlessly. Like it is all about, you can have great plans, you can have great investors, but if you don't actually execute, build things that work, if you try to go and violate the laws of physics, you're not going to get there. And so that execution builds the track record, the roadmap allows people to follow it, the engineered cap table allows people to step in at the right time and to step in when they're not alone.
I wonder if any of you have thoughts about the role of government and policy in financing clean energy innovation or energy innovation. There's academic literature about valleys of death and identify technology valleys of death and then commercialization valleys of death. And often people have said governments need to step in, or it's helpful if government steps in to cover those valleys of death where the private sector doesn't want to go. How important do you think government is in this space?
I'll start with, we haven't had an energy industry built in basically the history that the government has not been a part of, or some level of government-like, sovereign-like reason has not been a part of. Like it is part and parcel of the energy system. It's deeply, the lights go out, who gets, the biggest anger? Utility, and then who's next? The elected officials. So like, government is a part of the energy system, and they've always been a part of the research and development. The question is like, how far do they take it? And if you look in the United States, we've had various degrees of when they stop. For nuclear power, they took it all the way. The reason that the world has nuclear power today is because the government effectively built it. They built it by the Navy, and then they handed it over to industry. Solar, similar. Fracking, similar. And so there's a good history there. Right now, we have a system that will leave it pretty short. So the existing US system will leave almost every one of these energy innovations short. And you contrast that with the Chinese system, where they will take it long. And I can see that just in my interaction in my field to see the differences of the centralized planning, the ability to put capital to work, to put supply chains in place before they're needed, is very different from a government standpoint in China than it is in the West.
I would say, as an investor, not to be all Debbie Downer, but as an investor, I'm highly skeptical of approaches that require significant government subsidy to take them to market. We're talking about technologies that take 10, 15, 20 years to get to market at scale in a substantial way. And whatever you believe about the government's going to change 4 times over that period of time. Policy is going to change 4 times over that period of time. So I agree with Bob. I agree with you 100%. But building a technology based on government support in this day and age, and remember, it's a government that has a $40 trillion national debt. It's a government that has a $3 trillion deficit. It's, you know, there are going to be enormous changes in our time, and I'm very skeptical of government support. Agree with you 100%, we need it, very skeptical of it.
I think it's really important to not forget that the basic science development does need help, and it's government and academia. There's a very important partnership of academia for research that we cannot forget. And we've had a few problems with that in recent years. So I think re-enlivening that and understanding the partnership of research and the value that that provides to entrepreneurs is really critical. When you talk about the valley of death, I just want to say, whether it's government funding it or a private investor or anybody else, it is one of the fastest ways to cause something to fail is to actually put too much money in too soon. So if we are skipping scale-up steps and we are spending too much money with too much bravado and excitement and going faster than the technology is ready to be developed, we are going to lose money and lose the opportunity to tweak something that you could have figured out when it was smaller before it was spectacularly failing at the bigger size. And a spectacular failure is going to be a killer, because no one will touch it again for a long time after that happens. It's much better to be measured and use good discipline to scale up in small steps, or appropriate ones, shall I say.
We had, I thought, an amazing morning of dialogue mainly about energy security issues. And I wonder about the intersection between this type of breakthrough energy, the topic we're talking about, and energy security. Where do you see energy innovation contributing to energy security in the years ahead? Any of you?
You know, energy is prosperity, and that means that that energy is security. And I think that the Russian action in Ukraine gave us everything that we needed, but it's now been underlined and bold-faced in the Middle East. Energy is not a commodity like soybeans that should be bought and sold between the highest bidder and the lowest seller. We have to find ways to onshore these industries. We have to find ways to establish secure supply chains. It's absolutely vital. But this idea of just a race to the bottom in terms of price, I think we have abundant evidence now cannot be the case.
Well, innovation is critical for a lot of things, and security for sure. What we need is greater abundance of energy, we need greater optionality, and we need greater sustainability. And so when you don't have those things, that's when you have security of supply issues, and we've got those today. So if everyone's fighting over the few supplies of something that everyone's dependent on, you're going to have security risks. If everyone has only one choice and something happens to that choice, whether it has to do with geopolitics or bad weather or anything, everyone's going to be fighting and having trouble because they don't have optionality. And sustainability is huge, because if you're worried about running out, you're going to have potential hoarding. And if you're destroying your environment, you're going to have even bigger problems. All of those are security risks. So if you flip that around, we need innovation to expand abundance. We need innovation to expand optionality. And we need innovation to expand sustainability.
Just add on there that sustainability and security actually are pretty tightly tied together. If you don't have a pipeline and a smokestack, then you don't have a feedstock or carbon. And so the technologies that solve for that, they solve security and sustainability at the same time. And fusion's one of them. There's others, geothermal and others. But that's, I think, an important thing. It's like we're actually headed the same direction, and there's not a tension between sustainability and security at a fundamental level.
Might be worth mentioning batteries, too. I think innovation in batteries is going to be important for an energy security standpoint, both in terms of renewables and potentially for certainly for electric vehicles. Probably innovation in critical minerals, too, and help address some of the supply chain risks out there. So I think there's a lot of places where energy innovation really makes a difference in terms of the energy security dialogue. So, okay, onto our next hot topic, AI. The last panel talked about this, but just in terms of the specific technologies that you've been focused on and thinking about, I'm curious, what role does AI play in innovation in this space? But a lot of the dialogue around AI has been, how do we get enough power for AI? How does AI help us to innovate in this area?
I'll go first. So I think that the field that we're in, it's super complex physics, and we actually use AI. We have a partnership a long time with DeepMind to actually even understand and optimize the plants. That's super exciting. But actually on the power demand side, I'm actually more excited. And it's because the entrance of hyperscalers and the need for large amounts of electricity have allowed us to even fathom breaking existing systems. So the conversation that we saw earlier, the session before this about bring your own power, or how we're going to solve the grid problem, how we're going to scale these technologies, time to power, that solution set was not even on the table 2 years ago. You would have been laughed out of the room if you tried to build a business case on it. You've been told, no, you're selling to utilities, you're going to go in, they're going to rate base it, you're going to get in queue, and you plan for this amount of time. Now we don't have to have a conversation that's constrained by the way that we've done things for the last 50 years that obviously doesn't work. We can actually have a conversation that's much broader. And that is because the existential fight for AI, driven by people who have the balance sheet and the techno-optimism, has opened our aperture.
Yeah, and I would say, too, that the issues around demand for power for AI is the canary in the coal mine, right? I mean, we're talking about an increase in demand of power of 10% a year or something like that. That's huge when demand for power has been flat for the last 30 years. But remember, the fastest way there is to decarbonize is electrify everything and decarbonize electricity, and that means something like 3x the demand for power. So AI is the canary in the coal mine. I think there's lots of nuts and bolts sorts of things. How do you design and operate a grid is obviously going to be massively impacted. I think that if you go a step beyond that, it underlies almost everything we do in material discovery, in advances in biology, and access to space. So I think AI underlies almost everything. And then if you want to go a step farther, you can imagine AI sort of commoditizing competence. Right? In the past, a huge part of what we do is just competence. It's showing up and making sure the trains run on time. AI takes that out of it. And so it puts a premium now on imagination, and now the real fun starts.
David, the two examples I gave you at the beginning about my kids that I'm most excited about really illustrate this. One was about an innovation that's going to help AI build out better and faster, and one was about taking AI and making existing technology even better. And so both of those things, I think, from a big picture category, are going to foster a tremendous amount of innovation.
Terrific. So we only have a few minutes left, and we're going to close with kind of 2 lightning rounds of questions. And the first question is, please tell us something that most people in the audience will be surprised by in this space. You think most people in the audience don't know. Anybody want to take that up? Eric, you got it.
This year, anthropogenic mass, the mass of all things that humans have built, now equals biogenic mass on this planet, the mass of all naturally occurring materials. In 1900, anthropogenic mass was 3% of biogenic mass. By 2040, anthropogenic mass may be 3 times biogenic mass. And the vast majority of that anthropogenic mass is steel and cement, that in aggregate are responsible for 15% of global emissions. Oh, I can do even better. The mass of just all roads, the concrete in all roads on Earth, is more than 100 times the mass of all ants on this Earth.
Amazing. Okay, so I want to be sure I want to be sure I understand your terms. Anthropogenic mass is anything that humans create.
Yes.
Okay. And biogenic mass are plants and animals.
Yes.
Got it. I didn't know that. CJ, you got me on that one. Yeah.
I'm going to go a totally different direction.
Okay.
So, most big conceptual breakthroughs that I've witnessed or heard about actually come about by bringing diverse populations or ideas together. So scientists from biology and scientists from chemistry, for example, just as one. Physicists and biologists. Big company experienced people, small company entrepreneurs. And I think the point is that we need all of the above, and too often in innovation, the two populations, especially of the big companies and the small companies, or of different scientific disciplines, do not really listen to each other. They don't necessarily hear each other very well, and they don't value what they have to say. But when we lock them in a room together, we get amazing results.
I love it. Bob.
So if you think about the electricity system, the numbers are like hard to put your head around. But if you just take like big power plants, like 200 megawatts, size of a data center or a steel mill or a small city, that's about over 85% of all the electricity comes from those power plants. There are more Walmarts than there are those power plants.
All right, I'm going to offer something wonky, which is something I've started thinking about along with a great team, which is that there is real money right now going into space-based data centers and space-based solar. But both of those things are drawing real investment. We'll see whether those investments will pay off, but it's, I think, going to be a growing topic of interesting conversation in the years ahead. Okay, last question. I got this from Ezra Klein's great podcast, and for those of you who haven't heard Jason Bordoff's interview with Jason Klein, Jason Bordoff with Ezra Klein, listen to it. It was a fascinating conversation. But he asks everybody at the end of his podcast to name 3 books that they're most interested in or that they recommend. We don't have time for 3 books, so how about just 1 book or article, something old, something new. And I end my podcast this way, thank you for the 2 plugs I've already gotten for my podcast. I appreciate that. For each of the panelists, maybe starting with Eric, a book or an article that you recommend to the audience could be something you read yesterday, could be something like a Winnie the Pooh or something from your childhood.
Winnie the Pooh is one of my favorites. Václav Smil's, How the World Really Works. And you know, Václav sometimes is portrayed as being sort of negative and pessimistic, and I'm not pessimistic, but it's unbelievably important. We're not going to be productive in this space if we don't really understand the physical constraints that we're working in. And Václav's book is really important for that.
Just a note on this. So Václav Smil is insanely prolific. He puts out like a book a year.
Yeah.
And they're unbelievable. And I once asked him, I said, how do you do it? Because I was curious. And his answer, just to report, is he said, I write 500 words a day. He said, I write 500 words a day, just with discipline. And that comes out to 180,000 a year, and he puts out a great book every year. It's unbelievable. CJ.
I love that one. It's great. I'm going to slip in 2 really quick ones. Jim Collins, great by choice, and that gets to the stage gating idea I was talking about before, and not going too fast, but take things in stages to do things faster and more successfully. Second one is The Prize. Because if we're going to do something with this transition, we should understand the last transition. And it does a beautiful job explaining all the drama, all the incredible innovation, all the risk-taking, and all the raw belief that it took for us to get to where we are today.
Bob.
Empire's of Light. It's the Edison-Tesla fight. But it's at an era where, you know, we were doing really big things really fast, and we believed that anything was possible, and then it's set against the Chicago World's Fair, which was a beautiful exposition that was really about a very optimistic future, of course, at the turning point in history where it didn't turn out great.
And I'm going to recommend a book called Where Good Ideas Come From, A Natural History of Innovation by Steve Johnson. It's a great summary and very readable on all the ideas we've been talking about in this panel. Please join me in giving our panelists a big hand.
Hello all, and if you can just remain seated briefly. Before we head into a quick break, I just want to take a minute to share a bit about women in energy and to recognize how many of you are already a part of it. I'm Jessica Weiss, the Program Director of the Women in Energy Initiative here at the Center on Global Energy Policy. Our goal is simple: get more women into energy and into leadership. We do that through events, workshops, a job board, career coaching, and an early career fellowship. Fellowship applications are open right now. But what really makes Women Energy work is all of you. So an ask of you: if you've come to a Women Energy event, received coaching, hosted office hours, been a part of our fellowship, or connected with us in any way, would you mind take a moment and stand, please? Please, don't be afraid. This is our community. This is what we're building together. As we head into the Women in Energy sponsored reception at the conclusion of our program here today, I'd encourage you to lean into that. Talk to someone new. If you're more senior, talk to someone more junior. If you're more junior, talk to someone you admire. These connections really matter. And for some of you, today might be the start of something. I'll be around the reception. Please come say hi. And with that, we'll take a quick break and be back in 8 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, if everyone could come back and take their seats, apologies for the short break. If everyone can come back to their seats, we're going to get going. Our next featured discussion will focus on the global movement to address the effects of climate change and how the environment shaping that movement has shifted in light of recent policy headwinds and tailwinds for climate domestically and globally. It's titled The Future of Climate Action, Lessons from the Rise and Retreat, and will be moderated by Alexis Abramson, Dean of Columbia Climate School. She'll be joined by Abby Dillon, President of Earth Justice, and David Turk, who is the Program Director of Environment at the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation and the former U.S. Deputy Secretary of Energy. Please welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We'd love to get started, particularly so we can get to your questions as well. I'm going to let you get a little drink, and I will just jump into things. Thank you. So, Dave, Abby, it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us here at Columbia. Jumping right into things, what we're talking about today is, I think of as sort of the durability of the energy landscape in particular. And if we think about the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022, that really marked this true expansion in the US in particular of climate policy, right? But of course, in the years since then, the policy landscape has become more complex. Of course, shifts in our own US federal landscape and efforts to roll back provisions have happened. But even so, energy and climate and clean energy remain a priority, really, in many parts of the world. In fact, there have been record levels of clean energy added to the grid. Over 90% of clean energy generation added to the grid today. So that's a real remarkable change. And even corporate responses have also sort of diverged. Some companies have scaled back or faced scrutiny, while others continue to invest heavily. So as we think about this arc, that really raises some fundamental questions about the durability of climate policy. So as we think through this, what sort of drove that initial momentum? What explains some of the waning of that as well? And what lessons does this experience, particularly over the last few years, what lessons does this experience offer for the next phase of climate action? And I will turn to you with a question, but want to remind the audience that please use the QR code at your table to submit questions for the session. So let's start with that question about durability. In general, what would you say distinguishes policies that endure versus those that are more vulnerable to this shifting political and economic conditions? You know, particularly when we think about sort of the economic drivers, the affordability of solar plus storage these days, that's creating economic momentum. But as I know both of you know, and are experts on this, right, policies around solar and storage, particularly in the US, have really kind of changed over the last few years. So how do we think about that durability piece? How do we think about making sure that policy is more durable so we can see the positive impacts of that? So Abby, do you want to start us off with that?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think one thing that we're learning in a very stark way is that policies need to be in place for long enough to work. And I think that has been the case with RPS, with so many of the clarity of the goals around why it's necessary to decarbonize, why the energy sector is central, what it would mean to electrify, what it would take, having not only policy vehicles and mechanisms, but clear goals across a time horizon that's understandable. having a business voice, something that is designed to work economically over time, and something that has political underpinnings that are durable, not least because of that economic piece. And so, when I think about the trajectory of clean energy in the US, in other places like Germany, where it is, there's some retrenchment there as well, notwithstanding incredible investment over the years, I remain optimistic that we have a maturation of the industry and that the fundamentals still apply, and so that the policy goals and the outcomes that we're looking for will come. But obviously, we can't ignore the obvious, which is that there is a very concerted effort to derail that. And I want to turn it over to David, but I'll tease a piece, which is that as a lawyer watching all of the legal frameworks that were the predicate for this policy making, not only at the federal level, but at the state level, being interrogated, the new level of uncertainty around legal durability and certainty really creates a new set of questions about how to even judge durability and authorities and possibilities in the future.
Could I ask you before we turn it over to Dave, can you give an example of a policy maybe that's been durable over the last few years? Yeah, any examples of that?
Well, I'll give a couple
Sure.
short. I mean, the flagship is the Clean Air Act's authority for regulating greenhouse gas emissions, which has been the predicate for so much of the federal regulation across the biggest emitting sectors. And that finding has been rolled back, and the predicate for the authority at all is now in question. It will certainly land in the Supreme Court, and we have hints about how the majority may rule. And at the same time, this term, the court has taken up a vastly consequential case on preemption of state ability to take action. So we could find ourselves in a situation where federal authority is fundamentally upended, and state authority, and it's not only the Suncor case, I'm referring to the preemption challenges that we're seeing around the country and that are making their way quite quickly to the Supreme Court. It's a real landscape change.
Great points. Dave, how do you think about the policy durability?
Well, first of all, I think about durability all the time, right? Like, as someone who spent 4 years of his life in the previous administration implementing all the phenomenal legislation and the tools that we frankly never had in our country before, tools commensurate, I think, with the scale of the challenge. We had just at the Department of Energy $100 billion in grant money. We had a $300 billion pipeline in the loan program. We hired 1,500 people. We had a huge range of tax incentives all across the board to really try to lean in, not just for climate benefit, but for competitiveness benefits, for taking advantage of these new markets and opportunities domestically. And then to see one election and repeal of a lot of that legislation and a lot of the things that this administration is doing beyond that repeal that showed that we didn't have that durability of policy. As I dissect the problem, I kind of break it down into maybe 3 buckets for purposes of trying to be short and make sure we get as many questions as we can. One is, I actually think we do have durability now like we've never had before on the clean energy transition. Just a few years ago, if I would have come up here and said that solar batteries are the cheapest alternative and the quickest alternative for bringing electrons on in our country and around the world, that would have been bullshit. Now it really isn't, because costs have been driven down so precipitously. I also think there's a real durability with what we're seeing on the clean energy side, with what we're seeing with the geopolitics, what's going on with Iran. I think it was Bob who said earlier, this roller coaster of oil in particular. No country around the world, we export oil, right? We're a net exporter, but we're still susceptible. U.S. consumers are susceptible to what they have to pay at the pump. No one likes that volatility.
Countries like to control their own futures. They like to have stability of price. And so what I think we're going to see, and we're already starting to see, is a whole lot more leaning into those parts of the clean energy spectrum which overlap with those parts of the economic security bubble. The Venn diagram doesn't overlap completely, but there's an awful lot of overlap. So I think that actually provides a lot of durability, maybe not of the policy kind, but the real economy kind, I think, in really super interesting kinds of ways. I think we've got to solve the polarization in our country more generally. It's particularly acute on the climate and the clean energy part of this part of the equation. If you would have told me 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and Trump 1 is completely different from Trump 2 on energy policy, especially when it comes to clean energy, in my opinion. If you would have told me 5 years ago that somehow solar energy is a political thing, I would have told you, like, that's crazy. Why would solar energy, why would wind energy for that matter? But I guess there's a wind turbine off a golf course, and like I get that, I guess. But why solar energy? If you believe in God, if you don't believe in God, and you have this resource and it's shining down on you all the time, and you can deal with the intermittency issues and other pieces, right? Every source of energy has pros and cons, and you need to mitigate and deal with those kinds of things. So I think we need to, and my hope is we can be depoliticized. We can actually work on durable policy. It's so important because in our country, we're not a top-down country where the federal government dictates things. It's the private sector, it's entrepreneurs, it's companies who are going to build out this clean energy transition. But if they don't have a set of policies, tax incentives or otherwise, that are consistent, if they can't rely on the federal government once it makes a permit, to have that permit pulled like was done for offshore wind when the project was 95% complete, that should freak out every company and business owner in the country, whether you're in the clean energy side of the spectrum or you're in incumbent industry, energy industry, or any other industry more generally. So I come from a small town in the mid part of the country where a lot of my neighbors were certainly very pragmatic and just thinking about how do we get to the point where we can have some durability. I was frankly disappointed last year in industry's voice. A lot of times durability comes from an industry voice. It's democracy, it's the feedback. If you try to take away tax incentives, we thought those tax incentives had a lot of durability to them. And for one reason or another, a lot of companies felt chilled not to make their true voices, their true desires known in the political landscape. I think that's super troubling. It's super troubling for democracy. It's super troubling for durability going forward. So I think this is the real challenge of our time, is how to solve that.
I mean, it's interesting you paint this picture of economics and the market really kind of being the driver if we've got some stalled policies, right? And so, but maybe pulling on that thread a little bit, if you can talk about the private sector, the business side. So is there something that the private sector can do outside of course, you know, selling their products, like the clean energy transition products? What else could they possibly do to help maybe on the policy side? Is there anything that businesses should be doing, speaking up or connecting with their policymakers in some way that maybe they're not doing? Yeah, Abby.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the questions that I'm often asked by prospective funders is, why does Earth Justice have this very large energy practice? Why isn't the industry getting in there, and the public utility commissions and the FERC in their own interests? And for a while, the answer was that they were pouring their money back into their companies. And it was great that we were aligned, that there was a public interest energy push on their behalf. I think now I think very direct phone calls to industry during the votes on the One Big Beautiful Bill, quite anomalous. I think it had a chilling effect. I think that effect is starting to fade, and I think you're starting to see people pursue their economic interests in a much more muscular way. And until that lobby is taking seriously the political liabilities and imperatives, we're not going to get to where we need to go. I mean, one other thing I would add to your great list is speed to power right now. I'm hearing from more and more hedge funds in the Gulf South who have been deeply invested in oil and gas. They're getting invested in clean now. It's just a fact that someone said today the best electron is the one that's already existing. I mean, using our current grid, solar plus storage, grid enhancing technologies, I think we're starting to see a sort of melting of the freeze and people saying, you can't run away from these great economics, particularly when there's so much money on the line. And so I think that's another piece of the durability, but it will not be self-executing. The industry has to get in there in a much more robust way.
Yeah, one of our questions from the audience sort of touches on this, and it talks about sort of this divide, right? And you mentioned this, Dave, that like how can solar be a political issue? And so, and that we need to find a way to better come together. Maybe it's around competitiveness, maybe it's around national security or one's own consumer security as a result of uncertainty in the energy markets. So can both of you touch a little bit more on that bipartisan piece? How do we, and by that I mean, you know, Republicans, Democrats, people in rural areas and cities, how do we bring, in particular the US, our country together more to better tackle what is obviously the best path forward for our country?
Yeah, maybe a few thoughts on that. Certainly, the way you succeed in the private sector is to succeed in the private sector and to show that you can make cash and make money and satisfy the customer needs. If it's speed to power and you can satisfy that, you're going to be more successful in the future. If Bob can get his fusion company up and running and that's successful, that's the way you have more feedback for more federal funding where it's necessary, tax incentives, but more broadly, that you can get the private investment to really scale up. So I think that's first and foremost. I do think it's important for us to, as powerful an economy as we have, as diverse an economy that we have, I think we go a lot further if we work with partners around the world. One of the things as an American that's frightened me, frankly, the most over the last year and a quarter is our phenomenal relationships with allies around the world that really seems to be being thrown to the side in ways that don't serve our national security, our economic security, and certainly our ability to have access to other markets in ways that allow companies to succeed not only here in the US, but abroad, or foreign companies to succeed here in our country as well. So I think that's an incredibly important part. And then three, I think we need to have a country where, whether it's business interests or even more importantly, citizens feel comfortable raising and being part of the civil discourse in a respectful way and in a way that a variety of opinions can make their way heard. The chilling effect on corporate behavior, in particular last year and going into this year, of not speaking out as much on their corporate climate commitments, using other words and not mentioning the word climate change. It's not like climate change is getting better, it's getting worse. The science that's been developed just over the last year and a quarter that Trump's been in office, to me, at least as I read it, is more disturbing, not less disturbing. And so I think incumbent upon everybody, including CEOs and others who have the ability to be part of the discussion and to try to do it respectfully and to do it in a way that brings everybody along. I think there's a way we can do this that's not preachy. There's a way to do this that's positive, that is allowing us to compete on a whole range of technologies with China in particular, to diversify our supply chains, but it's a positive vision, and I think that's where we need to get to.
I'll pick up on that, which is, I think it is for anyone who cares about clean energy, for anyone who cares about climate, no matter what your politics are, I think it's a political and a strategic error to go quiet on what is not an overblown, hoaxy crisis. The fastest growing demographic in the country is extreme weather survivors. Over 30 million now. And they span the political spectrum. And they enter a situation through the loss of their home, their insurance, their livelihoods, the lives of someone they love, but then they want to understand what the solutions are. And so I think we have to I think we cannot stop talking about climate, because if we do, it will be a failure of solutions by the people who understand best that they are needed. And I think we have to open the aperture beyond energy. This is my passion, and I love to be in this discussion at a time where energy is absolutely at the forefront of our daily lives with this war, et cetera. But we have to understand that people's energy bills are one door in, but losing their insurance, losing their sense of safety, these are is their housing sufficient to keep them cool in extreme heat? Is it built to withstand new storms? I left my house with a leaking roof in Berkeley because the rainstorms are so different now. So I think that energy needs to be nested within a set of policies that meet people where they are, wherever they live, whatever their politics may be.
So true. At the Climate School, we have some partnerships with the insurance sector, and they always say to us, you know, we're living reality, right? We see the people and how they're affected by this and have to adjust how they do business as a result. So the reality is there, and they're speaking out about that. So that's great to see. Just in our few minutes left, I was hoping you might talk about the future a bit, and this could be US, it could be global, but as we think to the next few years, I'm going to ask you to sort of look in your crystal balls a little bit. Sort of what indicators should we be watching most closely, right? As we hopefully see some transitions toward impact, toward accelerating the clean energy transitions. Like, what indicators should we be looking at to identify sort of where we're going and how we can, in the private, public, academic sector, sort of adjust in response?
Yeah, certainly a few thoughts. I had a chance to work earlier in my career in the International Energy Agency, the IEA. And one thing my old boss, who's still there, who's doing great work, Dr. Fatih Birol, said is, I'm a numbers guy. And I do think following the numbers of what's actually happening out in the real world is super, super helpful. And there's some numbers, I think, that are leading indicators of what's coming. One of the numbers that I think is going to be really interesting to see is what the EV numbers are. Not just in the US, but maybe more interesting and more important in developing countries around the world. We're starting to see some really early indications, even before the Iran situation, and I think the Iran situation is going to accelerate a lot of electrification, especially in transport. If you're a finance minister in country X, Y, and Z, the less you get to import someone else's fuel and the more you control your energy destiny is not only smart economic policy, but frankly, a smart political policy as well. So I think we're going to see some really significant EV numbers go up. I think that'll be an indication as part of the electro-tech revolution happening. The solar numbers, I think, will continue to go up. The battery storage numbers have been remarkable, including in large parts of the country. ERCOT, which is in Texas, has some of the best electric battery storage as a way to make sure you're efficiently and effectively balancing grids along those lines. So I think those battery numbers, I think, will show a real indication of where things are going more broadly, more systematically. I hope there's a way that we can power our data centers and keep that cutting-edge AI technology in our country. I think that's a national security imperative. I think it's an economic security imperative. And I think there's a way to do that that helps lean in on the clean energy side as well. And so I think that's a real challenge before us more generally. That is a good test case of whether we as a US society are up to the challenge in front of us.
Yeah, the data center piece obviously on everybody's mind right now, and seeing the fraction of those data centers relying on clean energy, right, versus not, I think will definitely be a big indicator. So, Abby?
I'll go short. I think it's been said in various ways over the day. Our old systems, whether logistical on the ground or the ones embodied in our social contract, our legal systems, are not fit for purpose now. And we're going to have a lot to do to redesign a government that delivers for people, and not just here, around the world. And so I think applying ourselves in this moment where we have the disruption of AI with its possibilities and its perils, when we have a climate that will never go back to one that's familiar, where we have a new world order in terms of geopolitics, this is a moment that challenges us to build something new and to really absorb that and embrace it. I know Dave is doing it. I know so many people in this room are doing it, and I thank Columbia for having this conference, which is, I think, exhorting us all to do it with greater urgency and speed.
Great. Well, thank you. Thanks again to both of you for joining us today. Thanks to all of you for joining us today. This is a really important conversation, and I'm really glad that we can talk about the different perspectives and have a real dialogue on it. So enjoy the rest of the conference.
Great, thank you for that conversation. Next up, we'll have a panel on the increasingly complex challenge of building energy systems that can underpin industrialization, job creation, and long-term prosperity in the Global South. The panel is titled Powering Development, Energy, Growth, and Opportunity in the Global South. It will be moderated by Jonathan Elkind, Senior Research Scholar at CGEP. He was also a senior official at the White House and the U.S. Department of Energy. He will be joined by Kung-Ya Park, Chief Sustainability Officer at Temasek, Sumaila Zubairu, CEO, Africa Finance Corporation, Ashvin Dayal, Senior Vice President, Rockefeller Foundation, and Her Excellency Rania Al-Mashat, former Minister of Planning, Economic Development, and International Cooperation of Egypt. Finally, I also just want to let everyone know we have an additional piece of programming before the cocktail hour, a conversation between Jason Bordoff and Majid Al-Suwaidi, CEO of ALTÉRRA. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we move from a conversation about climate and a lot of emphasis around what is happening inside the United States to a very different perspective. This session focusing on energy for development. Now, two things I know for sure. First, of the roughly 130 countries that are classified by the World Bank as low or middle income countries, one size does not fit all. Second, even if we had a lot more time than we do, we would be hard-pressed to do justice to the complexity of the task that is before us, but we'll give it the old college try, as I say. To lay out the stakes that are well known to many in this audience, let me recall some figures that will be familiar, I suspect. Low and middle income countries, not counting China, which kind of merits its own category, account for 60% of humanity, but only 20% roughly of global energy investment. And that's before we say anything about the implications of the world that has been under discussion in the course of this day, one that is experiencing unprecedented energy and other commodity market disruptions, one seeing long-standing norms of international trade abandoned, and in particular, by the country that has invested heavily in the creation of those trading norms throughout the last decades. A world where many past forms of international cooperation have been de-emphasized. For example, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development recently reported that official development assistance between the year 2024 and 2025 was reduced by nearly 25%. ODA, official development assistance from the United States, dropped 56% year on year. So I have asked our four distinguished speakers who are with me here this afternoon to highlight as much as possible the challenges and the opportunities that are visible to each of them from very distinct vantage points. And I have also encouraged them to jump into conversation between and among each other to the greatest extent possible. Let me note that the topic of this session, as you heard from Jason Bordoff earlier today, namely energy, growth, and opportunity in the Global South, is the focus of an exciting new collaboration that the Center on Global Energy Policy just announced last week in collaboration with and thanks to the support of the Rockefeller Foundation. And we'll come to that in the conversation in due course. But here let me pick up, as I wrap up my setup, Let me pick up on a point that Eric Toon made, I think very, very appropriately. He said emphatically, energy is prosperity. And that, to me, is kind of the core of the conversation that we will be having in this session. Before I turn to the speakers, let me remind you that you can submit questions using the QR codes that are on your tables for those of you here in the room. And for those of you who are watching online, you can submit questions through the Summit website on the site of the Center on Global Energy Policy. So, let me turn first to Dr. Rania Al-Mashat. You heard her introduced by her recent affiliation and professional role. I will congratulate her also on having just been announced yesterday as the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. Dr. Rania, it is a pleasure to have you with us here today. You bring very rich experience, not only from your cabinet posts in Egypt, but also from prior work with the International Monetary Fund and Egypt's central bank. Can you give us a bit of a snapshot, please, summarizing your views on a couple of the most important constraints and opportunities that are both obstructing and or enabling faster energy for development progress in the Global South?
Well, thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure spending the day here listening to the different aspects of energy and what's happening geopolitically. But let me say that for the Global South, or for emerging and developing economies, it was quite difficult before the Iran war, and it's getting more complicated. But let's try and dissect that a little bit. There's no development without energy. If countries want to grow, create jobs, and I think that's the dilemma that all countries are facing today. Everybody wants to grow. Everybody wants to keep up with the population growth. And you mentioned a very important word, prosperity. So prosperity means better livelihoods. So we need those jobs. Those jobs can only come if we have energy to support them. So when we look at the landscape of emerging markets, a few things come to mind. Number one, everybody wants more private sector investments. For that to happen, you have to have macroeconomic stability. Macroeconomic stability means predictable fiscal policy, predictable monetary policy, so that the investor has the confidence to come in. In many instances, with the shocks that are coming in place, this is not always the case. The second point is also that when you look at the energy markets, in emerging and developing economies, many of them, you will find that the state still regulates. There are questions about the cost of gas, the cost of natural, fuel. You will find that whenever there's a shock, there's going to be a price increase. So how can an investor come in who wants to set a company or a factory and actually do a cash flow for what is expected when it comes to pricing? Then you have regulations around the energy markets. And most important in this, if we're going to talk a little bit later on the transition, is the off-taker. We always have countries wanting to do solar plants or wind farms, but the government has to pay in dollars. So the offtake when it comes to emerging markets and developing economies, and what's the price, and how is the country going to bring that foreign exchange, particularly if it's going to be prone to successive shocks in the future. And then, we had two panels before this one where we were talking about AI and the grid. And in developing economies, we have old grids that in many instances cannot support the development path that these countries want to push forward. And here comes the need for private sector investments in the grid. And if you don't have macroeconomic stability and predictability and regulations that are well understood, then you're going to be stuck with a grid that is unable to fulfill the aspirations of development in the countries. Now, another important aspect, and here comes the part of international cooperation, many of the multilateral development banks, the IFIs, the bilaterals want to actually support countries in the grid and in the investments. But again, you mentioned ODA is falling, and OECD showed that it was 25% down. So now what these institutions are doing are helping to support private sector investments in countries. But if you don't have what we just described, macroeconomic stability, predictability with respect to pricing, regulations and reforms which allow the private sector to be there, then even if the MDBs want to provide support to the private sector and investments in the countries, it's going to prove difficult. Opportunities, with what's happening now, everybody wants more renewable energy, and therefore many countries can start pushing in that direction. Maybe I stop here and continue.
Great. Thank you for starting us off so well. Let me next invite Samaila Zubero to come in. You've served as the Chief Executive Officer of African Finance Corporation for much of the last decade. But in addition to the insights you bring from that rich experience, leading that multilateral finance institution, you also had prior experience from a very different and important vantage point in the industrial world with the Dangote Group. Where do you see some of the biggest challenges to energy development in the Global South, in your region, and in turn, where do you see some of the greatest opportunities?
So good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of these conversations. I mean, very interesting conversations. A very good question, and I'll pick up from, our perspective. I think the biggest challenge or the biggest constraint is the fact that we are not tying electricity production to demand. By demand, I mean bankable demand by businesses, industries that create jobs and can pay for the electricity. And to be able to address this, we need to focus on what is electricity being used for. So if we build systems whereby the energy system is integrated with industrial policy or industrial plans, then we'll find that we can scale energy access. I say that because we have seen from the ground that anytime you have industrial offtake, you can use that to either support the grid or you can use that to build the grid. And I'll give examples. So Kamwakakula in DRC is one of the largest green copper operations in the world today. And to build that plant, we rehabilitated one of the dams in DRC, providing 180 megawatts of clean hydropower. And we are also rehabilitating another of the Inga dams to increase that power. And all of this was done in partnership with the state utility. So this industrial demand has increased power consumption for the grid. And I also give another example. The Dangote refinery has 500 megawatts for the refinery, the fertilizer plant, and the petrochemical complex. Now, the refinery is being expanded, so they need an additional 500 megawatts. But they already have 1,000 megawatts. So you can see an industrial group has such significant energy capacity to support its operation. So what does that tell us? That tells us that when there is need, it's built. It's not something that you plan. You just build it. And when you build it not just generation, you're building transmission, you're building distribution, and you're building all it takes to have the value chain. So I think the constraint is also the opportunity, which is to focus on demand first, build demand, build the transmission interconnectors to connect that, and you build generation at the back of it. So we need to be focused first on demand, transmission and distribution, and generation. And you'll find that you'll be able to provide better access, for citizens across the world, because, across those communities. If you create jobs in the process of building energy systems, then the people that are employed in those jobs are able to pay for the use of those systems across. So it's really focusing on demand, and I insist on focusing on demand, bankable, credible demand, especially industrial offtake, so that by the time you have that in place, you will see that the economies are working. So the access and scaling becomes the consequence of economics working.
insist upon focusing on demand, and constraint is also the opportunity. Two nuggets to take away from that. Kyung-Ah Park, thank you for also joining us in your role as Chief Sustainability Officer with Temasek. You bring not only the perspective of that institution, one of the most reputed financial houses around, but also a rich experience from your past life on Wall Street and in other organizations. Can you give us a little bit of your perspective on things that need to change in order to see an acceleration of investment to drive energy for development?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you also for having me, and it's good to see many friends and make new friends as well. So for those of you who don't know Temasek, if I may, because I think there's oftentimes a confusion around what Temasek is and isn't, because we do get lumped into sovereign wealth funds because we have a single shareholder in the former Singapore government. But we are a global investor anchored in Singapore in Southeast Asia. But we very much invest independently and with commercial returns in mind. But because we are a long-term generational investor, at the core of everything we do is sustainability that goes hand in hand with sustainable returns. And that was emphasized in a couple of panels as well. And I think that's a really important emphasis. In the context of how we think about energy, it was well said. It goes hand in hand with prosperity and industrial development. And in a nutshell, at the mercy of repeating what was already said, the challenge from our purview is really investable systems. There's a lot that's been said around what's the enabling environment, whether it be policy, the macro environment. FX is a big one. The creditworthy offtakes and making sure you match the supply and the financeability with the demand. All of that, I think, matters a lot. In the context of what we do, I would say technology as well as capital is actually available. So we're now seeing in many markets the clean energy systems, particularly solar, and increasingly battery, is actually the economic technology of choice. Capital is also actually relatively abundant in the markets. You've seen in the prior panel, Commonwealth Fusion mentioned even for an early stage fusion company, we're an investor in them. They raised $3 billion in the private markets, and you see AI companies raising $100 billion plus clip. So capital is out there. But capital really does not like friction. It goes to where the least resistance is. So we've got to address these resistance issues to enable the risk-adjusted return to make sense for institutional investors and mainstream investors. And we can come back to how do we do that. I think the other thing which is really important to emphasize is return on effort. We only have so many people on the ground, right, who can spend time looking at projects, looking at investability. And so you've got to take individual deals that are oftentimes subscale into repeatable deals, and ideally create platforms to make it super easy for institutional investors to come in, particularly in markets where there's actually real, or in many cases perceived risk, just because you're not familiar with the market. It takes too much friction and elbow grease to be able to learn about the market, because you have many other markets that you can invest into. So there's the opportunity cost of not only capital, but opportunity cost of effort. Just coming to the other side of your coin around opportunity, I mentioned that there is technology that is actually readily deployable and economic. And I would say we are seeing, particularly in our neighborhood in Asia, not just China that's always talked about given the leadership around clean energy, critical minerals, et cetera, but we are actually seeing many markets viewing this as a leapfrog opportunity. And if you think about the long-term growth opportunity and how do you create resilient and sustainable growth, this is where the future lies. And now with the geopolitical situation, countries that are actually net importers of fossil-based energy obviously are facing much more of a pressure, in some cases quite existential, where this is going to be an impetus to really think through what are the actual local, sustainable, clean energy and resilient sources that they can actually deploy, which will then make them more resilient and also ensure that they're not, one is a fiscal challenge, obviously, as well as also inflationary pressures and so forth. So I think this is going to be a bigger impetus to be able to leapfrog into a more resilient, sustainable system that is going to ultimately help with the prosperity point that you mentioned.
Excellent, thank you. last but not least, let me turn to you, Ashwin. The Rockefeller Foundation has distinguished itself in recent years for making what your president refers to as big bets, interventions at scale designed to tackle some of the biggest challenges in our world. So could you tell us a little bit about how the foundation is thinking about the current moment? And I do hope that along the way you'll talk a bit about the high-level panel on universal energy and abundance. What motivated that? What was of interest there for the foundation, and where do you see it going forward? Please.
Well, thank you, and it's a real pleasure to be here with everyone today. What a masterclass in terms of the topics that we've covered today. I feel like I've had a PhD in the moment we're in. But Jonathan, you asked about what do we make of this moment we're in, and I think obviously we're very focused right now on what's happening in the Middle East, the disruption to oil and gas, and what that means for dozens of economies around the world. There's another moment we're in that is a source of great optimism and something that we feel very excited about at the foundation and in all of the countries that we work with. And some of that has been talked about today. We've seen, we talk a lot about the importance of storage as a technology and what it can do to transform our grids in the years ahead as we try and integrate more renewables, create more flexible and responsive systems. Prices have come down, I think, by over 50% in the last 2 years. I mean, that's a remarkable evolution, and it opens up options for energy investors and planners that didn't exist even 4 or 5 years ago. We have been associated with and involved in what I think is a massive shift in thinking about the role of distributed energy and decentralized energy, not just in last mile situations where you're trying to reach the 730 million people who are unelectrified, but even in modern, fully energized economies. That is opening up all sorts of new possibilities. Then, we had the session earlier where old friend Paige, I don't know if she's still in the room, from Tapestry was talking about not just the role of, what is the energy needs of AI, but what can AI do for energy? And we're seeing just tremendous innovation. We were just involved with the Global Energy Alliance in completing the first full digital twin of a DISCOM in a distribution company, utility in Rajasthan in India. This is a reasonably low capacity distribution company, and if we're talking about leveraging the power of AI, you need that base layer of digitization in order to do that. And the demand for that is growing tremendously. So optimism is something that sort of infuses our work. But to come to your question about why did we think about the need right now for this panel on universal energy abundance, and I'm delighted that we have 2 panelists with us. We do still have 700 million people unelectrified, but more than that, we have close to 3 billion people who you could term as energy poor. They're just simply not consuming enough energy. They don't have enough access to reliable, affordable, and resilient energy. And the conversation has to turn to what governments want, which is the way, the pathway to really drive economic development. Something very interesting happened in Africa late January last year. 27 heads of state got together in Dar es Salaam to sign on to something called Mission 300. Some of you will have heard of this. It was a commitment by the World Bank to electrify 300 million people in Africa by 2030. It sounds very ambitious. Just to point out, that's still only half the unelectrified population of that continent. But those 27 heads of state were not there to talk about electrons and grids. They were there to talk about jobs, economic development, and livelihoods. And I think that's why working with you and with Jason and the team at Columbia, putting together this panel on what do we really mean by universal energy abundance when we talk about reliable, affordable, always-on, resilient, and clean or cleaner energy systems of the future. What are the pathways that are going to be necessary for governments, whether you're trying to electrify the last mile in Zambia while also serving the mining sector? It's not an either-or. We can't wait for one to happen before the other does. And I think that's what the universal energy abundance conversation really needs to be about, is it's all of the above solutions for all the people simultaneously for too long, it's been this sort of false choice of having to serve one segment before we serve the other. And I think what's exciting about this panel is to bring in some fresh thinking, some new ideas, some new research, and ultimately a set of policy actions that can influence what policymakers but investors are also doing to drive and scale up the energy sector in dozens of countries where it's desperately needed.
Thank you very much. Please.
Yeah. Since you said we have a conversation, I totally agree with you. And we talked about scale and how to create platforms. But there are investable solutions exactly on your point around distributed renewable energy. And we happen to have a partnership with an investment platform called Leapfrog that's been investing into Asia and Africa. And they have an investment called Sun King that does, as I'm sure many of you know, pay-as-you-go solar systems. I believe they've actually reached over 100 million people, targeting 200 million people. And it actually is generating an investable business proposition. In India, they also have an investment in a company called Battery Swap. It basically targets two-wheelers, three-wheeler electric mobility. So these are literally gig workers, right? And the battery swap solution effectively lowers the cost of ownership by 30 to 40%. So these are solutions that are enabling economic inclusivity. And actually, I would say a green discount. There was actually a report done in showing a green discount, not a green premium.
Okay, but this brings up what I think is a very important point that I'd like to get a couple of comments on. As we've heard through the program earlier today, the energy technology frontiers are moving very quickly. But if you're a decision maker whose responsibility in any setting, but in more acutely, I would say, in a low or middle income country, if you're the decision maker who must figure out which technology to apply next for your country's needs, how do you go about distinguishing between the snake oil salesman and the intelligent frontier that has now moved in a very favorable spot? Do you have a thought on that, Dr. Rania?
I want to go back to AI for a minute, because from the previous panel, there seems to be so much savings that can be done to achieve the efficiency, to push the resilience, and create more accessibility. But when AI in many countries is still seen as an ICT issue, and during COVID, we used to say leaving no one behind. Now AI is leaving countries behind. Even this, the convergence between those that are at the frontiers of AI is also in sort of a race. So I think that for different institutions that are providing policy advice for these countries, AI is a developmental process. It is not just a technology. It is really, and you see in many areas, it's only seen as individual using tools of AI, not systems. This is going to be very, very important if we want to create that efficiency and if we want to push, as you mentioned, distinction between different technologies.
Please, come in.
So, the question is apt. What we do is we do everything that we can. I say that because we are supporting renewable energy platforms. We have supported Infinity, is the largest renewable energy platform on the continent. We took it from 200 megawatts to 1.4 gigawatts, with over 2 gigawatts under construction and a pipeline of 10 gigawatts. We're also supporting the rehabilitation of hydro dams across various markets. We're supporting battery swaps. We're supporting a whole energy mix. And the choice is this: what is most accessible, what is most affordable, and what can be paid for? Because at the end of the day, the only thing that's sustainable is what can be paid for. So we always focus on what can be paid for in how we make our choices. But we look at all energy systems: hydro, natural gas, electricity, wind, solar, all of it.
I want to pick up on that point that you've emphasized now a couple of times, because I think it's very important. There's a question that came in on some of the challenges associated with focusing on demand, as you are advocating. Energy system planning, again, at the system level, must stem from reasonably reliable economic planning for a country. Economic planning in all different countries varies in quality from excellent to maybe not. How does one think about this dilemma, the need for good, perhaps improving in some settings, economic planning that can provide a clear pathway for what the energy needs will be in 5 years or 10?
I'll just jump in on that. I mean, it's a little bit related to the point I was making around it's not an either or. And I think, we see a lot of planning happening in very hard silos, not just in governments, in institutions, including my own, where we think every sector operates autonomously, and that's clearly not the case. So I think what's encouraging is what we're seeing now is a real recognition that the sort of convergence of thinking, planning, modeling between energy systems, industrial policy, economic development strategies are starting to kind of become the reality of how not everyone, but certainly a lot of governments in the global south are thinking differently. So it's not a chicken and egg argument about what comes first, the transmission line or the industrial park. It's both. And how do you converge investments and plan them in a way that allow these things to happen synergistically? And we have better data and better tools to do that today than ever before. And so in some ways, to not do that is egregious now when we actually have the capabilities on the ground to be able to model this out with far greater precision. And to refer back to the Mission 300 example I just gave, in Zambia, for example, there's a $200 million or $250 million electrification loan. There's also $500 million of agribusiness and SME loans coming in from the World Bank at the same time. 20 years ago, these things would happen in complete isolation from each other, or even 5 years ago, honestly. Right now, they're actually trying to geospatially map these investments district by district, region by region, so that they can actually come in together. So I think we have a real opportunity to kind of break that cycle.
I just want to add that economic planning is not as rigid as before, and that's because the different crises, if we take the trade war and so forth, is creating opportunities for friendshoring and nearshoring, and therefore the emerging and global south are always updating where they see their comparative advantage, and that puts more demand on energy needs. So there's, as much as we would, in the Chinese case, we also heard, the 5-year plan, and they're very, transparent about the process and about publishing. But for emerging economies, it's sometimes always ongoing, and there's the time of updates is more frequent because of what's happening and the shocks that they are trying to make benefit of and use of. So that's also part of the equation when it comes to why sometimes suddenly we want to do more solar factories for the panels. Well, that requires energy. They are facing CBAM. So therefore, they need more renewable energy sources so that they can export. If we're talking about increasing their, changing the growth model, so there's more tradables rather than non-tradables and spending on infrastructure. So again, too many variables at play, and I guess the high-level panel will try and see how we can put these variables in an equation that then can sustain, and push development in a meaningful way.
I think the urgency for jobs in most of the economies is what's driving planning and an integrated approach to looking at how to build energy systems. There's such a huge urgency for jobs, and it's clearly more urgent in a continent like Africa, where we have the average age of 19 for the continent, and it's going to be clearly the workforce of the world in the future. So everybody is thinking now about how do you train people, how do you educate them, what kind of skills do you give, and how do you adapt what works now, to ensure that you are preparing that future labor force? And how do you create opportunities? So there's a big rush now for critical minerals all around the world. The decision is, we're not going to export raw materials. We're going to transform them. And in transforming them, we create jobs for the young people to be absorbed into the labor force.
So I'm so glad that you raised the workforce issue. This is a topic that we've talked about a lot with our colleague Vijay Modi, who I see is still here with us. who has done some incredibly important work in building relationships with African universities in order to help the growth of the workforces that are needed. I suspect that in this short session, we will only have succeeded in highlighting the importance, I hope, of more focus on the energy for development space and the need for more time and thought about solutions, many good ones that you've already heard here today. Will you join me, please, in thanking the panel?
Okay, thank you to that panel. We are approaching the end of the day, but not quite done. We have a conversation devoted to the issues we've been seeing play out in elections across the United States: affordability and the price of electricity, and the reforms to our nation's permitting process that could help governments address them. This discussion, titled Across the Aisle: Permitting Power and the Future of Electricity Policy, will be moderated by Ben Gammon, energy reporter at Axios. He'll be joined by Allison Clements, founder of 801 Strategies and former commissioner at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and Neil Chatterjee, a distinguished visiting fellow at CGEP and a former chair of FERC. Please welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thought that was a great introduction, and I am so psyched because the timing of this, you guys, could not be better. So let's dive right in. Look, permitting is notoriously, for big projects or any project, is notoriously tough. The politics of changing permitting are notoriously tough, and that is obviously an incredibly tough recipe at a time of rising prices and demand. But it's possible that for part of this, some help is on the way. So something ripped from the headlines here for the audience if you haven't seen it. Just a few days ago, the chairwoman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, an independent commission our guests know well, said that FERC by June will take action on something that is hideously titled, called the ANOPR. What is the ANOPR and why is it a BFD, like a certified BFD?
I can start. So ANOPR, which is kind of a wonky technical term, is an advance notice of proposed rulemaking. This was a rulemaking that the Department of Energy sent to the Commission requesting action from the Commission on accelerating large load interconnection. Here, think not just data centers to support AI, but also streaming services, large industrial loads, kind of all the things putting pressure on the system with demand. And, I got asked a lot about this when it was initially unveiled by the Department of Energy, because the last time that DOE under the Trump administration had really tried to heavily weigh in with FERC, they didn't even do an ANOPR, they did a full NOPR, a notice of proposed rulemaking, when I was chair in the fall of 2017. And at the time, that NOPR centered around compensating baseload power plants for having the attribute of on-site fuel. And part of it was the way that I mishandled it, but part of it was kind of seen as more political in nature and not necessarily substantive. And I want to hear Commissioner Clement's comments on this, but I kind of believe that this particular proposal was more substantive, more FERC-y, and less political. I actually like it. I think it's kind of elegant because it cuts across political lines. And you led off that the topic today was about being across the aisle. The fact that I think she and I kind of agree on this is a good indication. To do my best to try and simplify what this DOE proposal to FERC does is it creates a framework whereby the big data center companies, the big tech companies, the hyperscalers, they will get the benefit of expedited interconnection. In exchange, they must agree to curtail power during peak periods and to pay for system upgrades. And I think it's an elegant way to deal with a complex situation of how we meet this surge in demand while maintaining not just affordability, that's a huge part of this, but also reliability to make sure that on the hottest day of summer or the coldest day of winter, that power isn't being sent to a 24/7 data center to support AI and not residential consumers who need air conditioning or heat. And that's where this curtailment requirement comes into place. It creates a lot of opportunity for flexible resources, which is what I think has brought an interesting coalition together in favor of it. So I've done my best to take an incredibly wonky technical issue and make it as easily digestible as possible. I don't know, Commissioner, what do you think?
Well done, nice job. So when you think about permitting, which is the title of this panel, or as part of developing large infrastructure, whether that be power infrastructure or digital data center infrastructure, it's hard to build, right? You need the three legs of the stool. You need the permitting, you need the planning, and you need who's gonna pay for it. So if you solve for one of those things, it's like filling up your gas tank but not blowing up the air in your tires, right? You're ready to go, but you still can't go any faster. And so you've been talking today about how these processes are really slow around the country. What the DOE did and what this FERC is doing is saying, hey, we're gonna solve for one of those things, the interconnection piece on the load side, on the customer side, not on the supply side. And it's really hard when you live in our kind of slow-moving regulatory process for something to kind of bring you up out and give you an opportunity to move forward. And so I had been off Twitter for like a year, and this came out, and I was the first one on saying I'm probably an unlikely supporter of this big deal rule based on the politics of where it's coming from and where I came from. But wow, it's not perfect, but let's not let perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's try and move things forward. So it does get at one of the issues that we need to solve for related to trying to figure out how to maintain affordability and reliability on one hand and facilitate this development on the other.
Definitely. And what are you expecting, to look into the crystal balls a little bit, what are you expecting FERC to do? Because the chairwoman said we will act on this by June. And that, seems to me could mean any number of different things. And we know that state regulators are a little bit worried that their jurisdiction could be, perhaps trampled on or eroded. So what do you think FERC is going to do? What does act mean in this case?
Yeah, look, it's tricky, and I think the devil will be in the details. I think there are some complexities here. You are talking about should FERC be, asserting essentially jurisdiction over large load interconnection. It would be a massive expansion of FERC's authority, treading into state jurisdiction. You also have utilities, regulated utilities, that have some concern, because I do think in some ways this would upend the traditional model of kind of rate recovery that regulated utilities have operated under for nearly a century. And so it's a big deal. Like I'm not being hyperbolic when I say if FERC were to land something close to what DOE suggested in their framework, it would probably be the most significant FERC order since I think Order 888, which opened up the competitive wholesale power markets almost 3 decades ago. So this would be a huge, huge deal were FERC to do that. And FERC is not the type of agency that takes big swings like that. And so you have a lot of trepidation in the building and kind of a desire to go slow. And I understand why there might be some reluctance, and maybe they'll stop short. I think the chairwoman said she would try and push things to the edge of precedent. That was very clever on her part. Kudos to her, because it kind of bought her some time, but it doesn't commit her to any particular outcome. I'll be interested to see it. I think staff in the building are probably, and I dealt with this on both sides. When I wanted to reform PURPA, which was favored by the political right, or institute a minimum offer price rule in PJM, which was also favored by the political right, I got resistance from the staff. But when I wanted to do FERC Order 2222 to open up markets to aggregated distributed energy resources, which was very much favored by the left, I also got pushback from the staff out of the same issue. How do we keep balance with the states? How do we not upend, the commission's jurisdiction and responsibility for overseeing utilities. So if I were there and I had and we were there together, I think we would be willing maybe to take the bigger swing. It's obviously far easier to do this from a stage like this when I'm wearing sneakers and not as chair of the commission with the awesome responsibility of having to deal with the outcome of the proceeding. So I'm hopeful that FERC will be bold, but it won't surprise me if they take a smaller step.
I have a little bit of a different perspective on the jurisdictional extent of how bold this would actually be. The way that the statute, the Federal Power Act, works, that FERC gets its jurisdiction from, is it divides up some of the responsibilities to the federal government and some to the states. But traditionally, the federal government hasn't exercised the responsibility that's being considered here. So that's where the rub comes in, and as we know, states don't like when things change relative to that. But it's pretty straightforward legally. I agree very much culturally. It's challenging at a lot of levels. I think the takeaway piece is that, when I came off FERC, I said, I want to go work on this data center challenge, because to me it seems like they're not necessarily the enemy or the hero, these data centers, but this is not a problem we can go over or go under. We have to go through it. We have to figure out our way through this, and so let me go dive in and figure it out. And we have spent a lot of time talking about how to make these guys good citizens of the grid and make them assets that can contribute. And if you can take these resources and hook them up to the system, but turn them down, either geographically or compute-wise, reduce their intensity, then you have the ability to put a whole bunch more of them online without spending a lot of money to build new stuff, whether that be grid or power supply generation. So it also really, building on something that Neil led at FERC, it really creates an opportunity for demand-side resources. And from a FERC perspective, the demand side is basically anything on the distribution system. But as we talk about it, you think rooftop solar storage, EVs, residential, aggregations of residential, et cetera. There's a real opportunity for, if these big load customers are starting to do flex, there's a whole bunch of little guys who can also provide a lot of that system flex. So that's the key. If they come out with something that says, we're going to give you a carrot, we're going to give you this speed to power, which is all they want right now, speed to power, we're going to give you the chance to hook up faster. If you're just willing to figure out how to manage from an engineering perspective or a business, commercial perspective, how to manage those peak periods of the year, which is 5% or less, then that's a really, really great outcome.
Definitely. I want to take a quick moment to remind people that they can ask questions via the QR codes on their tables. Allison, you mentioned culturally challenging, which brings us to Capitol Hill. There's a lot of interest in permitting overhauls on Capitol Hill, but there are also, it would be an understatement to say that there are sort of huge challenges. I could sort of see this going both ways, right? I mean, on the one hand, at this time of rising prices, I could see that becoming something that pushes legislation forward. On the other hand, prices and energy right now are about as politicized as I've ever seen them. So with that little bit of a thumb on the scale, I'd love to hear where you both see Capitol Hill efforts going this year.
I mean, well, you all can read Ben's writing, and it's getting less and less likely that a permitting reform package is going to pass as we get closer to the election. That said, there are a lot of really committed people in the Senate EPW, Senate ENR. The ball's in the Senate's court pretty much right now. They're trying to make some moves to set themselves up for success in the lame duck session. But I'm going to answer your question a little bit differently, which is to say, permitting reform, again, it's one of the pieces that we need to fix. And federal permitting reform is relevant more to big, long things in the West, big, long transmission lines, than it is to, let's say, development of solar farms in Ohio, where state regulation might come into play, although both, obviously, there's a lot of overlap. And so when you think about the level of uncertainty in this moment we're facing with how many resources are we going to need, where is that data center prediction, load demand going to give? How far is it going to go? What you have to do is the cheapest, quickest, easiest things first, so that you're not making bad investments while these questions play out. So that's where it comes to me. You say, how do you make the existing grid more efficient? You use hardware and software to run it like you would run any dynamic thing in modern society instead of, overbuild it for the 5 days a year that you need it. You would use the AI. We heard a whole panel on how you would use the AI to help better automate the processes that influence the grid. And then you'd use these smaller resources that can be aggregated together quickly and cheaply relative to, let's say, a big transmission line or big new power supply. It's not to say we don't need big transmission or big new power supply, we do. But in the meantime, during this near-term period, how do you both get stuff online and protect customers in this politicized time? To me, that seems like the most important thing. So I'm not particularly bullish on the permitting for reform getting done, although I'd be happy to see it happen.
Yeah, Neil, scale of one, I think a lot of us are familiar with some of the big pieces of legislation out there. The SPEED Act, it gets a lot of attention. Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being absolute certainty to happen, 1 being zero chance. Where do you see a big permitting overhaul going this year?
Yeah, closer to the negative side, unfortunately, and I do hate it because it's something that is necessary. And that needs to get done. And I know this is supposed to be an across-the-aisle panel, but I actually agreed with everything that the commissioner just said. And I do think we have, unfortunately, over the past kind of 2 decades or so, when we've had a period of relatively flat demand for power in particular, we've allowed politics to kind of infect energy policy, which used to be very wonky and technical and weedy, and it's gotten very exciting and politicized, which is great for us because we get to be on these kinds of panels, but it's not necessarily good for substantive outcomes. And so we're sort of in this weird place where if you're for fossil fuels, you're viewed of being of the political right, and if you're for clean energy and climate solutions, you're perceived as being of the political left. And I actually think that is a really unfortunate, outdated mode of thinking. And this current moment, this surge in demand after 2 decades of flat load growth, the need to meet that demand while maintaining reliability and affordability could be the thing that breaks us out of our partisan political corners and enables us to come to a constructive solution that sort of takes the politics out of this. The problem we have now is it hasn't quite made its way to Capitol Hill yet. And you still have Republicans who don't want to do anything to alleviate the transmission siting and cost allocation process because they believe that long-haul transmission lines are all about getting more clean energy onto the grid and displacing fossil fuels. And you have Democrats on the left who don't want to do anything to alleviate some of the cumbersome burdens in the natural gas pipeline siting and approval process because they don't want to do anything to put more fossil fuels onto the grid. Well, we're in a moment in time where we genuinely need every available electron. And so I wish folks could come together and understand this. The problem is we're now into an election year. And I saw this, quite frankly, the last election year. In 2024, Senators Manchin and Barrasso, bipartisan, 1 Republican, 1 Democrat, were working on their version of permitting reform, and they were pretty close to trying to get an outcome. And then Republicans said, hey, wait, we're about to win the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Why would we cut a deal with Democrats now? Let's just wait until we have all the levers of power, and then we'll do the legislation the way we want to do it. Well, here we are a year and a half later, and we've made 0 progress. Now we have this chance again, and I commend Senator Heinrich and Lee and others in Capitol who are working on this. And now you've got Democrats saying, hey, all of the forecasts say we're going to take at least the House and maybe even the Senate in the midterms. Why would we cut a deal now? Why not wait until after the elections when we have more leverage? My fear is if that happens, then we'll wind up right back here 2 years from now, wasting 2 more years. And so I really think that permitting reform shouldn't be political, shouldn't be subject to what the outcomes of the elections might be. I hope that cooler heads can prevail and that we can kind of come to some sort of resolution. But sadly, I'm not overly optimistic that we'll get there.
There is a very good, thank you. There's a very good audience question I'd like to ask to both of you, and it gets to a topic that is getting a huge amount of attention right now, which is the extent to which large tech companies, the hyperscalers, will be able to bring their own power, and then as sort of a sub-question, the extent to which that power will be grid connected or sort of islanded and exclusively for those data centers. So we have the question that says, to safeguard consumers and utilities from increasing demand from data centers, why not just require that all data centers produce their own power, like from small modular reactors? Is this a good idea, a bad idea?
That must have been Joe Bowering from the PJM Independent Market Monitor who asked that question. I mean, the thing is, you've never met a data center developer or a hyperscaler who says, I don't want to pay my own fair share. They're not coming at this from that perspective. They came to a grid that had a lot of capacity on it, and they would go to the utility and they'd ask to get hooked up, and they'd get hooked up. And that was the last 15 years until about 2.5, 3 years ago, and then everything changed. And so putting aside the type of technology question, there has been, it's gotten so hard, the bottlenecks and the inability to figure out costs and get studies done has gotten so hard to hook up to the grid that there has been this big movement. More 2025, I think it's coming back towards the grid, where people are saying, I'm going to go build X gigawatt of gas plants in ERCOT in Texas or in Ohio. But it does seem that people like the grid. People like what the grid does for them. It's more reliable. It's more resilient. And best case, it's also helping to spread the cost when you have new come online. So there's an ongoing proceeding at FERC related to PJM about bringing your own capacity. That's going to play itself out. I think it's one way to get around these kind of impasses as relates to the system underneath. I heard someone earlier today saying that it just isn't fit for purpose, but it's certainly not ideal, I think, from a cost or a reliability perspective.
I'm just going to very quickly build on that. It was a fantastic question and hit on a key issue. My frustration is, I think, everyone is in agreement that the status quo doesn't work, but then when people propose solutions, everyone pokes holes with what the potential solutions are. And I think that what is happening now, like, I like the ANOPR because I think it is an elegant way to get us to where we need to go to answer some of these questions. But nobody likes the ANOPR, and that's what makes it elegant, is the hyperscalers don't like it, the utilities don't like it. So everyone's looking for alternatives. And so people are thinking now, oh, I'll just bring my own generation, I'll bring my own power. Well, time to market matters. If we are in fact in an AI race, you don't have time to build new generation. So we got to figure out how to get through the next couple of years with existing generation while maintaining reliability and affordability. And that is what's leading to a lot of this complexity. That's what led to the Talon AWS case that fed into the 206 in PJM that led us here to the DOE ANOPR. This is, if there was an easy solution, Allison and I would have done it 4 years ago. There's not. This stuff is hard, and the problem is somebody's got to just make a tough call here, and in the absence of someone making a tough call, people are just going to look for alternatives.
If there is not, speaking of those alternatives, I mean, if there is not a major permitting overhaul, who does that accrue most to the advantage of, and who does that harm the most, if we want to just think of some major sources and buckets, whether it's gas, existing nuclear, new build, large-scale nuclear, small modular reactors, renewables? Like, who has the most at risk because of the absence of a major permitting transformation?
I'm going to jump on this one and say, I'm going to take 10 seconds. It hurts everyone. It's bad for everybody. I think for incumbent utilities who are resistant to some of this stuff, they don't want to overplay their hands. They've had flat demand for 20 years. This is their opportunity to seize new demands. For these hyperscalers, we want this in the US. We don't want it to go overseas. We don't want to lose this opportunity for flexible resources. I think it hurts everyone.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of divide up and figure out who the winners and losers are, but two of the kind of 4 understood components of any permitting deal include permit certainty. And so when you have administrations coming in and discriminating against big projects because they don't like the fuel source ideologically, that's a really important piece. And another one of the 4 pillars is transmission and doing something on transmission. And as much as I love the small resources and the opportunities to improve the efficiency of what we had, we still do need to build a lot more stuff, and it's expensive. And so that would be hopefully a winner.
Thank you. As our time is starting to wind down a bit, I would love to hear from both of you. What is a myth in this space that we've been talking about? And please take this where you will. What is a myth that needs busting?
I mean, I'll start with this. I think one myth, and it's not a myth, it's that, you know, FERC has become politicized. And like, I'm like guilty of this a little bit. Again, in my early days at the commission, when I was making the transition from partisan legislative aid to independent regulator, I mishandled some things. But I think generally, like, FERC has been a beacon of stability in an otherwise volatile regulatory landscape, and it doesn't get as much attention. You look at US EPA, went one direction under the Obama administration, completely different direction under the first Trump administration, whipsawed back again under Biden, and now has whipsawed again under Trump 2.0. And I got to tell you, as somebody who now has responsibility for deploying capital, it is absolutely maddening to try and make long-term investment decisions in such a volatile regulatory environment. What I love about FERC is it has been relatively stable. Did the commission go in a different direction under my leadership than my predecessors in the Obama administration? Absolutely, but it wasn't dramatically different. Similarly, did it go in a different direction with my successors in the Biden administration than when I led the commission? Of course, but it wasn't dramatically different. And now, I think even under new leadership of the commission, you're seeing, you know, kind of steady leadership. And I think that is really, really important. Commissioner Clements and I, unfortunately, we served together for a little less than a year, but it was during COVID, and unfortunately, we didn't get to work in person that frequently. But had we've joked around about it, we could have gotten a lot done because FERC is not this divided political body like Congress, like some of these other agencies. I think people are starting to perceive FERC in more political terms, and I think that's a myth that I would like to bust here today.
I like it, but I beg to differ a little bit. It got a little more political maybe after you left. I'll take a different tack to that answer. There's so many myths to bust between the power sector and the digital infrastructure sector, the tech sector. It's wild. You know, the words reliability mean different things. The words co-location mean different things. The words resilience mean different things. And I see it kind of slowing down efficiencies at the transactional level as well as at the policy level. And so there's a lot of tech folks who come in, they're used to working at market speeds, they're used to working at the speed of real estate transactions or capital deployments, and you just can't always finance your way through a regulatory problem. And so there's a ton of opportunity for education between the two that I think would be really helpful in getting better outcomes overall.
Definitely. I think we have unfortunately run short on time. We don't wait till that goes to 10, right? No, I think we're out of time.
It's going the other way. I think it's adding time.
Yeah,
wow.
All right. Well, it's been a lot to talk about, and I would like to thank you both very much for the perspective on something that I think has flown a little bit under the radar, but from a policy standpoint and from a sort of what is going to be consequential for AI and data centers and other large sources of electricity demand, I think we've talked about something that's flying below the radar but could not be more consequential. So I'd like to thank you both very much.
Thanks, Ben.
Okay, thank you for that panel. We are approaching our final discussion of the day. We have a featured conversation with His Excellency Majid Al-Suwaidi, the CEO of ALTÉRRA. ALTÉRRA is a private climate investment fund that was launched at COP28 with a $30 billion commitment from the United Arab Emirates. Mr. Al-Suwaidi previously served as Director General and Special Representative of the COP28 presidency. The conversation will be conducted by CGEP Founding Director Jason Bordoff. Please welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone, and thanks for sticking with us all day. Really appreciate it and hope everyone found it worth the time and just an exceptional set of conversations and high quality content. And we're gonna end it on an even better high note with His Excellency Majid Al-Suwaidi, who was already introduced, so I won't repeat what ALTÉRRA does, created out of COP28, which you helped to lead and run with Dr. Sultan. So thank you very much for being here. I know there are countless demands on your time. I guess just we've had a really broad sweeping day, starting with where we are in energy security and geopolitical risk, what that means for global oil and gas markets and investment, and also what is coming down the pipeline with clean energy innovation and technology and cost curves, and the threat of climate change. You sit at the intersection of a lot of those things, and we're in a moment where there's a lot of talk of realism and pragmatism and reset. And I'm wondering, from your standpoint, trying to put an enormous amount of capital to work in clean energy from a region like the Gulf, where you would describe the state of the kind of global clean energy investment cycle today.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I am so impressed that at this time of day you have a full room. So it must have been a great conversation today. So
they're waiting for you.
I doubt it. But look, at ALTÉRRA, we've been really successful in a very short period of time because our investment thesis makes sense. And that hasn't changed at all for us. What we see on the ground through the work that we've been doing is that the energy demand is there, and on the last panel they were talking about the AI demand that has created this revolution that has created an energy demand. But we always knew that that was there as the UAE. And when we were at hosting COP28, the thing that we were saying time and time again was that we needed to have practical solutions when it came to investing. We obviously wanted to see an energy system that was as clean as possible. We understood, the UAE, there's no mystery that we're an oil and gas producing country, but we're also a country that is investing in the future of energy, and that we felt very clearly that the energy demand signal, be it from demographic change, from population growth, from economic growth, from development, and now we're adding a layer of the AI revolution, that signal is there. So how could we be mobilizing the capital? And that's what ALTÉRRA has been created to do, and we can talk a little bit more about that. And how can we be investing at speed, and we've also been doing that, into a thesis that we believe strongly in, and that has played out exactly as I've thought. And what we see today is that that's only growing stronger and stronger.
When you say it's played out exactly as you thought, there have clearly been bumps in the road. There's a war in the region in which you live. There are higher interest rates. There are supply chain constraints. There's policy volatility. We talked earlier today about the policy pendulum swinging in the US. We're seeing that elsewhere too. How have those factors changed the risk calculus for thinking about large-scale clean energy investments?
Well, I think that certainly as you know, when we started out with three partners, Brookfield, TPG, BlackRock. Today we boast CIP, KKR we just announced, and many others. And what we've heard from them time and time again is that these are long-term trends. And yes, there are these instabilities that we see in the energy markets or in prices, but that those are blips, if you will. I don't know if that's the right term, but those are bumps in the road, but that the overall trend is inescapable. And that's how we feel about it. As a long-term investor, we don't worry about these short-term fluctuations. We worry about the long-term trends, and we see that clearly. I think that if we're talking about the fluctuation you see today, I think that what it does is reemphasizes the point that energy diversity is important, energy security becomes increasingly important, and that comes through having a diverse energy mix, and that these are just reinforcing the thesis that we have already.
So that increased focus on energy security and concern about volatility in global oil and gas markets, there's been questions, discussion, including today, about what effect that has. Does that lead countries to want to diversify, to want to invest more in an electrified economy? Does that take them, is that an extra push toward moving in a direction of renewables or nuclear because you want to generate electricity? I guess that's true for coal as well in some parts of the world. But do you think this new world of geopolitical risk and energy security accelerates or decelerates the momentum toward the kind of stuff you're focused on investing?
I think it's inevitable that it accelerates it, but I think the acceleration is there already, so maybe pushes the gas a little bit more. I think it's not a mystery to all of you that today, the fastest, cheapest way to deploy power for AI, for the economic growth that we see, is through renewables. Wind and solar are the fastest and cheapest form of energy that you can deploy today. We know
UAE through Masdar and such is doing a lot, as well as you said, a large oil producer.
Exactly. And as you know, our chairman is Dr. Sultan Jaber. He sits across the energy system, both from an oil and gas perspective, but also in where we sit in the clean energy and the renewables part. We believe strongly in nuclear. We believe in that having that there's going to be an energy addition story. We're going to reach, our challenge is going to be how to deploy energy as fast and as quickly as possible to meet the demand that is.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because you said a moment ago, like, you can't escape the fact that the transition's already accelerating. There's all this momentum behind clean energy, and it's, not to put words in your mouth, but, you know, the sense that it's unstoppable, which was the conversation at lots of conferences over recent years. And the discussion, of course, at COP28, which you helped to lead, was the debate about transition away from fossil fuels. It does feel like climate has receded a bit from the zeitgeist or vibe at some of these big conferences. And at ADIPEC this year, you know, the conversation was about energy addition, not just transition. But those seem like potentially in tension, the idea that the clean energy is accelerating at such a rapid rate that it inevitably starts to displace global hydrocarbon use, or this is, because if it's going to grow really fast, but oil and gas is growing really fast too, that's not exactly the emissions trajectory.
Maybe I'm not, maybe I'm too much of an optimist, but I think that what we're seeing is that we're moving into a mainstream conversation. So rather than having to advocate and make the case for renewables, people just accept that it's part of the mix, and that
because it makes sense economically.
Because it makes sense economically, and that's what we at ALTÉRRA were always about, was that we needed to show, you know, at COP28, one of the things that that I saw, as you know, I was in Paris and part of the negotiations, and that was in 2015. And when I came back to COP28 as Director General with Dr. Sultan, I had sort of taken a hiatus. And one of the things that surprised me was how the conversation had not progressed at all. We're having the exact same discussions, and especially around mobilization of the private sector. And the only way we're going to rapidly scale these technologies is if the private sector believes and wants to invest in these technologies. And that's where ALTÉRRA over the last 2 years has been. That's why we focused around mobilization and encouraging the private sector to come in, because governments are just not going to do this. We have to do this through the private sector. And you see that today. You see with hyperscalers and the commitments they have on clean energy content. You see it in, you know, in the decisions that institutions at every level are making, just because if you're an airline, your bottom line is about fuel burn, right? How can you be more efficient? If you are in industry, how can you be generating more with less energy? If you are an AI company, you need to be figuring out how to deploy at scale and quickly, and you need electrons, and that's great for renewables. So I think that we are in a very good place in this transformation, but it always was going to be a long road, right? Out to 2050, and even then we expect, you know, that fossil fuels will be part of that mix, and we're realistic about that. And it's, as you said, we're just seeing that people we don't have to explain to people why renewables are part of that mix. People are choosing it and investing in it because it makes sense, and it's just inevitable that over time that's going to grow as a proportion of the overall energy mix.
And what's the mandate to you as you deploy this capital from a returns standpoint?
So we seek to try to achieve sector average, you know, what you would seek from the private sector. We are a catalytic fund, so, you know, we were launched by our president at COP28 with this idea that we needed to be catalytic, and we can be catalytic in different ways. In the case of our partnership with Brookfield and TPG, we provided what we call a sort of unique FICO model that's catalytic, and we use other models to try to mobilize capital, because our top line goal is to try to mobilize 250 billion using our capital. So that's the main thing we focus on. But we also can be catalytic simply through scale, simply through driving, and we partnered with these large asset managers because we wanted to push them in the direction of thinking about how they can invest, particularly in the global south and particularly in these sectors. And we've been extremely successful in that to date.
We're really fortunate. And on the last panel, people heard from John and Ashvin and others about the high-level panel on universal energy abundance that we have created. We're honored that you're participating in that as well. And we know that energy for economic development, not just electricity access, but real prosperity and development requires an enormous amount of capital and investment. And I'd be curious, your perspective, because part of your mandate is putting capital to work in those emerging and developing economies, why more investment is not flowing, what the biggest barriers are. Is it a lack of bankable projects? Is it above ground risk? What are the biggest challenges?
Yeah, look, this is one of the things that we've really focused our energy on. It's easy to invest in North America and Europe, so we've been doing that with
we have policy stability, and it's, yes.
So we've been doing that, and that's an important part of our investment portfolio. But where we've focused our energy is on that global south component. Remember, from our fund, we have 25 billion that's global, and then 5 billion that has to go to the global south. So we created these two funds with Brookfield and TPG. What has really struck me is how well we've been able to raise against our capital. On our acceleration fund, we're 9 times our capital. And on our transformation, which is our Global South Fund, we're about 4 times. And, you know, when we started, we were told that it would be 1.51. That was what we would be able to get. So we've far exceeded. And that just shows you that there's an appetite out there that people want to invest in the Global South. What we've seen, and we have a really interesting white paper on this. If you haven't seen it, please go and look at that. It's on our website. But what we see is that there's no lack of projects, of bankable projects. Actually, we see that there is a great pipeline that is investable today. And what it is the issues are, as you said, the first and foremost around perception. So somebody needed to take that first step, and that's what we're doing at ALTÉRRA. And that's what we see. Today, Brookfield, TPG, and our partners at BlackRock, CIP as well, and KKR are deploying at scale our capital in the Global South into fantastic projects. When we started out, I like to tell this story because it's really the journey we've been on. Our investment committee was like, we need to make sure that this makes money. We need to make sure that this generates return because we need to prove the point that investing in the Global South makes sense. Today, they don't ask me about that. They assume that we're going to make great return. But what they ask me is, how is this more additional? How is this more impactful? How are we achieving greater emissions reductions? How are we achieving greater additional benefits from the investment itself? So I think that that's been a real shift that we see. And so obviously there are real challenges. There's a lack of data. There's a lack of, there's currency risk. There's political instability and risks like that. But what we've done is started with the low-hanging fruit, and then slowly over time, we're taking a journey into more and more frontier markets.
Well, and we're so grateful you're here, and I will say we had a couple of other guest speakers who were going to come from the Gulf and weren't able to come, given the conflict there. You talked a moment ago about risk perception, and you talked about the amount of capital. There's an enormous amount of capital in the Gulf, and a lot of it is looking to be deployed into energy as well as other things like data centers and AI. And I'm not asking you to speak for an entire country, but it would be helpful to hear from your standpoint how things feel on the ground now. We're all wishing our friends in the UAE strength and safety in a pretty difficult time right now. But would love to hear your perspective on how it feels. And I think there are questions about whether people's perception of the risk in the region might change going forward, and what insights you could offer about that.
Yeah, just to be clear, I speak for myself in this context. And I can tell you that on the ground, thanks to the leadership of the UAE, we've been able to continue sort of life as usual. I went to the office every single day. We go to the mall, we go shopping, we go out. You know, our defense system has done a phenomenal job of protecting us and our infrastructure. I think they have a 97% success rate, which is phenomenal if you think about it. But it's sad that we have to talk about this, right? Because, you know, why is it that the UAE was the biggest target of attacks in this because we represent what the Middle East could be, right? We represent what the Middle East should be in terms of open, developed, modern, thinking about the future, thinking about what we can build, partnering with our friends in the US and Europe and around the world, and really investing in the future. And that, unfortunately, is not what others in our region might like to see happen. And so I feel proud that we've shown a lot of resilience, that our government did a fantastic job. There was everything in terms of our systems worked perfectly, and that it shows just how prepared the UAE is for any scenario. And what I will say is that in my lifetime, and our country is not very, very old, as you know, we've been through several of these crises. If you think about the Gulf War, if you think about the financial crisis, if you think about other challenges, the UAE has always, always bounced back stronger, and I believe that that's the case here. But most importantly, what we need to see is that now we're in a globalized world, can't get away from that. The energy market is globalized. It is in our interest to have peace and security in the Middle East, and that's what the UAE really advocates for, is a peaceful long-term solution. And I think that what we're going to see is that as we move forward, you're going to see the UAE go from strength to strength, and I feel really proud about that.
As a lifelong New Yorker, that has always been what I've said about New York. 9/11, the financial crisis, bankruptcy in the 1970s, this city always bounces back. And it's great to hear that optimism for what you see happening in the UAE and in Abu Dhabi. And again, all of us are wishing you and everyone there all the best and safety in this difficult time. We did a lightning round to wrap things up. I want to thank you, Your Excellency, for spending time with us on your visit to New York to explain the outlook for ALTÉRRA and what's happening there. Most of all, I want to thank all of you for spending an entire day of your time with us. I know that is not an easy thing for this group to give. Hopefully we'll have a chance to talk and see one another and reflect on the day in cocktails, as Jess Weiss, my phenomenal colleague, said just after the lunch break. That's sponsored by our Women in Energy program, and everyone should please come to that just next door. And again, on behalf of the Center on Global Energy Policy, I just want to say thanks to all of you for being here, to Andrew for emceeing the day, for the entire phenomenal staff and the scholars who spoke today, and just the extraordinary team that we have at the Center on Global Energy Policy. If you enjoyed today, if you learned something, if you met interesting people, if you found the conversations interesting and stimulating, please engage more deeply, spend time with us, engage with the Center's work, programming, and activities, and come visit us in New York. To end where I started, you can do that on May 11th, 14th, and 16th when Springsteen's playing at the Garden and in Brooklyn, and come visit us at the Center while you're in town in New York. Thanks to all of you. We'll see you next year.